Now with AI, you can expect within this year, we're going to see deep fake so real, you cannot tell the difference. People watching this on live stream, they will not know what's in here.
We're not here.
We're having dinner somewhere else. So to counter that, you need some form of digital watermark. That is actually a cryptographic evidence
that you're
this is real.
Yeah.
It's my signature, his signature.
Who puts that? The tech companies? By the way, they're so excited at the back. They're trading crypto on the back of Larry's comments.
It's all your fault. No, we control our private key. It's going to be public
It'll
key.
be personal.
We'll have control.
It's going to be like your irises, your fingerprints. It'll be a digital.
But it's stored on blockchain, witnessed by the global population.
Everybody knows.
Cannot be faked.
Yeah. But does this change everything for just capital markets?
It will. Yeah, I mean, my gosh, if we could tokenize bonds and stocks tomorrow, one of the great things that BlackRock is being accused of is how much vote we have. I wouldn't vote anymore because we would be able, through tokenization, to know the owner of record instantaneous, and each owner of record will do their proxy voting. I would love that outcome. No, but it would democratize investing in all ways that we can't imagine.
Even political systems, how you vote in a country, can be changed by that.
And do you think that, again, the Trump administration will accelerate that?
I think they're moving that direction. How far they actually will go remains to be seen.
But if you do have a digital validator, like your fingerprints or your irises, I mean, you could tokenize voting. You could do everything. And so it will change how we think and how we live and what we do. And
we've been talking to some Southeast Asian governments, including Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia. All of them historically have the populations who are trading black market, bitcoins, and what have you. But now the governments are realizing U.S. is driving a global policy shift. So they're now doing something very clever. They're saying, you know what, we're going to issue a new form of digital ID to every single citizen. Along with that is a digital wallet.
Which Brazil,
that's when people will
Brazil and India has already done.
You're both so fun.
That is our job. We don't run government, we don't run policies, but we have the intellectual capacity to frame a conversation. You understand? Let me now conclude by making you sad. The Nigerian Civil War was planned on the campus of the University of Ibadan. Somebody has to write a book on that, in which the Vice Chancellor, a prominent historian, you already know who I'm talking about, was also using his house to frame the project of the Civil War. You understand? And I'm not criticizing him, because when you cut segments of a conversation, it becomes a problem to those who are interpreting it. I'm not criticizing him. The Nigerian Civil War was led by an educated person who trained in England, one of the very first to have a degree to join the Nigerian army. The debates about Ironsi was framed for him by those who went to school on a unitary government. You understand? It is not that these intellectuals have not been talking, but they are also embedded in this very project you want to solve. So in the final analysis, you see how interest governs politics. And as interest drives politics, the very fact that you have a PhD doesn't mean you will think the way you are talking about. And let
We suffer from a serious hazard, which Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Korea do not. In Hong Kong, the British Western influence is superficial. So there is no danger of being overwhelmed, of having your original culture displaced. Our danger is that we've got so much of EL1, books, newspapers, magazines, TV, that we could become a pseudo-Western society. Not a real Western society. If you're a real Western society, that's another matter. But you become a pseudo-Western society, a fake one. That's a disaster. The problem is with the upper crust. Many people believe that that segment at the top represents Singapore. It does not. There is the ground undertow of your society. And it is our business to keep that undertow Asian. And therefore we have to preserve our society from being transformed. And when you have this offshore press trying to set the pace, we say, off with thee, this is my society.
There are two questions, and I have a third issue that I think, Ruben, you need to address. But let me start with the questions you have raised. I think first the issue of INEC. I think everybody is fairly aware that INEC, as presently constituted, has lost a lot of credibility. And it is very important that the institution gains this credibility. Otherwise, the stability of the country is going to be threatened, because when you have institutions that are not delivering, and especially a key institution like INEC, and if this failure continues, then it will erode not only, confidence in INEC, but confidence in democracy itself. And when that happens, you know the consequences. So let me come back to INEC. I think there are amendments that the whole country is waiting for. For example, that amendment, which I think late President Buhari refused to give assent to, which mandates INEC to use electronic tools and to use technology in delivering the result, is still pending. But more importantly, why should the president, whoever is the president of the country, who is an interested party in the election, be the one to propose the head of INEC? I think late Uwais committee has made very good recommendations, which have been blocked by those who are interested in manipulating INEC. I think we have to rescue INEC by making sure that the head of INEC is not appointed by a sitting president who is going to be interested in election. So there are a number of things that needs to be done. I'm not sure there is sufficient time for us to raise that, but I think the key issues are two. One, that INEC's credibility is at stake, and two, we have got to insulate INEC from political interference. If that doesn't happen, then it is the democracy that is holding the country that's being actually run down. And when that happens, there are consequences. The second question, if I remember correctly, which you raised, is where do we go from here? Considering what former President Jonathan said. And I think it ties down with the issue that I really think you should be raising, because the whole gathering in Accra is around the crisis of democracy, that democracy is not delivering the expectations of the people. And in Nigeria, if you take the statistics from 1999 to date, that's about 25 years. If you take the indices of development, whether you are taking the paternal and maternal mortality rates, or if you are taking the if you are taking the GDP, the growth in the economy, if you are taking all the indices of development that you take, you will see that from 1999 to date, we have been going down the drain. In fact, the GDP for this year is said to be much lower, actually about less than half of what it was in 1960. In other words, this country, under this democracy, is actually going down the drain. And it is time to really ask, of what use, of what benefit is democracy if it cannot really deliver? Is democracy made for the people or people for democracy? If democracy is supposed to serve society, then it has failed in Nigeria. And it is time to start thinking of how do we really bring about a system that can work for us. I watched the debate from beginning to the end, and I was saddened by the fact that the elite that gathered there could not think out of the a box of Western frame of thinking. In other words, they were all, and especially the guest speaker himself, he was going round and round while admitting the failure of democracy. He was still saying that we should stick to democracy. And that doesn't make sense. I mean, you have admitted that this system has failed to deliver. And you are saying that we should still hang on to it.
To win a senatorial seat is now between 1.2 billion, 1 or 2 billion. You need that to win a Senate seat. To win a House of Reps, you need another 1 billion. State House of Assembly, you need about 500 M to win that. To win governorship, you need, depending on the state, for Delta, you need about like 20. For Rivers, you need about 25 billion. For some of those states in the north, maybe 4 or 5 or 6 billion. So it's a capital intensive project, which is what is driving the corruption in our country right now. So every time somebody is in office, it is not education the person is thinking of. Except if whatever he wants to do in education will provide some money that they can leverage on when the time for election comes.
Jihad, or the Islamic State in West Africa province.
Is Dr. Kabiru Adamu, a leading expert in security risk management, intelligence and national solutions, and managing director of Beacon Security and Intelligence. Welcome and thank you for joining us on The Break.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Taraba, we've recorded incidents, and some of these incidents are not just ordinary incidents like the one that happened in Beni Sheikh, where a brigade commander was killed. I mean, it's important for us to
It's now time to take a look at news stories making headlines around the globe. First off, the Defense Headquarters say troops of the 29 Task Force Brigade in Operation Hadinkai successfully repelled coordinated terrorist attack on their location at the brigade headquarters in Sheikh, Borno State. The attack occurred in the early hours of Thursday as insurgents attempted to breach the defensive perimeter of the military installation. However, the troops led by the Commander 29 Brigade, Brigadier General Oseni Brahima, responded with exceptional courage and forcing the terrorists to retreat. Regrettably, the military also confirms the loss of a few brave and gallant soldiers who paid the supreme price in line of duty. The High Command honors their heroism, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment to the defense of the nation while extending its deepest condolences to their families and loved ones. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has expressed deep sadness over the loss of the brave soldiers of the 29th Task Force Brigade, Operation Hadinkai, who died in a coordinated terrorist attack on their camp in Beni Sheikh, Borno State. The president also expressed heartfelt condolences to the military and the families of the soldiers, urging them to take heart in the face of the unfortunate loss. Tinubu praised the courage and heroism of the soldiers who fought valiantly to repel the terrorists and ensure that Boko Haram could not overrun the communities the soldiers protect. While mourning the death of the gallant soldiers, President Tinubu urged the leadership of the armed forces and all soldiers on the front line not to be discouraged, but to draw strength from the nation's deep appreciation for their sacrifices. The Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, has tasked security agencies and the armed forces of Nigeria to ramp up its intelligence network to boost military counterinsurgency operations across the country. General Musa gave the charge when he met with the heads of intelligence of Nigeria's security agencies and the armed forces. General Musa identified intelligence as a critical factor in the fight against insecurity and charged the security agencies to build capacity to develop human intelligence. He also calls for joint operations between all security agencies.
So whatever intelligence we can gather from everywhere, let's harness them together, make it operational so that we can enhance the capacity of our troops that are out there in the field. And in essence, that's why I brought you. So firstly, it's for us to know ourselves. Two, is to now build up this capacity together and to make sure that it counts out there in the field. Asymmetric warfare is a warfare of intelligence. If you don't have intelligence, you are going to be blind. It's not like the conventional one that you are seeing everybody. This one, the enemy is not identified. That person that you think is your friend that is close to you might just be the person that is also planning for you. So that's why I think it's important. And then we look at means and ways we can enhance these aspects, especially building up our human intelligence and making sure that Nigerians understand that they too have a role to play in passing this information as quickly, as efficient as possible so that actions could be taken as quickly as possible.
Moving on, the United States has ordered the evacuation of non-essential staff and families from its embassy in Abuja over worsening security concerns. As such, the embassy is closed for visa appointments, but operations continue at the consulate in Lagos. Washington has also raised its travel advisory on Nigeria to level 3, urging citizens to reconsider travel. At the same time, concerns are being raised over Nigeria's electoral integrity ahead of future polls. Arise correspondent Godfrey Eshemoge reports.
The United States has expanded its travel warning, placing 23 Nigerian states under level 4, which is do not travel. New additions include Plateau, Jigawa, Kwara, Niger, and Taraba states. U.S. officials cite widespread risks, including crime, terrorism, kidnapping, banditry, civil unrest, and limited healthcare access. Americans are considered high-value targets for ransom kidnappings. The advisory also warns of unpredictable terrorist attacks and sudden military operations, particularly across northern Nigeria, making it one of the strongest warnings issued in recent years. Beyond security, Washington is raising fresh concerns about Nigeria's electoral process. A US-based firm, Von Barton Montague York, says the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, remains vulnerable to manipulation despite international support. The firm references the disputed 2023 general elections and warns that similar patterns could re-emerge. It adds that U.S. congressional staff are expected to brief lawmakers and the National Security Council on the situation. The report contrasts former responses with a stance under President Donald Trump, suggesting the U.S. may take a more proactive approach if electoral credibility is undermined. It also indicates that global Magnitsky sanctions could be recommended against politicians or electoral officials found guilty of vote rigging, including asset freezes, financial restrictions, and travel bans affecting them and their families. Godfrey Eshamagay, Arise News.
But in a swift reaction, the federal government has reassured Nigerians and the international community of the country's stability and safety following a recent advisory by the United States authorizing the departure of non-emergency personnel from its embassy in Abuja. Minister of Information Mohammed Idris describes the U.S. decision as a routine precaution guided by internal protocols, which does not reflect the country's situation. The minister says while there are isolated security challenges in Nigeria, there is no breakdown of law and order, noting that the country remains stable. He urged international partners to engage in balanced and up-to-date reporting that reflects the progress being made in the security sector.
Nigeria is not on the brink of any collapse. We have heard these stories over and over and over again. Those who are peddling these stories are also preparing how to live in Nigeria, preparing how to grow their businesses, grow their formations. You cannot have a country that is about to collapse and you are there planning how to live within it. I think that we need to rethink how we make these statements. What do you think others from outside this country will think of us if all the time we project our country as a country that is about to collapse? We've seen and heard this rhetoric over and over again.
Police Command has dismissed as false a viral social media claim alleging that 488 Boko Haram members were recently arrested in the state, warning residents against the spread of misinformation capable of triggering panic. In a statement, the command clarified that the video being circulated alongside the claim was an old broadcast recorded over 11 years ago and does not reflect the current security situation in Abia State. The statement was signed by the Police Public Relations Officer, DSP Maureen Chinaka, on behalf of the Commissioner of Police. The police described the report as misleading and deliberately designed to incite fear and unrest among members of the public. Moving on, the David Mark-led faction of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has dragged INEC to the Federal High Court in Abuja, demanding the reversal of its decision to remove the party's leadership from its records. INEC delisted Senator David Mark as national chairman and Rauf Aregbesola as national secretary on April 1. Mark is now seeking a mandatory injunction from Justice Emeka Nwite to compel INEC to immediately restore the full National Working Committee details pending the determination of the suit. Mark also asks the court to set aside INEC's refusal to monitor the ADC's congresses and convention. It further seeks to restrain INEC from recognizing any rival leadership. The suit is a direct response to the Court of Appeals judgment of March 12 in a case filed by Nafiu Bala Gombe. Right, a number of stories this morning, Vimba, a very sad one, of course, with Brigadier General Oseni Brahima. So many glowing words have been spoken about his time in service to the country and the people of Nigeria. And beyond this, the president's response to the unfortunate killings of our servicemen, as well as the other stories this morning.
Yes, several stories this morning. Let me start with sort of a low-hanging fruit before I focus on what I believe is the most important story of the day, which is the demise of Brigadier General Oseni Omo Brahima and other officers. I want to start with the evacuation of the family members of U.S. officials and notices that have been issued and so forth, because I tap into lived experience from this one. I've lived in a war zone before, and I remember at that time we were students at an international school, and sometimes, usually almost once a quarter, by the way, this is in former Yugoslavia, during both the Bosnia-Herzegovina crisis and the Kosovo crisis. Once a quarter, you would get to school and you'd find that all the American students were absent. You'd find out what happened. They say they have evacuated. Once a quarter, without fail, you would find that the Americans have been evacuated out. Nothing would happen. They would still come back and resume, but it's because of excessive caution. I like that in his report, Godfrey Oshiomoge made reference to the fact that American citizens are high-value targets when there's uncertainty in a country. So I say this to say, yes, there might be threats, there might be information around insecurity, but not to over-amplify what it means when Americans evacuate their kin from the nation. Because from my lived experience, it was only on one occasion, the final occasion that everybody evacuated, that bombs started dropping on Serbia. And I quote my father on this, who was the head of the Zimbabwean mission to Yugoslavia, and he said that when the Canadians and the British start evacuating, then you should pay attention. But for now, this is just caution being exercised by Americans, as we've seen that they leave no man behind, as we saw what they did with the air officer in Iran. So they don't want to risk ever putting their citizens in that situation. All right, now let's focus on the heinous and barbaric attacks that took place yesterday in Beni Sheikh in Borno State. Now, the 29 Task Force was established in 2015 under President Buhari, and it's said to be one of the most strategic and importantly placed brigades because of its proximity to some of the various bases. Now, what we know is that ISWAP, and not just ISWAP, but all IS-related terror agencies, terror organizations, especially those operating in Africa, have been conducting what is called a Burn the Camp campaign. We've seen departure of non-emergency personnel from its embassy in Abuja. Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, describes the U.S. decision as a routine precaution guided by internal protocols, which does not reflect the country's situation. The minister says while there are isolated security challenges in Nigeria, there is no breakdown of law and order, noting that the country remains stable. He urged international partners to engage in balanced and up-to-date reporting that reflects the progress being made in the security sector.
Nigeria is not on the brink of any collapse. We have heard these stories over and over and over again. Those who are peddling these stories are also preparing how to live in Nigeria, preparing how to grow their businesses, grow their formations. You cannot have a country that is about to collapse and you are there planning on how to live within it. I think that we need to rethink how we make these statements. What do you think others from outside this country will think of us if all the time we project our country as a country that is about to collapse? We've seen and heard this rhetoric over and over again.
Police Command has dismissed as false a viral social media claim alleging that 488 Boko Haram members were recently arrested in the state, warning residents against the spread of misinformation capable of triggering panic. In a statement, the command clarified that the video being circulated alongside the claim was an old broadcast recorded over 11 years ago and does not reflect the current security situation in Abia State. The statement was signed by the Police Public Relations Officer, DSP Maureen Chinaka, on behalf of the Commissioner of Police. The police described the report as misleading and deliberately designed to incite fear and unrest among members of the public. Moving on, the David Mark-led faction of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has dragged INEC to the Federal High Court in Abuja, demanding the reversal of its decision to remove the party's leadership from its records.
alongside the claim was an old broadcast recorded over 11 years ago and does not reflect the current security situation
we are
in
in
Abia
trouble.
State.
But
The
at the same
statement was
time,
signed by the
these are the
Police
signs that
Public
Bola
Relations
Tinubu
Officer,
will win
DSP
again.
Maureen Chinaka, on behalf of the Commissioner
When
of
you
Police.
see
The police
a
described the
rise
report
that
as
pretends to
misleading and
play
deliberately designed to incite fear
opposition
and unrest among members of the
media
public. Moving on, the David Mark-led
is
faction of the African
literally
Democratic
on the side of the media.
Congress, ADC, has dragged INEC to the Federal High Court in Abuja, demanding the
What I
reversal
do.
of its decision to remove the party's leadership from its records. INEC listed
Since
Senator
when
David Mark as national chairman.
Arise begin
The country that is about
announce
to collapse. We've seen and heard this rhetoric
repeat
over and over
exactly
again.
within Asurok
Police
want
command
made them
has
talk.
dismissed false a viral social media claim alleging that 488 Boko Haram members were recently arrested in the state, warning residents against the spread of misinformation capable of triggering panic. In a statement, the command clarified that the video being circulated alongside the claim was an old broadcast recorded over 11 years ago and does not reflect the current security situation in Abia State. The statement was
And you
signed by
guys accepted it that all is well and just no pushback, no empirical evidence. Abi Hussein no day today. You just reported exactly how the government wants you to report it. You move on.
the
That's a
Police
sign.
Public Relations Officer, DSP Maureen Chinaka, on behalf of the Commissioner of Police. The police described the report as misleading and deliberately designed to incite fear and unrest among members of the public. Moving on, the David Mark-led faction of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has dragged INEC to the Federal High Court
First
in
of
Abuja,
all,
demanding the reversal of its decision to remove
the
the party's
minister
leadership.
deny he play.
Breakdown of law and order, noting that the country remains stable. He
You
urged
see how
international
Arise
partners to
are
engage in
just
balanced and up-to-date
with
reporting that
the
reflects the
government on this
progress
one.
being made in the security sector.
That's a sign that
Nigeria is not on the brink of any collapse. We have heard these stories over and over and over again. Those who are peddling these
that's
stories
why I want to
are
agree with
also
what he said,
preparing
but Nigeria
how
is
to
not the same
live in Nigeria,
as
preparing
he
how to
wants to
grow
claim
their
that over
businesses,
and over
grow their
again.
formations. You cannot have a country that is about to collapse and you are there planning on how to live within it. I think that we need to rethink how we make these statements. What do you think others from outside this country will think of us if all the time we project our country as a country that is about to collapse? We've seen and heard this rhetoric over and over again.
Police command has dismissed as false a viral social media claim alleging that 488 Boko Haram members were recently arrested in the state, warning residents against the spread of misinformation capable of triggering panic. In a statement, the command clarified that the video being circulated alongside the claim was an old broadcast recorded over 11 years ago and does not reflect the current security situation in Abia State. The statement was signed by the Police Public Relations Officer, DSP Maureen Chinaka, on behalf of the Commissioner of Police. The police described the report as misleading and deliberately designed to incite fear and unrest among members of the public. Moving on, the David Mark-led faction of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has dragged INEC to the Federal High Court in Abuja, demanding the
How they
reversal
will
of its
analyze
decision
them,
to
because
remove the
they are
party's
just reporting
leadership from
exactly
its
what the
records.
government wanted them to
INEC delisted
report.
Senator David Mark as Brigadier General Oseni Brima, and so many glowing words have been spoken about his time in service to the country and the people of Nigeria. And beyond this, the president's response to the unfortunate killings of our servicemen, as well as the other stories this morning.
Yes, several stories this morning. Let me start with sort of a low-hanging fruit before I focus on what I believe is the most important story of the day, which
Low-hanging
is
fruit.
the demise of Brigadier General Oseni Brima and other officers.
this. I want to start with the evacuation of the family members of U.S. officials and notices that have been issued and so forth, because I tap into lived experience from this one. I've lived in a war zone before, and I remember at that time we were students at an international school, and sometimes, usually almost once a quarter, by the way, this is in former Yugoslavia, during both the Bosnia-Herzegovina crisis and the Kosovo crisis. Once a quarter, you would get to school and you'd find that all the American students were absent. You'd find out what happened. They say they have evacuated. Once a quarter, without fail, you would find that the Americans have been evacuated out. Nothing would happen. They would still come back and resume, but it's because of excessive caution. I like that in his report, Godfrey Oshiomoge made reference to the fact that American citizens are high-value targets when there's uncertainty in a country. So I say this to say, yes, there might be threats, there might be information around insecurity, but not to over-amplify what it means when Americans evacuate their kin from the nation. Because from my lived experience, it was only on one occasion, the final occasion, that everybody evacuated, that bombs started dropping on Serbia. And I quote my father on this, who was the head of the Zimbabwean mission to Yugoslavia, and he said that when the Canadians and the British start evacuating, then you should pay attention. But for now, this is just a caution being exercised by Americans, as we've seen that they leave no man behind, as we saw what they did with the air officer in Iran. So they don't want to risk ever putting their citizens in that situation. All right, now let's focus on the heinous.
See, this is where the problem is. Even though the story she just gave is I lived experience, I totally agree with it. How that America pulled these stunts pretty much more often than none. For one reason, bargaining chips. When they are bargaining for something, when they are still going back and forth with that government on whatever policy, whatever business deal, or whatever, they will use their leverage from time to time, believing that the leverage here is that on every Nigerian believe that Americans have more intelligence about the country, Nigeria, than any other, than the Nigerian intelligence themselves. To some reason, you can see why a lot of Nigerians will believe that kind of rhetoric. But two, why I disagree with her here is that these times are different. Geographical regions are different. Power ratio also are different. She's talking about the former Soviet Union. That was during the Cold War, within the America-led West and Russia-led USSR. This time around, this is pretty much a kinetic war. Nigeria is fighting a kinetic war, both internally and externally. So America is saying that, yes, I believe that history, they say, it repeats. It doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And these times are different. And the fact that Arise is verbally repeating exactly what the government is saying should be something of concern. Now, not because I'm expecting them to, not to make money. No. But they are the only one that kind of pretends to be, pushing back on government rhetoric. But for some reason, Arise is literally buttressing what Asu Rock is saying, regardless of regarding the class of civilization war that is going on. Internally, we are fighting tribal war, but regionally, externally, we are fighting civilizational war, Christian and Muslim. So that's a thing of concern.
and also indication that Bola Tinubu don't win already. Because by this time, 2022, we know where our rise was, regardless of the contest, regarding the contest of the presidency. But make I listen to Abati and the rest of it. Could be wrong, but I disagree with her on the fact that the
attacks that took place
evacuation of the
yesterday
Americans
in
not
Benny
like
Sheikh
stunt.
in Borno State. Now, the 29 task force was established in 2015 under President Buhari, and it's said to be one of the most strategic and importantly placed brigades because of its proximity to some of the various bases. Now, what we know is that ISWAP, and not just ISWAP, but all IS-related terror agencies, terror organizations, especially those operating in Africa, have been conducting what is called a burn the camp campaign. We've seen the same campaign in IS Mozambique, where they intentionally target military bases. Now, what does this signal to us? It signals a number of things, but one of the most key things that it signals is the fact that it may no longer be as easy to smuggle supplies and weapons from outside of the country as it used to be. And so what they do is they attack these military bases, they loot them, they take weapons, they take food, they take so many things to keep them sustained. So in this light, security experts are saying, well, this is an indicator that they're feeling the pinch of the attacks and that are being made, the war being waged against them. Also,
The fact that these people don't even know that their report doesn't even make sense is what even alarmed me. She's claiming that it is literally becoming impossible for these militants to move guns around, like in terms of importing guns from outside, buying guns and all that. Literally, that means the logistic of getting guns has become pretty much impossible due to the advance of technology that the Nigerian military are using, or quote unquote, one America is on ground doing. They are getting more information. So in other words, even before gun move from one country to another, or one region to another to cross the border, they don't already find out. Great. So how the fuck, if you have this so much this intelligent and gadgets to be able to see guns, move around, you don't have the same intelligence miles, 5 to 10 miles within your military base, that even before they approach, you know that they are coming. Like, I don't understand. With the same sentence, she's okay, let me put it back again.
Signal to us. It signals a number of things, but one of the most key things that it signals is the fact that it may no longer be as easy to smuggle supplies and weapons from outside of the country as it used to be. And so what they do is they attack these military bases, they loot them, they take weapons, they take food, they take so many things to keep them sustained. So in this light,
does that even make sense? If you cannot easily get a weapon, how the fuck is it easy for you to come to my house? If the Nigerian military intelligence is so much sophisticated, they can able to dictate a weapon all the way from wherever country that they are coming from, and able to take proactive measure to make it difficult for these terrorists to operate that level. How the fuck do you allow your own base unprotected in terms of intelligence? Every military base around now in Nigeria, they should be able to dictate anybody 10 minutes, 10 minutes or 10 kilometers before that place. They should be able to know who is approaching.
security experts are saying, well, this is an indicator that they're feeling the pinch of the attacks and that are being made, the war being waged against them. Also,
it doesn't make sense. How can who's can feeling the pinch? How you feel the pinch? If you know if you attack me from a distance, but they attack me for inside, for inside, and you are saying they are feeling the pain, they are getting more bolder by the day, not feeling any pain.
That are targeting terrorism. We have Operation Savannah Shield and, of course, Operation Hadinkai. Operation Savannah Shield goes straight to the ground. It goes straight to the bases of these terrorist organizations, meaning that aside from targeting urban cells, we see them going into the forests where they're hiding out and they're being repelled from there. Now, Benny Sheikh itself is said to be
What is
on the
the
route from
point?
Maiduguri to
Praising people
Damaturi.
say that
And
they
because of
go
that, the alert
forest, but you are being attacked inside. Like, I don't even understand this kind, all this studio analysis. What did they do? You don't have to say anything. If you're in where your population is largely resided is being attacked at will, you dey pray say they know they attack for bush again. Of what sense does that even make?
also killed because there's a routine road closure on that express and so many people stop by in Beni Sheikh for the night. So it was a very unfortunate and terrible event. Now, the Brigadier General, the late Brigadier General, is said to have been killed in combat because he was trying to start his armored vehicle and it failed to start as they opened fire on him. Now, we don't know whether it was a result of the fire that had been opened on him or what failure happened to that bulletproof vehicle, but it shows the caliber of officer that he is, that he died on the front lines in combat, and it shows the nature of the type of aggression, of asymmetric warfare that we're dealing with here. Now, let's talk about some of the things that have arisen from this that continue to be trends. Now, if these terrorist groups are still able to get to these huge military camps, because this is not an isolated incident, excuse me, there were simultaneous attacks in Pulka and in Gamdu. In Pulka, it's particularly tragic because we know that those who had their homes ransacked in Goshe had actually moved to Pulka in their thousands for safe space, and now the terrorists have located them in that area as well. So it's a double jeopardy in that sense. Now, we're saying that have the military been able to win the hearts and minds of the communities? Because can such an attack happen without some sort of community?
You see, they are finding a way to blame the
And this
community.
takes us to some of the ideological doctrines around your ISWAP and your Boko Harams who have now started working collaboratively. Because these are people who are there to undermine state presence and they're there to present themselves as an alternative authority. They are trying to take territory. And we know that their agenda is to access the sea for their terrorist agendas. So we're now seeing this heightened aggression where they're trying to take territory, and we see that it's now a territorial threat because they are ransacking
The way Bola Tinubu
strategic
go take win
bases that are supposed
2027,
to
now
defend from
landslide.
the front lines those who are most vulnerable in these most vulnerable areas. So there's the community. Then the question is there sufficient governance? Because the other thing is, with ISWAP, we see that ISWAP tried to pose themselves as an alternative authority. It's quite different from the original Boko Haram philosophy, where it was more about psychological indoctrination. ISWAP
Who
want
was like this?
territory.
Where
That's
they go
their
see all these
doctrine.
kind of people?
And that's what they're doing here. Now, the question is, can they do so if sufficient governance is presented in those areas where the war economy is not attractive to the residents of those communities? And now, as we talk about sufficient governance, people will say, well, these are things that spring up before elections. Why do they spring up before elections? I read a very compelling analysis that said, well, because during elections, we tend to turn away from governance and focus on campaigning. So these are some of the confluences that are happening between a spike in insecurity, pre-election periods, and we have seen this before. But what is unfortunate is that we're losing our best and our brightest. Brigadier General Oseni Brahima is one who so many people, as I said, have spoken glowingly about. I've read so many tributes about him from his time as a prefect and even to his relationship with his twin brother, and what a gentleman he was. So this is truly heartbreaking to see that our best and our bright, those who are loyal to this country and who are fighting for us to be able to go to sleep peacefully at night, are now being sacrificed paying the ultimate price. And we do pray that their souls may rest in peace, and we condole with their families and these communities who have lost several people. Now, as I round up, let me round up with David Mark at INEC. Throughout this week, we've been saying, well, the place that the political parties or any aggrieved parties can receive respite is the courts. Now, the jury is back in focus, because as much as we say go to court, we all know the controversy that has surrounded these court judgments.
But they can't analyze
their lawyers.
Trust.
We are in trouble.
David Mark-led group is to go and institute it at the Federal High Court level in Abuja on notice. The court ignored the matter of the dispute that the Court of Appeal in its to the federal governments offer travel advisory when they see that they are the David Mark-led group is following the advice states offering a travel advisory. Now, this came from Washington. Now, governments offer travel advisory when they see that the interests of their citizens are threatened in particular locations, or their citizens could be put at risk. Nigeria also has had cause in the past to issue, travel advisories, even if, under retaliatory, reciprocal, circumstances. So this time around, what we see here is that I don't even think that the United States is telling us everything that we should know. They have their men on the ground. There is a strategic military cooperation between Washington and Abuja. They have over 200 men. They have AFRICOM having access all over the place. The cooperation is about surveillance. It's about intelligence. Is there something they know that we do not know, or that they are sharing or not sharing with the Nigerian government? That's number one. Number two is that what we see is a difference between strategic military cooperation and the reality that we live. Because, for about, since about December, there has been an escalation in the security situation in Nigeria, with 2 suicide bombings in Maiduguri, in the northeast. And then subsequently, we've seen, a spread of violence from Kaduna to, from Plateau to Kaduna State to Kebbi to Katsina to Nasarawa and also to Kwara. So really, when the Americans speak about the deteriorating security situation, they probably, we seem to have a strong point, because we too, living within that reality, can attest to that. What they have done is to shut down the Abuja embassy. The consular office in Lagos is still open. Visa applications have been suspended in Abuja. In the consular office in Lagos, we're told that this can still continue. Now, the next major point is a response by the Nigerian government. The Nigerian government says, well, this is not a big problem. Nigeria is still a safe place. No. The Americans are not saying that the whole of Nigeria is not safe. They singled out 23 states where the security alert level for Americans has been moved up to level 4. Other states, the other states out of the 23 states are at level 3, which is the country level that they are determined before now. So you find states like Plateau, Benue, Kebbi, Katsina, Kwara, and the traditional trouble zones, Borno and Yobe, included in that list. Now, the problem here is that the Nigerian government says this is not true. Well, how do they know what is true or what is not true? Just issuing press statement for the purpose of being seen to be talking. Now, this is why we have been saying that Nigeria needed to have moved fast on the appointment of ambassadors. As we speak, there's nobody of real weight in Washington to engage the Americans. You are just issuing press statement. Most of our missions abroad, apart from the ambassadors that have been rejected, even the ones that will be accepted, they have not resumed. They have not assumed in their office, in their various posts. So this is the price we pay. And what is the big price that we pay? Businesses will likely suffer from this, because we're always asking for investors. We're always, when the Americans have issued travel advice and they say 23 states have been rated at level 4. If you're a businessman and you are doing risk assessment of a country, of course, you may want to exercise caution. But I think that the Nigerian government, contributed to all of this by its tardiness in terms of the early appointment of ambassadors, many of whom are here have also been rejected. Maybe it's only today or before the end of this week that our ambassador to France will go and report for duty. And yet, Nigeria is in election season already. Now, as for the crisis in Benin Sheikh, I think it's very unfortunate.
You see why all these media people are the most dangerous people in our society. They are the main problem that we get. Abachi don't run, go heaven ahead. Dance around the problem. They focus on say we no get ambassador to go where we're supposed to negotiate or speak on our behalf. The problem the Americans are pointing out to you, the problem no the America, no the embassy. It's in our streets. Those problems are in our streets. Now waiting them they broadcast every day. Yesterday I said it here that the number one goal of the ruling class is to keep an average Nigeria in hunger, in anger state of mind. You are the goal is to make sure you are constantly angry. That's why once you tune on to TV, they listen to all these people, or they are focused on is the problem within our communities. If any day whether they talk about your state or your village, now problem where they there. So that's the goal. Both those in power, both those who are looking for power, they find a way to tap into that hunger in you and to make sure you are constantly angry. So this guy went ahead to say we no get ambassadors to speak for us. That's not the issue. The problem. That's why when they try to dismiss as if they are just it's a normal travel advisory, they are always giving us this advisory every 99 to them is to keep their citizenship, their citizen are high. No. The problem they are identifying should be what the media should focus on. After all, now them bring those kidnapping to the forefront of the international community. I no see any poor person for Borno State or for Anambra where go enter motor or buy flight say won't go report Nigeria for outside the country. No, everything that the American intelligence is working on are largely obtained by the agency that they are sponsoring, which is the media. Now, level 5 is the highest risk. That be the level where America gets. Once they declare that country that they're on level 5, that means literally a dead zone. So they have upgraded Borno State, Yobe, Kogi, Northern Adamawa State to level 4. That is to do not travel to Borno, Jigawa, Kwara, Niger, Taraba, Yobe, Northern Adamawa State due to terrorism, crimes, and kidnapping. This one on their website though. This one are US consulate. This one are US travel. So this one is not something that you have to pay. So I'm saying that because those abati who they talk say they don't know. Yeah, they are literally putting out the rhetoric of the government, right? Do not travel to this area for any reason. Now, let's go into the details. Let's go into the reason that they are given, which the likes of Abati and their rice crew are claiming not to know, as if the insecurity that the United States is talking about were dictated from space, and we will not get the technology to see from space, right? So the security situation in this state is unstable and uncertain. This is because of the widespread terrorism activities. 99% of what Arise media talk about are terrorism activities. So, in other words, what the Americans are saying are not being quoted from foreign magazines or foreign newspaper. No, now our own. Now we use our mouth to talk about every day. Go to all our media to talk about terrorist activities. Are they making it up? No, that's our reality. Violence between communities and kidnapping. This is now waiting our media talked about every day. Nigerians don't have anything going on for them again other than kidnapping, violence, and terrorism. Nigerians know they build anything again. Nigerians know they progress again. Nigerians are not living everywhere in Nigeria. These are the violence because that's what you get from Abati and Co. All they talk about is now our problem every day. Are they making it up? No. They are not made up stories. They are our reality. I'm saying this because then now that they surprise as if what the travel advisory that Americans are bringing out are just out of place. They over exaggerate them. Now we the report every say we get terrorist group in Nigeria, Northeast especially. Humanitarian camps are set up everywhere within the Northeast. Billions are being pumped in by the federal government, by the state government, and by the outside stakeholders. That's our reality. If they are bad, don't know why. Security force, churches, and all these things. These are our lived reality. Another one, Bauchi, Gombe, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Sokoto, and Zamfara states do not travel to Bauchi and others. Waiting with their reason, the security situation in this state is unstable and uncertain to civil unrest. Widespread violence between community and armed crime, including kidnapping and roadside banditry. These are what we read in our newspaper every day. So the Americans are not making it up. Abia, Anambra, Bayelsa, Delta, Imo, Rivers, with the exception of Port Harcourt, do not travel to all these areas, right? Because crime, kidnapping, and arrest. These are what our newspaper, our TV, our content creator report on every day. So the fact that Abati and the rest of them, the federal government are pretending to as if the Americans are making shit up is what I don't understand. But that's not my even problem. Sir. The most concerning among the reason that they are giving is healthcare. How did healthcare, for some reason, find their way into one of the reasons why Americans should stop traveling or should avoid traveling to Nigeria? Healthcare services was one of the reasons. Say reconsider traveling, reconsider travel to Nigeria due to crime, terrorism, unrest, kidnapping, and inconsistent availability of healthcare services. Am I saying they are making it out that they are available, our healthcare system is up to par? No. My question is that why should that be, or why is that a probable cause for Americans not to travel to Nigeria? I don't think any American, even the Nigerians American, wake up one day, say, make I come Nigeria because I'm sick. Let me come and take care of myself in Nigeria because they have a better healthcare system or it's cheaper. I don't think it's always the other way around. Well, maybe if you want to lose weight, if you go Nigeria. But why will healthcare be among the reasons why where Americans should be cautious of traveling to Nigeria? That's what I want to talk about today. Because there is still negotiation going on about the MOU, the $5.1 billion that was signed to revamp the Nigerian healthcare system. One should celebrate. That is a great thing, yes. but it's not that like that on the surface. We no go know, we no feel know because we are preoccupied with VDM, Burna Boy dem, Showore, Obi, Ponkoso, and the likes, who are working day and night to make sure an average Nigeria don't understand how the system work. That's why they will keep telling you leadership is the problem, even though not them be the leaders. So we will focus on why the northern part of the country are disagreeing with are not on board with the healthcare system, even though one can argue if they are the most badly affected when it comes to the healthcare strategy in Nigeria. But that's a conversation for another day. So the healthcare deal, the healthcare package comes with a lot of goodies to an average Nigerian Christian. But to another Muslim or to a Muslim generally, there's more to it than the goodies. So we will talk about the response from the northern states regarding healthcare with Christian policy being introduced by the Bola Tinubu administration in partnership with American First Healthcare Company. Because most of this travel advisory, all this terrorism, whatever, are in a way seen as tools of bargaining. Where you can say, oh, that's inhuman, right? It is what it is. That's how the world works, right? When they declare Nigeria as a country of particular concern, that is a bargaining move. They are expecting the country to respond regardless of the proposal. We don't know what they are proposing to the administration. Well, now it's becoming to come to light one by one. Right? As there no green move fast enough, what follows? Missile follow, gun blazing. Bola Tinubu no move. He left the country immediately to go bargain, right? So when Donald Trump administration come out with peace through strength, that's exactly what they mean. That every negotiating tools within is available, that is available to them will be on the table. That's why the nuclear, the most beautiful and dangerous single word out there today, is becoming prominent in media, because it's also a bargaining chip. So the introduction of the American First Global Health Strategy in Nigeria, a 5.1 billion partnership contract signed between the Tinubu administration and the United States, that was late 2025. It's at the center of this chaos. It's at the center of the travel advisory. It's at the center of boot on the ground. It's at the center of Christian genocide narrative that is ongoing. And it's just the beginning, because over the years, I've been saying here, what is the future of Nigeria? Is the future of Nigeria going to be Islamic social states? There's a reason I was saying that. No be saying that because of one spiritual reason or some kind of a hidden secret. No, everything is happening on the plain sight. The goal of the Muslim Brotherhood is to declare Nigeria a Muslim state by the time they dominate the political structure of the country. And their tradition is by 2031. And trust me, if you put all the institution, all the structures that made Nigeria a state on the table and begin to analyze them one by one, you will see either a Muslim faith at the top or second in command. There are very few political structure in this country that is not like that at this point. So what you are saying, the Donald Trump is doing with the American First Healthcare is part of the pushback, part of the fight back. They are not saying, oh, this is what they are not saying, this is what we want to see. They are saying, this is what you have to do within so time and so time. And they are not ready to back down. And that's what you are seeing playing out in real time. So the idea that the government no one be the name of the terrorist sponsor come out and on that, don't be deceived. It's much more than that. This is a class of civilization, an ideological war at its finest. So the introduction of the American First Global Healthcare Strategy in Nigeria, as I said, 5.1 billion partnership signed between the Tinubu administration and the United States, late 2025. That's around December 18, 17, if I'm not mistaken. It's at the center of the chaos that we are seeing today in Nigeria. That has started. There's a lot of debate going on around that American First Global Healthcare, but it is not on the mainstream because that is not what the power that be want and every Nigerian to pay attention to, because it is going to be hard for them to sell to majority of Nigerians. So in other words, side courses have to be created. Shit to just keep you busy. So in northern Nigeria, particularly, the controversy stemmed from specific provision of that MOU that linked healthcare funding to the protection of religious freedom and direct support of faith-based healthcare provide. One of the conditions that is before the Nigerian government is what? To ease out blasphemy law in our constitution or in the northern part of the country. That is the biggest deal on the table. The Christian faith, because when we are not doing ourselves a favor, we put everything on America. The Christian movement in Nigeria, the Joshuites, and the Muslim Brotherhood, the Nigerian chapter, are the one going head to head. So the northern people are saying that this is outright against their local culture and their sovereignty. So the response from northern state and stakeholders has been a mix of administrative caution, religious skepticism, and sovereignty concern. They are concerned about the condition that was put forward in disguise of healthcare provision. Let us not forget, when USAID was repealed and said they don't need USAID again, I mean, a lot of people were celebrating. I say, hold on now, don't, not yet. You have to find out what is going to replace it. And what replaced it was just direct funding from the states to the Nigerian coffers. Instead of using NGO special, no. Trump said, don't worry. The Department of War will give out the money straight, so which come with straight condition. So our northern leaders are saying, it's a conditional healthcare. We don't want anything conditional healthcare. Then you will begin asking yourself, what was in place before? You don't want conditional healthcare, but you want Sharia law. You don't want conditional healthcare because the condition that is accompanying that healthcare is different from what you believe in. It's a different faith. So if you don't want the Christian faith to be attached to the healthcare as a condition that must be adhered to, what do you want to replace it? Or what is in place before? So the American First strategy includes at least $220 million specifically toward Christian faith-based healthcare providers. That means even the companies where they provide the healthcare, nah, Christian based. That means automatically you have ruled out the healthcare company that are founded by Muslims or are Muslim based out of the competition immediately. That one. Then two, you are not subjecting the majority of the Muslim faithful to go that direction. So $200 million specifically towards Christian faith-based healthcare provider. So it was designed by the US policymaker to address concern over persecution of Christians in Nigeria. They were very specific. So those people who still deny there is no religious war in Nigeria should think again, because this is real time, it's playing out. They are not even, now media, they make as if things were so complicated that, no. They act, it's out there, just read. When you read that, you will see, you will see why the medias are doing whatever they are doing. You will see why media becomes so much popular. You will see why they have to tap into that popularity from time to time. You see why the obedient energy is always up there, top notch. And resources, they keep it like that. And you see why, because all these are distractions. You see why the likes of Arise and the rest has to be people who have accent, who know how to just speak grammar. That doesn't necessarily know what they are talking about. So the northern folks are saying, especially their leaders and the Islamic organization, they view it as a sectarianization. Now the grammar we then use be that sectarianization of public health. There is a concern that prioritizing specific religion institution for funding creates an imbalance in a region where Islamic hospitals and state-run facility are the primary provider of the majority of the world's population. So you see, the northern Nigerians are particularly concerned about the sectorialization of public health within the northern region. You should pay attention. So their concern is the prioritization of specific religion institution for funding creates an imbalance in a region where Islamic hospitals and state-run facilities. So that's why I say once they want, you are against a policy and healthcare policy that puts religion as the banner, not because necessarily because the religion is so provocative that you can't stand it. No, it is because they are taking yours off the tables, like you are losing a job to somebody else, you are losing a contract to somebody else. That is pure, because once you use Christianity, decorate that contract, automatically rule out the Muslim brother out of the competition, just like the way it is right now in the northern Nigeria. Most of the hospitals are Islamic based. Most of the healthcare facility have Islamic undertone. And that's why I said the goal is to capture the political structure of Nigeria, and there you declare the state as an Islamic state. So if as at today, almost all the healthcare facilities are Islamic-based healthcare facilities in the north, which is, they, politically speaking, they will be bigger than half of the country. What else remains? That is not acceptable. So beneath the killing, the kidnapping, the header farmers crash, the terrorism, everything, these are what you see playing out. They are also complaining about sovereignty and value expectation. And this is where I, again, just sit down and just take a step back and say, come. It's not that these people don't know what they are doing. It is just that they have believed is that they have passed. And just one electoral cycle, I'll be 8 years, just 10 years from now, and everything will solidify. So if you pay attention to the arguments for sovereignty and value expectation that they are talking about, so the partnership is perceived by some northern Nigeria, northern traditional and religious leader as a vehicle for Western social engineering. We're waiting. One can argue that is what Arabanization of the northern part of the country will argue, or Islamization of the northern part of the country, and by extension, the whole country is about. So you are doing the same thing. Yeah, somebody just want to use the same technique that you've been using for decades, on you for 60 years, I would say. Interesting time. So the contention terms here, because the US legislation, such as the Nigerian Religious Freedom and Accountability Act of 2026, that is where they put that, tie health aid to the repeal of blasphemy law and change in the enforcement of Sharia-related civil code. That is the big ask. That is what the United States of America, who are representing the Christian faith in Nigeria, are saying it's not negotiable. So the Nigerian Religious Freedom and Accountability Act of 2026 tie health aids to the repeal of blasphemy law and change in the enforcement of Sharia-related civil code. Northern critics have labeled the move as an interference in domestic, legal, and religious affairs. Response: in states like Kano and Sokoto, Some scholars have cautioned the federal government against accepting aid with strings, right? String attached, that might compel the states to alter local culture or legal framework in exchange of Medicare supply or infrastructure. See where the catch-22 is? They want the healthcare, regardless of, they want it, especially the rate where our doctors and nurses, the brain drain within the healthcare system in Nigeria is at the highest. And the northern states are losing bigly. So they need the healthcare that is coming, especially where there's no room for an alternative. America are not ready to share that space with anybody. They've been working on the Nigeria healthcare space for more than 10 years. So the northern Nigeria are being held by their balls. You need the healthcare, you have to let go of your blasphemy laws and Sharia law. Throw them out of the window. So the America First corporate entry. The involvement of US-based American First healthcare companies moving away from the traditional NGO-led model to direct government to government and corporate-led initiative has raised eyebrow regarding data and resource. Another, now I think the national concern, this is the only concern that they are putting forward that concerns that every Nigerian should pay attention to, right? The digital sovereignty. So the MOU include long-term agreements, some spanning 10 to 25 years for sharing of pathogen and data and biological specimens. In a world where data is the new oil, hey. So the Northern Nigerians' academic and political circles have raised concern about biopiracy and the potential for American corporations to profit from Nigerian genetic data without equitable benefit sharing, especially since the US withdrew from certain EU, that is a World Health Organization pandemic agreement in early 2026. Americans are not ready to share. That's why they are going private. They are ready to make deals. Despite the ideological friction, several northern governors face severe healthcare reality, the brain drain factor. With over 16,000 doctors having left Nigeria in recent years, northern states are desperate for the 8,800 primary healthcare centers. They need it. And workforce training promise under the Tinubu paid healthcare the new agenda. Paid na the healthcare minister, who was an employee of Bill Gates. While voicing concern over the Christian-centric lane of the US funding, most northern state governments have not rejected the aid. They no feed them knee down. It comes with juicy package too. Instead, they are pushing for a need-based rather than faith-based distribution of the 3 billion in domestic co-investment that Nigeria must provide as part of the deal. So when una dey implement Islamic healthcare-based facilities in the northern Nigeria, una no know say needs should come forward rather than faith. As for that. So direct funding to Christian NGOs seems as discriminatory or a tool for politicization. Well, they started it, so you agreed. If you admit that their Islamic healthcare facility, Islamic fertility phase based in the north, why are you against when the Christian faith-based healthcare are saying it's our time to reign? They are worried about the religious freedoms clause, viewed as an attack on Sharia-influenced legal autonomy. See, most of those states where spies will release Sharia law idioms. Another thing is US corporate partnerships, suspicious over data mining and long-term biological specimen control. Infrastructural involvement, general welcome, provided it distributes equal across the 19 states. So, the Tinubu administration, led by Coordinating Minister of Health Mohammed Ali Pate, has attempted to frame the deal as a national health sector renewal that benefits all Nigerians, regardless of faith, emphasizing that the U.S. funding is a supplement to not a replacement for broad-based health care coverage. Too late now, too late. If you read Class of Civilization by Samuel Huntington, you will understand where we are. So, in the context of American First Healthcare Strategy and the Tinubu administration response, the Class of Civilization is no longer just an academic theory. It's a live, high-stake negotiation over the future of Nigerian sovereignty, health, and social value. That's what is at stake. What we are witnessing today is the intersection of two distinct worldviews. A transactional faith influenced American foreign policy. Another Nigerian establishment worry of ideological recolonization. Too late there. The primary clash center on the US-Nigeria MOU as of today, unlike previous healthcare aids like PEPFAR, which was largely technocratic. This new framework is explicitly tied to the American First mandate. The logic here is aid is an extension of national value. By directing $200 million to Christian faith-based provider and tying broader funding to religious freedom, the US is using its soft power to protect religious minority. It will clear as time goes on. It's just bigger than that. So they are here to give you 200 million. Eh? And they are just saying, come, before you collect this 200 million, you have to put cross. For every hospital where you be, you have to put the cross of Jesus Christ there. That's all. That's what they ask for. Instead of Arabic words, just put Jesus Christ the same yesterday, today, and forever. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and every other thing will be added unto you. Just seek first Christian faith-based hospital, and you will get free surgery, free Panadol, free everything. I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, don't be scared. They are asking for anything other than to recognize Jesus is Lord. That no one goes to the kingdom of heaven without Him. That's it. Accept the Lord Jesus Christ, and you shall live happy ever after. You shall live longer. Your health will become superb. That's it. It's not that complicated thing now. These are people. In states like Kano, Sokoto, and Borno, this is interpreted as a sectarian intervention. I understand. I understand. I understand. It's all good. Northern leaders view the bonding of health aids with the repeal of blasphemy law as a direct assault on the cultural and legal friction of the region. Una no know say cultures and legal dey within the northern before una dey enact the blasphemy law. I mean, I just na power. When you guys had the power, you guys are using the power. So the Christian people are saying, we get power now, we are going to use it. I don't think that should be that complicated. Hmm? It's not that complicated now. This is not it's not new invention. Most of the healthcare facilities in the north are ideologically leaning in their practices. So if they are not saying that we will change something small, I understand the pushback too, but that's what is responsible for all the chaos that you are seeing in Nigeria. Transactional diplomacies versus global solidarity. The clash is also visible in the shift for humanitarianism. America don't give a fuck about humanitarianism no more. It's not transactionalism. It's not about cash. Money for hand, back for grand, as we say. Money for grand, back for hand. Then we talk business. That's what the Donald Trump administration is saying. Give me Pepe, then we talk. The data, biodata is the currency. So one of the
What the American First is saying, or what the Nigerian Christians are saying, is that if you are free to kill anybody that disrespects the name of your prophet, it shouldn't be that hard for you to accept cross, sign of the cross in every healthcare in the north. I mean, as far as I'm, that's not I think that's not I don't know how that is so complicated to accept. The Nigerian Christian Association of Nigeria, led by Riley Moore. That's why I go take talk the story now. The Nigerian Christian Association, or the Christian Association of Nigeria, led by Riley Moore, the congressman from United States, from Virginia, is saying that you either repeal the law that says anybody that disrespects your prophet should be killed, and you are not going to see sign of the cross in any of the hospital going forward. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that's that complicated, but for some reason, it is complicated for my people in the north. So northern intellectuals are against that. So the Nigerian paradox, the Tinubu administration is caught in a civilizational middle ground, led by Minister of, that's the technocrat now, led by Health Minister Mohammed Ali Pate. The government is trying to harmonize this Western corporate model with Nigerian domestic health sector renewal. The grassroots reality, no. Why the government retrain 100,000 healthcare workers? Child. The northern state remains skeptical of a southern-led administration that appeared to align with Western Christian-centric policy. This fueled the internal northern-south political divide ahead of 2023 cycle. It's becoming obvious why the Muslim ticket seems to have run its cost. The lens is being shifted toward the south versus north competition. This is why Atiku must run if Tinubu must win. So imagine 100,000 health workers are going to be trained under this new deal. If the North are saying no, that means all of them are going to be from the South. Nah, they cannot afford to miss out on that shit. Too much, man. So, to the northern elders and elite, the choice is very clear. Repeal your blaspheming laws, or you are going to see all your care facilities in the north carry the sign of the cross. As far as I'm concerned, it's not even on the same level. You are trying to repeal the death law with just an image of Christ. That should not be. But for some reason, that's too much to ask. And they laugh because who do us like this? So the northern Muslims are not happy that the southern-led administration appeared to be too aligned with Western. But it's okay when a northern-led administration is literally not just close, but literally practicing Arabanization, Arabic way government, or when they are too aligned with the Islamic regime of Iran, of Saudi Arabia, that's okay. But the Southern president cannot sleep with a Catholic, or cannot go and have dinner in Washington, have lunch in Rome at the same time. That's not acceptable. Power. This is what contestation for power is all about. So in case you are still wondering why kidnapping, bombing, all these things are still going on, this is what is taking place underground. The reconfiguration of the Nigerian state, far away from almost Islamic states. They were less than 10 years away to declare Nigeria as an Islamic state. Without, well, I can't say without guns, but by just mere being politically savvy. But it's a competition. It's a contestation of power. I am not surprised that the Christians are fighting back with everything they know or they have. I am just surprised the way the Muslims are reacting. A fight that is just getting started, or a fight back by the Christian that is just getting started. See why the North will do everything within their power to make sure Obi no come close to Asu Rock. Because if they are complaining that Bola Tinubu, who is a staunch Muslim, is too Western centric in his dealing, then you are now saying they should allow Pope himself. I mean, I don't know if Obi na Pope. In the eyes of the North, Obi represent what is that they call where Pope Day. Obi represents Jesus Christ himself. Obi represent Pope. There's no way they will allow Obi to be president. Politically speaking,
Mm. Agbẹ́dẹ́dẹ́ ìkọ́mọ gbọ́nyá onígẹ̀nẹ́ ìrọ̀rùn. I see it. Yes. Oops. So, Mr. James, I don't know if you can hear me. So, the America First Healthcare has so at the core of Nigerian pro debates today, underground, forget the media, others are distraction. Is at the center of the healthcare. So at the center of the so the introduction of the American Fed healthcare strategy in Nigeria. Remember the 5.1 billion partnership deal signed between the Tinubu administration and the United States. That was last year. That is still at the apex level of governance. That's where the debate is centered on. Particularly the northern Nigerian folks. So the debate stems from the specific provision, the memorandum of understanding that linked care funding to protection of religious freedom and the direct support of faith-based healthcare providers, right? That's what is sparking this debate. So on the 19th, that be us December last year, and they signed the healthcare. So it offers it offers Nigerian a roadmap of what the future of our healthcare is going to look like. But there's still a lot of strings attached to it. Christian must take center stage. So the $5.1 billion MOU, which would revamp our healthcare system 100%. So the northern leaders and religious leaders are very concerned. I mean, they should. The power that they had for so long, just slipping off their fingers, and there's nothing they can do about it. The power they built over the years, with one single goal, that by 2031, the political structure of Nigeria will be overwhelmed by the Islamic ideology. And even though they don't come out to declare Nigeria as an Islamic state openly, you can tell. That was the goal. To carefully take over the political structure and mount Islamic ideology one step at a time. But unfortunately, depends on what side of the aisle you are standing. The Christian are saying, we also have some leverage that we can use to destroy this your strategy, 100%. And that is where this whole brouhaha start from. So the American first strategy include a provision directly, approximately 200 million. They are providing 200 million dollars specifically toward Christian faith-based healthcare providers. This was designed by the U.S. policymaker to address concern over the persecution of Christians in Nigeria. So the northern leaders and the Islamic organization, they see this as a sectarianism, right? You are halting their civilization. Sectarianization of what? Of public health, of course. There's a concern that prioritizing specific religion institutions for funding creates an imbalance in religions where Islamic hospitals and state-run facilities are the primary provider for the majority of the population. So already the facilities that are in existence right now are laced with Islamic ideology, backed up with law, Sharia law. And it go catch you misyan, you run your mouth anyhow, talk nonsense about your leader, chop your head off. There's no back and forth. There's no negotiation. No. You've crossed the line, and you don't deserve to be alive. Well, the Christians are responding back to that law and ideology. Yeah, saying, okay, we're not going to kill you. Well, not one shot. We are just going to ask you to take out that law of the books. If not, we are not going to kill you, but we are going to make sure your sociocultural existence is laced with Jesus Christ. We are going to make sure every healthcare that is going to be provided to you right now has to come with sign of the cross. I'm not saying that's how it's going to be, but they are saying the healthcare that is going to be provided, over 9,000 primary healthcare that is going to be built across Nigeria, they are all going to be ideological based. They are all going to follow Christian doctrine. And that is a blow. So why the Islamic State is targeting the leadership of the governance of the country, the Christian angle are fighting back by targeting the population, which is what they have as the only advantage they have over the Christendom. They have there are more Muslims around the world than Christians, and in Nigeria, of course, you can argue that too. So why the Islamic Brotherhood are focusing on capturing the leadership of the country by making sure they dominate the political structure, the Christian faith is pushing back by targeting the population. And the easiest way possible is to target what everybody will need because of his life, which is healthcare. So even though you be Oga, you go to the care. Even though you be Afa, you go to the care. If you be a star, whatever the hell you are, you will need healthcare at one point or the other. If you are buoyant enough, you might fly out of the country and go where you can get your ideology in line with. But as far as Nigeria is concerned, you can dominate the political structure you want, but your people will have to be answering to me. And that kind of strategy is just a matter of time before they took over even the leadership too. So, but the northern people are saying, Mbano, it's not going to happen. So, no matter how we pretend not to be in a religious war, our reality speaks otherwise. Okay, you'll be away for about 10 minutes. Okay. Nyani Jesu Bishop Charime Oware Gugwe Ododoro Angela Ajimegwe Nyani Jesu Onureme.
Do not be discouraged. The people that died, they are our heroes, and the media should support them. We always support the armed forces of Nigeria because we know the weight of the sacrifice that they make, the gallantry of the officers, but there are more questions than answers. The military Defense Headquarters, I think General Onoja, Michael Onoja, I think that's his name, he has released a statement saying that, look, the media should beware of misinformation. But the evidence of our eyes that we can see also shows, certain omissions. Now, maybe headquarters, defense headquarters has not denied it, showing what they call a military base, a military command. It looks like an unprotected, open space, no reinforcement, no protection, in the middle of nowhere, 75 kilometers outside Maiduguri, Beni Sheikh, the place is called. And then at the end of the day, these terrorists, they attacked that open, ungoverned space, and they killed General Oseni Omo Brahimo, the second general to be killed between December and now. In December, it was General Uba who was killed. Was it December or November? Now, second general has also been killed in this war. And it's not only generals that lose their lives. 18 soldiers were killed in that assault, that ambush against a military command of the Nigerian military. A brigade commander will have ordinarily under him about 2,500 to 3,000 soldiers. Now, even if it was a brigade headquarters, he will have minimum about 100 to 300 soldiers. So whether it was a defense, a brigade headquarters, or it was a brigade command with the full complement, the bandits overran the entire formation. Now, APCs, in a normal brigade command, they should have about 150 to 300 armored personnel carriers. If it is, just a brigade headquarters in the theater of war, they will have at least up to about 15 to 30. And yet, they were overwhelmed. In fact, they are saying misinformation. Some media outlets have reported that General Brahimo, tried to rally the troops and tried to get an APC moving. The APC, they said, was in a state of disrepair. It was not working. So these are questions that the military headquarters, defense headquarters, we still have to answer to. Why was the place not reinforced? Why was it not in a place of preparedness for emergency? Why, as has been alleged by some media platforms, would the APC not work? How many APCs, armored personnel carriers, do they have in that location? So what you find is that these, terrorists, they are getting more and more confident. And I think in the report by Godfrey, he was saying some groups are also complaining about the group that he mentioned in that report. That's the group that is doing PR for Waziri Adamawa, Atiku Abubakar. Now we also have to worry about, in this build-up to election, people cannot stay outside, hire people outside with 1.2 billion and be spreading negative narrative that will compromise the integrity of Nigeria, because what we will lose in the long run will affect all of us. So we must separate between national interest and partisan interest, which seems to be overriding every other consideration. There was one more topic about Abia State, the police command saying that the information that was put out there that Boko Haram, about 300 of them were killed. No, what the police command Abia State is saying is that this is fake news, this is misinformation, and that report is about 2-3 years old, and it's not a current situation. So to go back to the point about the media, we also have a responsibility, as they point out, not to publish fake news, whatever media you call yourself, whether social media or whether citizen journalist, because if we blow up this country, all of us will have to pay the price for it. So media responsibility, and it is called responsible journalism. There is even a book by Francis S. Merrill, which is available in the libraries, that talks about how journalists should be responsible. So I take the point about the media not misinforming people. But when we are told that APCs are in a state of disrepair with Operation Hardenkai in the theater of war, I think it would be legitimate for us to, express our concern.
All right. This morning, of course, the big news is around the unfortunate deaths of our soldiers in the theater of war. And I say this because I believe that we have to come to a place in the country where we agree that there are certain parts, or even the nation is at war against terrorism. And until we see that, our operations, our language, our information will then align. But first of all, let me pay tribute to Brigadier General Osenyomo Brahima. Speaking to a number of his colleagues, senior and those who worked with him in Operation Hardenkai, they were very, gallant words for a gallant soldier. Words that have described him this morning, and I use him as a reference point for the other 18 soldiers who were killed. And this is why we often talk about the fact that our soldiers pay the ultimate price in securing the borders and lands of this great nation, Nigeria. People have described him as very smart. In fact, he served as former defense advisor in Pakistan. He's a brain that served in the theater of command. He served there as colonel, and he came back to the theater Operation Hardenkai in Borno State, in Maiduguri, as Brigadier General. In fact, he had spent over 1 year, and usually the time of office there is 2 years, so he was winding down his time in Operation Hardenkai when this unfortunate incident happened. He was notable for securing the Maiduguri-Damaturu route, and in fact, it says that he provided security for some very important personalities, including politicians. Notably, he was the one who he commanded the parade when President Goodluck Jonathan handed over to President Muhammadu Buhari, and so you can see that this was a man who had served his nation meritoriously, and it would be remiss of us to not acknowledge the great sacrifice and give him the true and tribute that is due to him this morning. It is very sad, and this is echoed by the president. Now, from what we learn in the war in the Middle East, we'll see that wars are driven largely even by words and reportage. We're just talking yesterday about the fact that when it comes to America, Iran, the conversations have shaped discussions. So you see the American president talking tough, talking about the fact that they decimated. This is what America has done. And so you can understand and justify where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will continue to speak in order not to defeat the morale of our troops, who must be feeling very down. In fact, in speaking to one of them, they said this is a heavy blow. A number of them will continue to push, despite the fact that this has happened to one of them. But let me also talk about the area itself. From the reports I received, the military has been conducting sustained, intense warfare around that area. They have secured the Beni Sheikh axis. Now, it is critical because it is a follow-through, it is passage route for the insurgents to get to Lake Chad. And so they have occupied that area, and this was the insurgents trying to claim back the land that would provide a thoroughfare for them towards Lake Chad. And so following the Easter break, they had sustained efforts and attacks. And I say this because we must also give kudos to our army, to the military, who have continued to work to ensure that they're able to resettle the land. However, one conversation, two things I'll talk about in terms of our response. Could this have been avoided? Absolutely. Vimba, you talk about the vehicle that wasn't working, Dr. Bati, the APC, and the questions that you raised, very critical. But beyond that is also the talk around investment in multi-level technology. When I asked the question around, surveillance cameras in that axis, what was said was that the cameras that are currently there can only see up to 10 meters when there's bad weather. And in recent times in Maiduguri, they have experienced bad weather, which has made it difficult for airlines to fly, and perhaps visibility was poor at the time the attacks happened. And so the question I asked is, then why do we have such cameras in such a sensitive location? Because laser empowered cameras can see beyond, even in terrible weather conditions, which Maiduguri is plagued with a number of times based on its location. So that's one. We've often talked about investment in technology, multi-level at that level. And so the question is, why hasn't this happened? We keep talking about the amount of money that has been allocated to defense in this country, and yet we keep looking at the fact that we don't have infrastructure that is modern and competent enough to serve the people and serve the soldiers at this time. And so this is a push for that. The second part is the resettlement of civilians in that area. Now, according to someone had spoken to in the military, they said that when you're at war, the best move is to take out civilians from that particular area so that they know the people they are dealing with and they can deal decisively with the enemy. But of course, with pressure, the governor and the government wants to bring back the people to resettle, and that is good. However, what they are asking for is, can we halt on that or postpone that for a moment, move the civilians temporarily? When we keep talking about complicity, the terrorists or insurgents hiding among civilians, and so sometimes we see collateral damage, or we're not even able to identify them, is move the civilians away from that particular area until they are able to clear the area of insurgents, and then after a while we settle this. The military cannot make that decision. It is the government. And so this is, again, calling for the government to perhaps take on that decision. Yes, it's important to resettle the people back to their lands, but it's also important to secure that place so that we do not see a resurrection of insurgency in that particular land. I'm grateful that the president has come out to speak. I mean, what Nigerians have said is that beyond the words, what we want is action. And so again, a renewed call for investment so that we do not keep losing our gallant soldiers, our soldiers who have a wealth of experience at a time when we're saying that we do not have enough military personnel on ground, and we have had people retired, and we're trying to preserve those who have served in that theater. We want to talk about the fact that they should be protected. Another aspect I'd like to highlight this morning is that the president talked about compensation or looking after the dead, and we've often looked about the welfare of soldiers who lose their lives in the theater, that their family members must be properly compensated, that they must see, other soldiers around them must see that they are well looked after, catered to by the Nigerian state in the event that something happens to them. And so this is a call, and I believe that this administration would do that, the Minister of Defense and Chief of Army Staff, to ensure the welfare of our soldiers, our troops, whether alive and when they unfortunately pay the ultimate price, that their family members are looked after, the state of their homes, their accommodation, their allowances paid on time, their remuneration, their progression chart. And so when we hear things like this is an opportunity for us to talk about that. I would concentrate on that this morning because it is a very sad story when we hear of our troops being killed. Now, if you look at the security architecture across all boards, it doesn't speak well for this administration. No matter how he wants to be colored, and the Minister of Information comes out to speak, the evidence is clear that we have a security situation on our hands. And so when you hear stories like the United States taking action, this is not the first time. Recall that there was an advisory issued around security, heightened security threats in Abuja, and now they've asked for an evacuation of some of their non-essential members and their families. It's a red flag, and people are going to listen. It is important enough for people to take note of the fact that there must be something, that information and intelligence that they have that we unfortunately are not, rising up to the occasion to. So whether we like it or not, the world will listen. If America is saying that there are travel advisories in parts of Nigeria, America will listen. So how many people will the government blame? If they say it's the media that is not representing or speaking well, we try our best. But if the Americans and other foreign nationals are warning their people about, insecurity in Nigeria, then we have big issues on our hands. So these are conversations that we must be honest about. But the most important thing is that we must continue to praise the efforts of our military and continue to urge the government to do more to ensure that they are protected and that every single Nigerian life is secure.
In 2000 and is reputed to be the largest private foundation in the U.S. The primary aim of the foundation are globally to enhance healthcare and reduce extreme poverty, and in America to expand educational opportunities and access to information technology. The foundation has endowed and supported a broad range of social, health, and educational developments around the world, including in Nigeria. It is currently collaborating with the Dangote Foundation and several other governmental and non-governmental agencies on developmental issues across Nigeria. My pleasure to introduce Mr. Bill Gates.
Thank you. It's a great honor to participate in this important forum. Your Excellency, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President of the Senate, Speaker of the House, Your Excellencies, Executive Governors, Royal Fathers, my great partner Aliko Dangote, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and as you say in Nigeria, all other protocols observed. Thank you for your warm welcome. I've been coming here regularly since 2006, and I've always felt welcome. Nigerians greet me warmly. The first time I met the Sultan of Sokoto, I was honored that he greeted me with the gift of a white horse. At some point during every visit, though, some brave person eventually asks me very politely, why are you actually here? It's an understandable question. Most American technologists don't wander around Nigeria learning about its health system. But I think I have a good answer. When Microsoft was started 40 years ago, I wanted to build a successful business, but I also wanted to make people's lives better. I believed computers could revolutionize the way people lived and worked. But back then, only big companies could afford them. I wanted to give access to everyone. As I got older and traveled more and learned about the world, I realized that billions of people had problems that computers couldn't solve. They lacked the basics of a good life: food, shelter, health, education, and opportunity. And so I started my second career with my wife, Melinda. With the money I'd been lucky enough to earn at Microsoft, we started working toward a different goal: a healthy and productive life for everyone. That's why I come to Nigeria, and that's why Melinda and I will continue coming for as long as we can. Our foundation's biggest Our biggest office in Africa is here. We've already committed over 1.6 billion in Nigeria so far. And in partnership with the government, we plan to increase our work here. We have a strong relationship across the board at the federal level, state level, businesses, NGOs, and civil society organizations. We're eager to support you as you work to make Nigeria a global economic powerhouse that provides opportunity for all its citizens. I'm impressed how much Nigeria has changed in the past decade. One example is the technology sector. The energy I talked about during the early days of Microsoft, our passion and our willingness to take risk, that same energy now powers technology hubs across Nigeria like Co-Creation and Inspire. The novelist Chimamanda Adichie, whom my wife especially admires, captured the country spirit when she said her fellow Nigerians have big dreams and big ambitions. The line graph of Nigeria's per capita GDP shows where those dreams and ambitions can lead. With the exception of the recent recession, the slope goes up. As a result of this growth, Nigeria is now the biggest economy on the continent. You're rapidly approaching middle-income status like Brazil, China, and Mexico. But growth is not inevitable. Nigeria has unmatched economic potential, but what becomes of that potential depends on the choices you make as Nigeria's leaders. The most important choice you can make is to maximize your greatest resource, the Nigerian people. Nigeria will thrive when every Nigerian is able to thrive. If you invest in their health, education, and opportunities, the human capital that we're talking about today, then that will lay the foundation for sustained prosperity. If you don't, however, it is important to recognize there'll be a sharp limit on how much the country can grow. We see this risk in the data. From the point of view of quality of life, much of Nigeria still looks like a low-income country. Let me give a few examples. In middle-income countries, the average life expectancy is 75 years. In lower middle income, it's 68. In low-income countries, it's 62. In Nigeria, it's lower still, just 53 years. Nigeria is one of the most dangerous places in the world to give birth, with the fourth worst maternal mortality rate in the world, ahead of only Sierra Leone, Central African Republic, and Chad. 1 in 3 Nigerian children is chronically malnourished. It may not be polite to speak so bluntly when you've always been so gracious to me, but I'm applying an important lesson I learned with Aliko Dangote. Recently, Aliko and I were having a conversation with governors about their state's official immunization rates. Aliko's way of stressing the importance of accurate data was to tell us, I didn't get successful by pretending to sell bags of cement I didn't have. I took from that while it may be easier to be polite, it's important to face facts so that you can make progress. On immunization, we're already starting down that path. Last year, Nigeria revised its immunization cover numbers downwards to more accurately reflect the truth, and I applaud that. Things may look worse, but they're more real, and it's the first step towards saving and improving more lives. I urge you to apply this to all your investments in people. The Nigerian government's Economic Recovery and Growth Plan identifies investing in our people as one of 3 strategic objectives. But the execution priorities don't fully reflect people's needs. Prioritizing physical capital over human capital with a very limited government budget. To anchor the economy over the long term, investment in infrastructure must go hand in hand with investments in people. People without roads, ports, and factories can't flourish, But roads, ports, and factories without skilled workers to build and manage them can't sustain the economy. In preparation for this visit, I asked a research partner at the University of Washington to model Nigerian economic growth under 3 different scenarios related to investment in health and education, which are the core of how economists define human capital. Here you can see Nigeria's per capita GDP growth from 2000 until today. If current education and health trends continue, if you spend the same amount in these areas and get the same result, per capita GDP flatlines, with economic growth just barely keeping up with population growth.
Nomadic Media, happy 10 years.
And unfortunately, this scenario is only
Where you go? Where you do all this while? I think say you don't join Tinubu administration.
Because your income is now making you less eligible for certain kinds of development assistance and loans, for example, from Gavi and the World Bank. And so a lot of the funding that supported primary health care, which has come through those World Bank loans, not only won't be coming, but the interest on those loans become due. So without more and better spent domestic money, investment in your people will decline by default as the donor money shrinks. So lose everyone. However, if you commit to getting better results in health and education, if you spend more and more effectively, per capita GDP will stay on its course to make a remarkable post-recession recovery. This is the scenario we all want. Nigeria thriving because every Nigerian is able to thrive. And the data makes it clear this is within reach. By investing in people, I mean prioritizing health and education, the factors included in the model I just showed. It also means opening up opportunities in agriculture and microenterprise sectors, as the government has proposed in the ERGP. It means creating conditions where Nigerians can reach their goals while adding value to the economy. Our foundation is not an investor in education here, but the recent World Bank World Development Report that just came out makes it clear that education is a key element in improvements in employment, productivity, and wages. Today, though, more than half of rural Nigerian children can't adequately read and write. The conclusion is inescapable. Nigeria's economy tomorrow depends on improving its schools today. The same is true for health, which is the priority for our foundation. In 1978, Dr. Olikuye Ransom Kuti, who later became Nigerian Minister of Health, helped establish primary health care as the global standard. We now know that a strong primary care system takes care of 90% of people's health needs. Tragically, 40 years after Dr. Ransom Kuti helped other countries set a course for the future, the Nigerian primary health care system is broken. The evidence for this can be found in the epidemic of chronic malnutrition or stunting. As the name suggests, chronic malnutrition is not a disease children catch. It is a condition that develops over time because they are deprived of a diverse diet and the services of a strong primary health care system, including vaccination. The consequences of stunting are devastating. Though stunted children are defined as shorter than average, we're not particularly concerned about their height. What we're more concerned about is their brains, or what Akin Adesina calls gray matter infrastructure. This is a picture of a brain of a single normally developing infant on the left. And on the right is a picture of a brain of a chronically malnourished infant. What you can clearly see is a dramatic difference in the neural connections of these two brains. And once this damage is done, it's almost impossible to repair. So in Nigeria, 1 in 3 children is therefore at risk of this condition. It's a tragedy for these children, but also a huge blow to the economy. According to the World Bank, addressing this crisis would add almost $30 billion a year to GDP.
Sir James says that
So what does it take to solve stunting? It takes a focus on
something is
agricultural
wrong.
development, nutrition, and primary health care. A functioning
I
primary
just
health care
say this,
system
Mr.
has
James,
six
that you're back.
features:
Sorry. I don't see him.
adequate funding, good facilities in the right places, skilled and dedicated health workers, ample stocks of equipment and medicines, patients who know about the system and know to use it, and a mechanism for collecting data to constantly improve the quality. Today, the Nigerian primary health care system is not adequately funded, but it also doesn't get the most out of its current funding. I want to reemphasize the last point about data. More transparency would lead to more accountability, which would strengthen governance and management and would improve quality across the board. I visited a health clinic in Bodinga LGA in Sokoto yesterday, and it reminded me why this work is so important. I'd like to encourage all of you to visit a health center in the next month. I think you'll see how the system can be improved and how much good that can achieve. I know Nigeria can do this because I've seen what you can accomplish when you meet health challenges head on. As many of you know, our foundation has been a key partner in the fight against polio. As you can see in this graph, the hard work of hundreds of thousands of local leaders and health workers since the turn of the millennium has paid off. Nigeria has not had a case of wild polio virus in more than a year. But the graph also shows that you've reported 0 cases before, only to learn that the disease was still circulating in pockets hidden by insecurity. It would be catastrophic for us to let our guard down. We're on the verge of eliminating this disease for once and for all. I believe, because I've seen the work in the field, including yesterday, that you will do what it takes to end polio in Nigeria. We will be here working side by side with you as you do this. Health is our primary area of expertise. It's not the only area we work in. And it's not the only thing I mean when I say Nigeria can invest in its people. Healthy people need opportunities to thrive. One of the most important areas is agriculture, the sector that nourishes Nigerians and supports half the population, especially the poorest. This is a pillar of your economy. It accounts for a large portion of GDP, and during the oil price collapse and recession, it helped cushion the economy. But it still has a lot of potential for growth. The majority of Nigerian smallholder farmers lack access to the seeds, fertilizer, and training they need to be more productive. And they lack access to markets they need to fully profit from their labor. The government is taking steps to fill these gaps with both more investment
Beware of spinners. You are muted, I think. You can hear me.
Hello, V. How you doing?
I do. Happy New Year.
Oh, but I wish you all the same too. Almost at the second quarter of the year. Well, it's just saying
Abi.
Happy New Year, right?
Well, I never see you here for a long time now.
Yeah,
I never see you here this year, so
I
even
hardly see you two
though
online. Have
you
you
are
always
right.
been online? Okay.
Yes, I would say. I think I would say I won't say 100%, but 80 to 90% of the time. But so far this year, I think I'm here. Although my time no dey consistent. At times I will do in the morning, half just like that.
Okay,
I
I
think
see.
that's why. And again, so much they happen. So one need to step back to observe some things before you jump into. Say now everybody won't carry first. First to report. Anyway, how you doing? How have you been? Mr. James, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. How's it?
Very good, very good. I say make I bring something that is going on in the background that the media don't want to talk about. Um, the the part of the reason why they give this travel advisory and whatever, they are still the Donald Trump administration is still head bent on the country reversing the blaspheming law and Sharia law out of the constitution. And the North are saying they are pushing back by saying the new healthcare deal that has been signed with America comes with a strange attach. They are saying that all about 900 facilities that are going to be built are going to be Christian, let's be Christian ideology pretty much, but the North are not buying it. So that is the big debate that is going on at the upper level of our governance that they don't want the people to be involved in with hence all the distraction that you are saying. So it's
Yeah,
pretty much the Christian fighting against Christian, I mean Muslim fighting against Christian, if you want to put it in a local way. Yes, Mr. James. Hello, Mr. James. You wanted to
Are
say
you turning
something?
it up? Are you turning it open? Or you're
Yeah, yeah,
switching
yeah.
against?
Yeah. I'm throwing it open. Let's introduce where the conversation I want us to have. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so
Not it.
you see, the thing is this, you see, I've often said that our people from the north, especially those people from the core north, they are the problem of that country in some ways. Saying that does not mean that I'm trying to be disrespectful to them.
Yeah, conversation we're having. Yes.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead. Yes.
So, not trying to be disrespectful, but then the thing is, we just have to say where the truth and the fact is as to the
Right.
regression of that country. That country is regressing ever since we got independence. And even before the independence, we know how it all came about. That they said they were not ready. Obviously, they were not ready. Um, but those founding fathers of that of that time who brought about that country called Nigeria as one country, they did a real big mistakes, a big mistake, I would say. Well, let's not go back to all of that. But the thing is that consistently we see with these people in every aspect, they keep saying that they are not ready or they should be given some kind of special considerations or privileges in education. They are giving privileges in this, they are giving privileges. What's going on? And we call it one Nigeria. So I listened to Bill Gates, what he was talking about, when he was reminiscing what Olukoya Rasonkoti did. I mean, he did a very, very good job in bringing about a primary healthcare system where so as to free the the tertiary health system. You know, that 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 model then really worked. Which also we see in our education too, when
Hello? You are, I don't know, your audio is gone. If you can hear me, the way of spinners. Yeah, but the point you are making is very, very clear and obvious. You know, it's been 65 years. I think most of those privileges were put in place because they felt that they needed to catch up with the rest of the country. It's been 60 years, so if they never feel catch up by now, then that's their own prerogative. You know, because of those special privileges that you mentioned, beware of spinners. From education, you know, bit by bit by bit by bit, and before you know it, almost 12 of the state of the country is practicing has a different law in the name of being considerate to their special needs and special privileges. So the Christians are pushing back. However, we want to see whether they are using Donald Trump, whatever they are using, but they are pushing back. What they are saying now, hello? I hope I'm even being, I'm audible. Because I can see, I cannot be say I'm talking to myself. Oh, okay. So the Christians are pushing back by everything necessary. I am bringing a policy that you will just replace the policy that is Islamic centered. I played this brigade video to say that what you are seeing did not start today. That video is about 10 years ago, about 11 years ago. That no be today that they embark on this journey. It has stayed.
Mr. Bill Gates, based in Seattle, Washington, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, also
This
known as the
I'll show
Gates
you
Foundation, is a private philanthropic
where
organization.
now during what did they call her? Ike Ekwere model. That's why that man is still in jail, but people doesn't want to go. They don't want to go that route. Ekwere model did something very good service to the country.
We told him before the executives of GE that he is mad and insane to demand such a thing. To leave medical practice. Then we should leave medical practice. And then he will pay us. No matter the amount of dollars we ask for. So we said, you are mad. We are not going to do that, and to hell with you. Is that really? We told him off before the executives of, I was personally present. The lab people, the president and secretaries of the lab, National Organization of the Laboratory Scientists was there. The president and secretary of the community pharmacist was there. And we told him to his face, to his presence, because they were talking on, it was a telecom conference, and then the executives of General Electric were there at the headquarters in Abuja. So I'm ready to offer you money to leave the healthcare sector. We told him before.
They were. Hello?
Yeah, what's going on? I just kept talking. I don't even know that I don't drop. What's going on?
Yeah,
So,
I was hearing you, then your voice just is.
yeah,
I
I think this
noticed
is
that.
another thing is kicking me out. I just don't know why it's kicking me out. Well, it's okay. I mean, I understand it, so that's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's a good topic you brought up this morning. It's not always we have to talk about politics, even though it's still not politics like your channel is all about. Yeah, I mean, it's a good name you have for your channel, Honor Politics, because I mean, almost everything we talk about, it's politics. We talk about religion, still politics, still go veer towards politics. So you see, talking about this health thing that Brigade is talking about, I just see some of the things he said being instructive in a sense that, you know, how do you build a nation if those two pillars that could really sustain a nation or country is not given that priority by the government of the day? We've seen successful government in Nigeria, they've only paid lip service to education and health. You know, Nigeria used to be a very, very well-educated populace. By education, I don't mean the kind of education we have today that is half-baked kind of people who cannot think critically about situation and to be problem-solving like we would expect a nation that is said to be very literate. But my point is just that Brigade has a point, even though I know I don't subscribe to some of his the schemes that he has, some of the things he intend doing. But then, yes, there's a point there that the Nigerian government needs to give priority to health um, and to the education. You know, like we talk about big countries, like countries that have just emerged, they become more like advanced, and um, they have they are now big
Yeah,
economy,
let
GDP
me tell you
economy.
why. Let me tell you what did not. What I think they also they agree that the healthcare need to move forward, but this is where the problem they see as a problem. The northern our northern brothers, right? Because now because of you remember the narrative of what is going on right now, the Christian genocide and everything that follows suit. So the America first, the healthcare that they are proposing to Nigeria or Nigeria don't sign into, it's called American First Healthcare. So there's a clause there, right? It will come with 200 million dollars will be directed to Christian faith-based healthcare providers and tying broader funding to religious freedom clause. So the US is using it as a soft power to protect religious minority. They are saying that they have to the capital the blasphemy law, right? That the blasphemy law that is currently in practice. Oh, I don't know why beware this thing they
Yeah, I don't know if it's the stream studio, just they kick me out every time. But go on, I can listen, I can hear you now. Go on, please.
yeah. So the healthcare that they are implementing, it comes with a clause that says that the Nigerian state must repeal the blasphemy law. One, and the 900 healthcare facility they are going to build are going to be Christian faith-based healthcare. Literally, is literally replacing what is already in the existing part of northern Nigeria. Now, most of the healthcare system are also laced with a religious ideology. So the Americans are saying that specific law of blasphemy has to be repealed. So states like Kano, Sokoto, Borno, they interpret it as a sectarian intervention. In other words, they're saying that the idea that you're the binding of faith, the health health with the repeal of blasphemy law as directed is an assault on the cultural and legal fabric of the region. Imagine, so the condition they are placing to them I don't know what in the happen.
I don't know too. I think it's something has to do maybe not my browser or something like that. Just keep kicking me out and bring it back in. So I just go on. I can hear you. You said when you talk Rich now, when you talk about say the healthcare system in the north, and they were saying about it have to be like Christianized kind of.
Yeah, so the Americans are saying they have to the the Nigerian government had to repeal that blasphemy law, right? So the northern Nigerians are saying that that's an attack on the laws. It's an assault on the cultural and legal fabric of the region. Okay. Do you understand? So for that reason, they are pushing back. So, in other words, the blasphemy law is not negotiable. Are you still there? I don't know what they happen to. I don't know if it's my Mr. James. If you can hear me, are you having the same problem? Because I understand you came back in, then you're gone again. So the irony is that even while voicing concern over the Christian-centric lens of the U.S. Funding, most northern state governments have not rejected the aid. Instead, they are pushing for a need-based rather than faith-based distribution of the 3 billion in domestic investment that Nigeria must provide. Okay, so you don't change. So let's see, maybe now your name.
I mean, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I had to switch device so that way I could probably maybe that will help because my other device just kicked me out. I don't know why, for what reason. So yeah. So yeah, I can hear you. Go on. You were trying to explain what was the whole thing about.
Yes. So the American First bill was the healthcare MOU with them signed a 5.1 billion partnership between the Tinubu administration and the United States. That was last year. So the debate around this is centered around the northern Nigeria. The controversy stems from the specific provision in the Memorandum of Understanding that link healthcare funding to the protection of religious freedom and direct support of faith-based healthcare provider. Right. The response from northern state and stakeholder has been a mix of administrative caution, religious skepticism, and sovereignty concern. So the healthcare comes with a condition. $200 million is going to be specifically.
I can hear you. Go on.
Yeah.
I think there's something.
So
I think there's something wrong. Yeah, go on.
Okay, so $200 million will be specifically towards Christian faith-based healthcare providers. So this is what designed by the U.S. policymaker, of course, to address concern over precaution of Christians in Nigeria.
Okay.
So the northern Nigeria are saying no, they are seeing it as an attack on their religion and their culture. But they are not rejecting the offer because they know, because doctors are leaving Nigeria in their groves. They need them. They need the money. They need the investment. But they are saying that it should not be faith-based fund. It should be need-based. So my question is that, so una knows the need should come before faith. Why Sharia law then? why the blaspheming law, right? When you know that these are faith-based law. So I kind of, I won't say I'm confused. I won't say I don't understand.
It's confusing. It is confusing. There's nothing to understand there, my brother. There's nothing to
No,
understand.
no, no. What I mean is that they are when you are doing something and somebody did then somebody decided to fight back, you should not be surprised, right? So that's why I said I know they are not surprised. This is acting. They are just acting as if oh, this is against this is too much, as if no be over the years all the policy nobody they follow they argue around. All their faith-based policy is always being implemented with little or no pushback, regardless of what in the other faiths or the other part of the country. They always have their way. So now the Christian announced they are doing the same way. They are not ready to even debate. They are saying this has to be implemented, and you are now acting as if. So that's what I mean.
It is laughable. If you look at it,
yeah, it is.
It's very, very laughable and just doesn't make sense with their kind of manner, the way they think, the way they.
Sorry, another point they are concerned about are saying that the Bola Tinubu administration is a South administration who are their legend is heavily towards Western policy. You understand? So according to say, so if to say now be president, what did they for talk?
You see, this people, there's no way you can. There's no way you can talk them into looking at things the way they should be looked at rationally, and I mean look at things based on the facts in front of.
Mr. Jim, you are here. Network don't kick national mind out.
Yeah, we had the technical hit. That's why.
Okay.
You see, I don't know. I think there's something wrong with the live stream. This very one you are using now. I don't know. Maybe you're using it for a long time. Yeah, because I use two different phones here now. I switched them. I even want to switch back to. I want to switch to my laptop now. I don't know.
Okay, let me see.
I don't think it's because even MJ too. I think it's getting kicked out every time.
No, my case is we had electricity interruption here. That's why they've already.
Oh, you have electricity. Okay. For me, my own, just kicked me out. They made me restart them again. They restart the whole thing. So let's just quickly go back to what we're talking about. You see, with our people from the north, I've said it many times on your platform and other platforms. I said it. I say we need to cut these guys and loose because there's no way every proposition we propose to find a way out of this quagmire that we find ourselves. This lack of development, this backwardness that we have, because these guys are just dragging us down from the south, from the middle belt. Because the more we want to move forward, they and this their religion they have in their heads that even the places where they brought those religions from, they are very progressive now. Talk about Saudi, talking about the Emirates, talking about the Omans. They are all progressive. Go to Kuwait, they are progressive. Even Iran, that we thought maybe Iran, look at what Iran is able to do. They fit their way, they're able to pull with Israel and America. So these are countries whereby they are progressive. I mean, progressive in some ways. They don't carry this religion for head like gala, like they carry for their own.
I don't know, man. That's not mine.
Am I still here or just?
Yeah. We are hearing you.
Sorry, I mean, this thing just kicked me out. I don't know if I can continue because it just kicked me out. I have to start all afresh again. Anyway, real quick. So my point is just that I don't know how you want the money. You want them to give you those kind of benefits that America is trying to give you, whereby they will improve your healthcare system in the north or maybe your education. But you don't want to it's give and take. You have to give up something to get something. If it's how it is that you cannot give it, why don't your Emiratis, your Saudians, those big Arab money, those money they have in Arab, why don't they come into your space and let them do those things for you rather than allow the infidels, as you will call them, the Americans, to come and do it for you? But as well, you just do it yourself. I mean, ask your Arab your Arab Muslim people to give you those money, improve your healthcare system, your education. But no, Americans say they will do that for you, but it come with the condition. You have to scrap that your blasphemy law. It's not going to help. It's not going to help them if they have to do that. And maybe they will have to model the whole healthcare system and maybe the educational system after maybe the so-called Christian model. I mean, you don't want that. So if you don't want that, then how do we progress? So you want to stick to what you have and still get what the benefits from them. I don't know how that's going to happen. Nobody will give you something for free. You have to give something up for something. So I don't know. You see, that's why I said, let us cut these people loose. Cut them loose. Let them go. These people they are dragging us down. Because in any way you try to reason with them, they just don't want to reason. They believe that that thing that they have in their head, that's what they want to do. So I don't know how we're going to. I
think Mr. James will say this is the process of to get to where you are, to cut them loose or to go as a president. Mr. James will argue that we are on that journey now. Or have you, Mr. James?
Yeah, we are. This is the beginning. Is it the end of the beginning or the beginning of the end? I don't know.
The beginning of the end.
No. Probably we are inching towards the end of the beginning. We are just starting. The end of the beginning. We are still far from the beginning of the end. The issue, the way I look at it is this. The way I look at it, the way I look at it is what's it called? The ruling oligarchy in the north. That is the problem. It's probably not the region as such, because if you look at the Arab countries, as Mr. TRM was saying, Egypt is the most educated Arab country. You know, Iran is not an Arab country, it's a Persian country. Among the Arab countries, Egypt is the most educated. Master's degrees is nothing in the whole of, in Egypt. When I was there, so they were surplus, highly educated, reasonable gentlemen and ladies. But the problem we have in Nigeria, the ruling oligarchy, they are using the religion to protect their personal interests. This is what I am saying. Because as for the Arab countries, they are actually pumping money into Africa. But the only aspect of their aid we are seeing is Islamic literature. When it comes to the hard cash, the raw money they are bringing, Africans are embezzling this money. Of embezzling Nigeria is very frightening. Iran, is alleged to be the main sponsor of terrorism in Nigeria. They've been in contact with the Arab world. What is the outcome of their relationship with the Arab world was something to show, because whatever assistance they get, it does not trickle down to the common people. They embezzle it. Now, since Bola Tinubu came, the embezzlement spree in the north seems to have been caught. It's in the south embezzle now. So this is one of the fundamental reasons why they are vehemently opposed to its administration. Well, as for the issue of the healthcare, they cannot eat their cake and have it. You see, some rational mind that, anyway, the issue is that substantial amount of assistance have been given to the north, but because of the presence of this ruling oligarchy, it's not filtering through. Since the days of Awolowo, they've been telling them to do away with this feudalism, this feudal system of government. The ruling oligarchy, they rely on feudalism. They don't want to do away with it. Now, it means that from our, it means the opportunity from Aminu Kano. Now, the issue now is that even Jonathan Goodluck came and built numerous schools for them. But what is the condition of those schools at the moment? They could not maintain anything, mass illiterate. So, I mean, they are, I don't know the right English word to use, to describe them. And also, they are not happy that the Americans are interfering in our affairs. Nobody is happy for a foreigner to come and determine how things should be run in any country. But do we have any option? The answer is no. In the days of Shehu Shagari, when Maitasine broke out, I think in Gongola State also, I can't remember, the country has known no peace. The Fulani man has wreaked unquantifiable havoc on the country. No socio-cultural Fulani organization has ever come to what they just beating about the bush when this matter is being discussed. No concrete solution is being put forward to address the problem of terrorism in Nigeria. They cannot compare their situation with that of the Niger Delta, because the Niger Delta people, they had something clear-cut in mind. You are getting the resources from our area, and you are not developing the area. Therefore, you will not know peace. So they were able to reach agreement with them, and peace, eventually returned. What exactly is the problem of these so-called terrorists in northern Nigeria? It's very difficult to understand. So this is the situation we find ourselves. And the only
Mr. James, I don't think it's difficult to understand. I don't think it's difficult to understand. I think you already given some of, no doubt, some of the reasons why it's the way it is. It's not difficult to understand. You said it. It's an elite thing and a complete.
Oh, you're offline again. Okay, so that is the situation. Then, tobacco. The only solution for those in the South is to pack up the country. But my mortal fear is this. If we break up the country, what will of the Christians in the North? It's as good as condemning them to hellfire, let me put it that way. They will not know peace. They will not know peace as long as they are living in the midst of the Fulanis in the North. And as for the Hausas, why has it taken so long for them to wake up from their slumber? While they were fighting the war with the Fulanis, they saw nothing wrong with it. Even the Middle Belt people, they saw nothing wrong with it. All the fine army generals we produced during the Civil War, they were from the Middle Belt. They saw nothing wrong with it. Now, the Fulani man has turned the guns on them. There is no longer business as usual. We are interested in your land. We want to possess your land. It is now they're waking up from their slumber since 1804. Well, it's never too late to solve a problem. If the matter will be resolved, it's possible, because if you look at the case of India, when India got her independence in 1947, there was this religious problem between the Muslims and the Hindus. The British government came up with an automatic solution. All the Hindus in Pakistan should, and the Muslims in India should move down to Pakistan. That was a resolve the problem. So Pakistan and India gained their independence in the same year, 1947. But Britain left two problems. The boundary was not properly demarcated. So Kashmir, both India and Pakistan, they are laying claims to it. Then the other problem again is Pakistan and Bangladesh. Bangladesh was East Pakistan, while in present Pakistan was West Pakistan. India was India. So it was another problem again. Eventually, East Pakistan became Bangladesh, an independent sovereign state. So Britain partitioned the country, and it did not do a very neat job. And this is the same problem Britain created in Palestine of today. Britain was in control of Palestine during the colonial era. They did a neat job. That is why this Israeli problem is there today. And all over Africa, all the countries Britain colonized, they created formidable problem. Anyway, that's not the main issue at stake now. The issue at stake now is how to curtail the excess of the Fulanis. We have almost 300 different tribes, ethnic groups in Nigeria. How can one ethnic group hold the whole of the country to ransom? What amount of, in what way have they moved the country forward since 1960, when they've virtually been in control of the country? In what way have they moved the country forward? What have they done anything spectacular in education, science and technology, social, I mean, in all spheres of human endeavor? They've not been able to distinguish themselves. Yet, the whole country, it will get to a point whereby the country could give them a quick notice. You either live with us in peace or you leave us in peace. So that is a situation we are inching towards slowly. So this is not the end. It's not the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps we are inching towards the end of the beginning. Are you there?
Yes. We are in a very interesting time, as I've always said. So
interesting times.
Yeah. So the pressure you are seeing coming from America regarding travel advisory is as a result of that. They are saying you guys need to hurry up and take care of that clause. We have no time. So that's exactly what you are saying. What you are saying. So there's a pressure coming to make sure.
Well, I'm not in the diplomatic circle. I frankly don't know. In fact, I have no clue of what they are doing behind the scenes. But I think of this thing to be happening. If the American 200 American troops are on the ground, boots are on the ground, and killings is still, I mean, the Fulani cattle herdsmen, they're still having a field day. So what is really going on? What are they doing? Are they preparing? I frankly don't know what is really going on. What is their role in Nigeria? I'm not condemning their coming in total, because if we had solved this Fulani problem, there would have been no chance for the Americans to get in. So we have no option than to embrace the devil if the devil will find solutions to our problems. That is it. But again, nothing is free in this world we live in. We just have to pay something for it, either independence or mineral resource or whatever it is. No price is too great to be paid for securing human lives and properties.
Actually, I'm back. Hello, Rashomon. Can you hear me, Rashomon?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're good now. Hello? Rashomon, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did hear. Can you hear me? So I just switched to my third device now. I hope this is going to stay. So you can hear me, right? Yeah, this is the third one. So anyway, yeah. So Mr. James said most things that we've been saying here for many years now. Will be on your platform and other platforms. The thing about that country is just that it's just so baffling. Sometimes you just want to give up and not talk about that country anymore. Just to have your own peace of mind, your own sanity. But when you remember, say you are from there, maybe your umbilical cord is still there, buried somewhere in that country. And you realize, say, you get family there too, who probably call you every day to tell you about their predicament. You just want to have interest again to see if you can help for the one last time. It's always one last time, but still, you're not going to give up on something like that. It's just so unfortunate that we have leaders that are clueless, leaders that do not have the interest of that country, who are not, what they will say, who are not patriotic. Tinubu is not a patriotic person. This Fulani man that died, that was there before, Bubu, He was neither also a patriotic person too. These are just posers, chancers, people who just want to put their name in the history of that country as having been president or leader of that country. That's what they care about. Um, and you look at it that what have they contributed? Okay, look at the one that just left there, Bubu. What has been his impact? What can we remember him for? All we can remember that guy for is the anarchy he brought on that country in terms of uh, the how do I say, the already fractured suspicion among the various tribes. We now amplified more by allowing his own tribesmen or his own clansmen to run amok in that country, and now they've now become some sort of a monster to any government that comes in to really deal with their menace. Because when he was there, being the head of the Fulani Republic, as they call themselves, he could have used his influence and say, "Listen, my brothers, listen, we're part of this country. We have to just live alongside with everybody, respect other people's space." But no, he never did that. He allowed his people to just, turn that country into a Fulani Republic or whatever thing they have in their head they've been wanting to achieve for many years or for centuries. And now Tinubu has to deal with that. Tinubu himself, I know that I believe he's sincere in wanting to turn the fortune of that country around. Like somebody said, and I've often said that Tinubu is a businessman. He's just all there for himself. A case in point is Lagos. You can look at Lagos and you know what Tinubu is all about. Tinubu is just a man just for himself, not for anybody. Because when you talk about leaders should be people that can think strategically, think about not just the present, but the future. How their impact could affect both the present and the future. But they don't think. Just look at Lagos State. Lagos State is something for you to understand that the kind of politics that Tinubu is about. It's just to get there, become some sort of like a monarch, a kingmaker, somebody who dictates everything for everyone, and then why he takes the lion's share and he gives out whatever has to go to the others. That's how he runs his own that's the style of his government. Doesn't care about the people. So you see, for us to solve problem in that country, I mean, we're talking about health and education, which Bill Gates talk about in that video you played. Ordinarily, like I said, for a country to advance, to move forward, if those two things are not met, especially education, because it's that education too that will also bring about a very viable healthcare system. Now, if you think about the healthcare system in the north, it's nothing to talk about. Then you can imagine how that would not affect the education, because I think he was talking about two children, the brains of two children, the one that is malnourished and the one that is maybe well fed. He said you can see the difference. So you can imagine why some northerners are so backward. No disrespect to the northerners. I mean, those people from the extreme north. Imagine people like Shegumi, Vicky talks here, yes. Imagine this one with the NSA, what do they call them? NSA, National Security Advisor to the president. Vicky talks here, they are our brothers. Imagine that idiot, Yoruba man. I'm talking about Ribadu. No, I'm talking about the chief of defense staff or the chief of chief of defense staff. Prodigal sons. Not Musa. No, maybe Musa to us. What I'm trying to say, whether it is Hausa man or I mean a Fulani man, I mean a Yoruba man, they all think the same. Like there's this malnutrition. There's this malnutrition in their brain. We don't affect their brain. We say they can't think critically and think rationally. Imagine referring to terrorists, killers, referring to them as your prodigal sons, as our brothers. You just wonder what kind of leaders are we having in that country? I mean, how do you build a nation when you see terrorists, people who are bent in killing other people, making other people's life miserable? You're referring to them as your brothers, as people that should be reintegrated into the society. How do you reintegrate people like that? You have what they call not kinetic or whatever crap they call that their stuff they call it, whereby they would de-radicalize it. I mean, de-radicalization, something what they say they get for their military. So if you put all these things together, I think it kind of proves what Bill Gates was saying in that video when he was saying that the brain of a malnourished child and the brain of a child that is well fed, you can see the difference. So for me, I don't know. See, the problem of Nigeria is so deep rooted that it's going to take maybe many generations to uproot. But as long as we have people from the north who are not willing to see their own side of, take to some kind of remedy or some kind of correction or corrections, we're not going to move forward in that country. And the only thing I think we can do is just to cut these people loose. But I know they won't let it come easy. We need to cut these people loose. Let them understand that, okay, every tribe in that country, every people from that country, we need to sit down and ask these people, say, you people are dragging us behind. We want to do this, but you carry this your religion for head. If we to carry our own religion for head for back and down in south or in middle belt, and people carry, do you think we're all going to live in peace here? So let us jettison this religion, because in the constitution it says Nigeria shall be a secular country. At least in paper, that's what they said. But in the actuality of it, it's not. Even the so-called 1999 fraudulent constitution that they have, even though it says it claims to be a secular country, but we saw the administration of the Sharia. So when you're already throwing Sharia into a constitution, what are you doing? You're not secularizing a country like that. You're making that country more like a religious base. So they need to take out that Sharia. But something that how are they going to do that? But the only way we can do that is if the middle belt join with the southerners. They have the population against the north, the so-called north. They call themselves the North Core North, because the whole this whole thing about we have the population is no, the population is more in the middle belt. The population is in the middle belt. If those middle belters can join along, put their strength with the southerners, and form this kind of a national conference, if people can allow that, or any government can allow that, speak to these people from the north. Like, listen, guys, we need to move forward. We cannot be rigmaroling for so many years in one corner. So it's either you people join the bandwagon, or you just secede, or you go on your own. So I think we can provide so many solutions to this problem. But my point is if the North does not get their shit together, I'm sorry, excuse my Dodo there. If they don't get their crap together and put aside their religion, which is what is in the way, we're not going to make headway in that country. Am I saying that the United States government, they are right in asking them to do that? Maybe that's the only way out of it. It could not be maybe a nice way of helping them, but that's the way out of it. Because as long as they have this blasphemy law, which, and I'm sure some of the people that will come and treat them there, some of the people that will come and run down the healthcare system, probably they'll be Christians. Maybe they say certain things. You start your religious crisis, and then you started killing people, and you kill all these healthcare workers who are Christians, all because of your stupid religion. You call whatever you call it. So you see, I think there's a point there, because as long as they have that, they are Sharia, so-called Sharia, there will always be these Islamist terrorists, fanatics, extremists will be there, because they will interpret their brand of whatever brand of religion or Islam. They will interpret it the way they want to interpret it. So by taking out that Sharia, making Nigeria a secular country, make it a real secular country the way it should be, I don't think we're going to make any headway. I know the US policymakers, they must have thought it through very well. That, okay, if we say, okay, allow these people to continue with their Sharia, their blasphemy law, whatever crap they call it over there, and we want to give them this benefit of healthcare system, education, they will still oppose it, because some of those fanatics among them will just start an uprising. It's better we just agree on that right now, that has to be taken out of the way first, before we can even say we want to talk about bringing any benefits for you, any assistance or aid to you guys. And I think that's the only way around it. Because if they allow them to have their way, these people, they always think they always have their way. It's going to come to nullity at the end of the day still, because I tell you, those extremists among them, they will continue interpreting that their religion in their own way. And that will lead to this same rigmaroling that we've been doing for many years. And the billions of dollars or millions of dollars that will be injected into that healthcare system or education there will just come to nullity. So we think these people need to sit down and get their shit together. They need to get their crap together, because we cannot continue doing this for many years. It's just the beginning of madness when you continue doing the same thing and same thing over and over again. It's just the beginning of madness. That's how I see it. Are you still there over here? Ovio, you did. I mean, just to talk to myself here.
No, I'm here. Nah, Mr. James, Mr. James. That's what okay. Are they here? Hello?
Yeah. So I mean, it's. I don't. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. So do you think because yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Go on.
Hello?
I can hear you. Yeah. I can.
Do you think? How do you think this will play out? Come for the 2027 election? Because my pressure coming from both sides.
You see, people don't do so many mistakes. You see, when somebody is so selfish and is not patriotic, it's not really there for the people. He gets this kind of you get this kind of thing that is happening to him to happen to him. You see, Tinubu's agenda or whatever thing he has in his own head too that he wants to do, it's not for the benefit of the people. It's just for his own his own megalomaniac. How do I say? For his own whatever ego that he has in his head, he has that he wants to achieve. That he is a president. That's what he says now. He may not be a president. That's what he said. Not as if he really wants to work for the people of Nigeria. He just want to go. He just want to go into the annals. So he wants to go into that annals of that country. That I was a president too. From nothing, I became a president. But that's what some of his minions are always saying. That are you expecting to defeat him, even when he was nobody? He was ordinary candidate. He defeated Bubu and all his machinations. He defeated everything, and he clinched the ticket. Now he wants to uproot him when he's even the president. That's the thing about them. They just don't care about he being the president. What impact has it had? Look, I was looking at the the World Bank release this morning, where they said inflation is dropping in Nigeria and poverty is rising. Now it says 64, which I believe is even more than that. It says 65% Nigerians are in abject poverty. But inflation is going down.
But inflation is going down while poverty is increasing.
Rising. So how does that even make sense?
Yeah, exactly. Like the question I will ask me that. How does that
that's what the World Bank released. The World Bank released.
Yeah, I know.
Inflation is going down.
That's crazy, man.
You saw it yourself, right?
No, the way I'm just hearing for the first time, but that's I'm not surprised it's coming from World Bank, but I'm just thinking, what's their aim?
You look it up. I'm saying, look
it up.
Resources. Look it up. You see it. That's what it was reported in the dailies this morning. Nigerian dailies, that inflation is going down, but poverty is at 65%. I was like, what the heck? How does that even make sense? Eventually they falsified Bureau of Statistics. You have to falsify numbers in their head. You understand what I'm trying to say? These guys are just making up numbers in their head. There's nothing to it. There's no substance to those figures that Bureau of Statistics they give. You just want to paint the guy in a good light to make him look as if his policies are really working.
Because his policy and their policy. Now their policy they implement. So they are good. Come, Polly, you are driving, you should park. Make a mute. I know who they hear me say. Mr.
Yeah,
James, you're back.
they hear you.
Okay. Foley, now you did Nigeria. Can you hear us? No, you can't. Go ahead, Mr. James. You want to
So
respond?
yeah, okay.
Maybe
James,
rational mind. I
I've
want to
not
continue.
been following. I've not been following because I was
are you
off.
there?
Go ahead, rational mind. Yes.
Okay. So my point is just that I'm just sorry. I'm just trying to say is that Tinubu is not there to work for the night. I mean, you can see that the 3 years he has been all his himself and his cronies. He's been there now. One of the 3, 4, 5 different gulped about billions of dollars was to his own confidence, his own very interest, because he has interest in Shagori's businesses. He has interest, yeah. Tinubu is that he does things by proxies, by proxy. I've said it, man. You might not find his name as the owner of TVC, as the owner of Babatunde Radira Fashila Transport, BRT. What's it called? Any of those things that the Lagos State government said that they run themselves, enterprise that they run. Tinubu has stakes in all of this interest. Any of these agencies like BRT, extra. He has interest in that. So maybe you not see his name, but proxies. Use people's name like his own son. What's his name? That guy's name.
And all this one way they mention now before he become president. I say most of all the things that you are mentioning. Yeah, so you now imagine what he has now with all the deep sea.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: is that Tinubu is not there to, like I said, it's those huge projects that are into billions of dollars. It's just look at this concession that they gave. I mean, is it concession or the building of the port and the Apapa Wharf port? They collected almost £1 billion from the UK government. I think that's what we have that they are borrowing from them. About £700 million will be used to renovate the two ports in Lagos. That is beside the coastal road, though, and that road where they go from Badagry to Sokoto. So that Tinubu and his minions they are all controlling. That's just beside those that I'm talking about. So tell me one good thing he has done for the common people. When you go ask them, what did they do? He did what do they call him? Loan for this. Say dash them. Nobody say give them. So you when I go university, you pay. No, they helped these children into millions of naira with no jobs to ever pay that money, those loans back. And you're telling me that you got something good for Nigeria. What is it good? Just tell me one good thing Tinubu has ever done. When you ask all his minions, say, he did a loan. Are you giving me the money for free? Or you're making me indebted to you that I will come and pay you in the future? How are you making my life better that way? And ask them again, what has he done? He removes fuel subsidy. So he removes fuel subsidy. And how common man on the streets? Their life has become more miserable. Because something that you will buy when Bubu was there at say 15,000 naira, it's now worth almost like 100,000 naira. And you say he has impacted my life positive. I don't know what people are saying. Why deserve a second term? I don't know why. It's not because of some of the people that are eating Atenuje, they also, and they want that to continue making their own change from what Tinubu is trying to get. So for me, if the northern people voting against him, so be it, because he ruled to dislodge what's there. They use the same gimmick of we would dislodge Jonathan
uprising. I mean, to start an uprising because he was killing their brothers. That's what he said back then. He was not really developing. He was against their religion. So if the North and South are doing the same thing to him, so be it. So be it. Because this guy never came with the poor, transforming their lives. He never came with that intention. So I don't know how we're going to solve that Tinubu's dilemma. But my point is, vote the mother effort out and all these people in the they don't deserve to come back. They don't deserve to come back. Go on. Ovia, you did there?
Hello. Yes. Fully.
Is that?
Fully, you are driving. You are muted and driving.
Not being a driver. I don't know. I need a drive. I need a drive. Not being a drive now. I need a drive.
Yeah, now fully from Nigeria. Mr. James. So I was asking if do you think Bola Tinubu is under pressure because of this, or how do you think his plan is working out for him regarding the blasphemy law, the Sharia law, and the Christian angle to it?
Well, I don't know what he has in mind because they call him a politician, but how astute he is, I don't know. I don't know what he has in mind. But one thing is the same old one in new bottles. He will not take the country to the promised land. That is as sure as the sun will rise. One thing I even expect him to do, which he's not doing, I don't know the reason why, is the issue of Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso has been accused by the U.S., correctly or wrongly, that's why he has been accused of terrorism. He's running for the office of President of the Republic. By now, I expect the country to set up a public commission of inquiry to investigate that matter. To tell us what he knows about terrorism. Then the U.S. government, because they are working in collaboration with Bola Tinubu, they will also provide their evidence. Then the Nigerians will know what is going on. Now, nobody is saying anything about should he by accident or by luck become president of the Republic and terrorism happen to escalate, people will be crying that, oh, so the Americans are telling them stuff. So this is the time to call him to order. He should come up with evidence. All along, I think he has kept quiet. He should come up with proofs to show that the Americans lied against him. So that is what Bola Tinubu should do, which he do for reasons best known to him. I don't know the reasons why, and I don't know his agenda because during the 2023 election, he did not give us any manifesto. He did not partake in public debates. So I don't know the plans he has. So I will not be able to assess him if he's living up to expectations or not. But I have the belief that Nigeria is beyond redemption. The country is irreparable.
Did not accuse him that his Western his policies are Western centric.
Yes, the policies of the North is Islamic centric. They are also looking to the East. Had it been they are preferring homegrown solutions to Nigerian problems, then that accusation will be very reasonable. Are they better than him? Where were they during Muhammadu Buhari's time? For the first time in the history of the country was Fulanized. They enjoyed it. They looted the treasury. Now it is the turn of the Yorubas to do it. What have they done to move the country? This one I've been asking. Nobody has been able to give me a concrete answer. So they have no right whatsoever to criticize Bola Tinubu. Though Bola Tinubu is not my man, but we should give the devil his due. He said it clearly that if he's elected president, he will start from where Buhari stopped. So if it is very correct, continue with Buhari's policies of marginalizing the country. So this is how I see it. I'm not justifying him, please. They have no right. The Northerners have no right to criticize him because they've done far worse than what Buhari did. Since independence till now, if you quantify the amount of rubbish they've given, Bola Tinubu done 10% agitated.
Oh, fully don't drop out. Ashanama, are you still there?
Maybe they have connection problems. Yeah, I thought as much. You see, Bola Tinubu tight corner, very terribly tight corner. Because can you hear me?
Yes, yes. I'm here. I can hear
Yes,
you,
Bola
Mr. Jen.
Tinubu has placed in a very, very tight corner. They never anticipated this situation they are coming across. Bola Tinubu up with the Americans' interest. It never occurred to them. And they are so agitated. 2031, I doubt if the political arrangements of the country will, if Nigeria survives 2027, 2031, arrangements of the will be greatly altered in a very, very radical way. So they know what is coming, and they're already feeling it. To uproot the Americans from Nigeria is equivalent, because all along, each to come to establish a military base, they could not. But with the activities of the Fulani cattle herdsmen, they got a free ride to accomplish what they've been hoping to achieve for quite a long time. So to remove them from Nigeria is not going to be easy. And to crown it all, no election, I repeat, no election in Nigeria will ever. So it is, anyway, let's see how it will go. But I'm of the belief that the country is beyond redemption.
You talk about the political structure being altered, or it has already been altered. The Christian genocide was a very powerful tool to put a sledgehammer.
The line is breaking. Repeat again.
You said that the political structure will be altered. I say it has already been altered already. The Christian genocide narrative was a very powerful instrument to, first of all, just sludge it into two. So all their calculation is off the window. Americans are they
A
can't
lot of things will still
The
happen.
Americans are not going anywhere for the next 100 years. They cannot uproot them.
Yeah, a lot of things will still happen. What I'm foreseeing is a situation whereby there's going to be another constitution after 2027. And second, without rotation, they will throw it, they will cast it overboard. There's your turn, it's our turn. There's all those. Nigeria has become a US colony, if we like it or not. That's just it. A lot of things will happen after 2027.
A new constitution after 2027. That's not something I see coming, but I think you might be 90% right there, not even 50-50, the way things are going. Ashanama, you're back.
I'm sure it's have connection problems.
But do you see the North giving up the Sharia law and the blasphemy law? Do you see it
They are
happening?
between the devil and the devil. They are confused. They are confused because, look, if they make any false move, the Americans teach them a lesson generations of born we hate to remember. You get the point? That bombing of Sokoto is just a warning signal. So they've recalled into their shells, trying to strategize to see what they can do to mitigate the effects of their misbehavior over the years. So what can they do? This is the problem. What can they do? I don't know. Maybe they have their plans, but I cannot see any. Because the Americans are in Nigeria now. What are they doing in Nigeria? You and me are not aware. Maybe they are not there to fight terrorism. They consolidate their plans for the future.
They are there to police their resources.
So that it will be directly under their. Not question of resources. I mean, people are hammering on these resources so much. You see, there's no resource we have in that is part of the world. What they produce alone is enough to keep them going without producing anything in America. Not necessarily.
No, what I mean is when I say they are there to police it, they are there to make sure it doesn't go into the hands of what the people they perceive enemy or competitors.
Okay, I see the point. Yes, that could be the reason. But so I don't know what the Fulani. So let me say the Fulani are all the same. What they are thinking, what they are in a very confused state as a moment. If it is true, as people are rumoring that some of them are hiding, you think they'll say them, then it means something very serious is happening behind the scenes. That is the cup of tea. Because if it were to be the South experiencing what they're experiencing now, they will not lift a finger to come to their rescue. So they brew the tea, so they should drink it the way they want it. So this is how I see it.
Because if you remember, during Buhari's administration, most of the deal they signed are with the Chinese. You know, building the deep sea railways.
That is true.
That's a big no for America because China is their big number one competitor. So their goal is to make sure all those deals are cancelled or no, they rather be in charge. Because even in Iran, that's what they are doing. That's what they do in Venezuela. They want to make sure they control where the resources goes, who they sell to, how much they should sell to that person and to their revenue. So
that's the fault of the Northerners. Since industry now, if they pursued industrialization policy, no country on planet Earth will be dictating anything to them.
True.
They will be calling the shots is concerned. They did nothing. Instead, they'll be pursuing women and alcohol, like going on holidays.
No,
and
Mr.
what have
James,
you.
I think they had a different calculation, right? If a rapid industrialized Nigeria will put them at a great disadvantage, if you put how the country start into consideration, I think that is what they are thinking. So it is better we keep the country not developed so they can expand with their ideology.
This is the outcome now. This is the outcome of keeping the country not developed. That's what we're grappling with. If they did not build a refinery in Kaduna, they doing the pipelines from the south to the north to pump oil there. I'm sorry, in Katsina, one in Jos, Ajakuta Steel, all these are in the north to industrialize them. Look, the Iranians, when did they start their program? 1979, when I returned from France. 1979 till now, we were all born during this, I mean, even before this period, less than a lifetime.
Yeah.
Generation, look at what the Iranians were also Muslims. So, but when you have lousy men and women drinking, womanizing, going on holidays, instead of developing the country, this is the consequence. So they just have to face it. You can't eat your cake and have it.
But will you
for over 60 years now, and
But I always say I think to some extent they achieved their aim. They control 90 states of the country. They are pretty much control largely the political structure. I would rather look at the other angle. No, let me
look. Excuse me, sorry for interrupting.
Listen to this. No, I want you to factor this in. Factor this in. The southern politician failed because it's like the game was pretty much flipped against them. There was little pushback. Instead, they compromised to go along the line of not industrializing the whole country. I don't know if you.
In what way? In what way is the North advantage? I mean, controlling how many states you say. What control do they have? Is it by producing governors that shares money? Local government chairmen? How many industries do they have? By now, I expect the North.
If you consider where they start from.
Look, by now, as we are right now, the North should be exploring outer space. They should be going to Mars for mineral rare earth. I mean, northern Nigeria. When they sneeze, when the North sneezes now, the whole world should shiver. People should find out what is wrong with the North is sneezing. That is not the situation. They refuse to educate their children. When the Ayatollah returned from exile in France, he sent all his boys and girls to find universities in the Western world. They acquired the white man's education and they returned. A good number of them returned to do what they are doing now. That is Muslim religion. So are they not the same Muslim as the Iranians? So they are just a bunch of, I don't know what to call them, in the northern part of the country.
I think they are waiting to conquer the whole country first before they embark on industrialization.
How will they conquer it? How will they conquer it when they don't have the means of production? You see, the Iranians, actually, if Israel is left face to face with Iran without intervention of foreign forces, the Iranians will overrun Israel with what they have displayed. You get the point? Because they produce their own missiles, they produce their own weapons, their military strategies are homegrown, their systems are homegrown. But what exactly has the Fulani man done since 1960 that is homegrown? So it's controlling nothing, absolutely nothing.
Mhm. I mean, because if their goal is to make sure the country does not industrialize, you know, because they feel they will be at the bottom of the ladder, let's say that is the aim.
No, they cannot be at the bottom of the ladder. Look, if they want to be at the bottom of the ladder, they would have not influenced Kaduna refinery to be sited in Kaduna. What's it called? Ajaokuta to be sited in Ajaokuta. Just still only need to
One
give
will argue
jobs.
that's part of the growth,
No,
part of
excuse
the
me.
achievement.
If they, you mean that is one of the achievements?
Yeah, what you are mentioning, the Kaduna refinery,
No, they are
Ajaokuta
not
state is part of the.
no, they are not achievement. They just use it to steal money. All these projects I'm mentioning, how many of them is functioning? Tell me the number of those projects that are functioning. None. You get the point? They just use it to steal money. Just like this, what's it called? Is it headers education? They build mobile schools, they build schools. I mean, all the schemes and designs they put in place since independence is just to enrich the ruling class in the north. That is all. They could not help themselves in any perceptible way. So we're even expecting too much from them because I wish we can talk about better things.
Mhm. Well, we can talk here about anything.
Anyway, let's see what will happen in 2027 next year. I think less than a year or so from now, there'll be another election.
They are protesting, so they are protesting not to boycott the election, but to make sure they change the electoral umpire. So this is their third day on the streets.
Look at this. Are you getting me? You've
Yeah.
not been able to form a government. It's already it is battle. Who to be president, who to be vice president, minister, and that. And discussing the whole wahala. You've not formed a government. You've not unseated the ruling government. You are dragging yourselves to court. You are demonstrating. I mean, there's no difference between APC and what they call ADC. That you know, the Benin people they have a saying, the difference between the white man and the Reverend Father, as far as the Benin man is concerned.
Uzo, I hear say you are part of the. I hear say you are part of the financier of the former governors, Southeast Former Governors Association for Tinubu. I hear say now you the. Well, you don't drop up, Mr. James.
Yeah.
As we speak, Hungarian military are on their way to Chad, Niger State.
To Chad.
Yes.
What you say here, Ovie?
The newly formed Southeast Former Governors Association for Tinubu. I say now you the Bankola.
You know go fund ya or make they give you budget, make you spend, make you chop. Election never come.
No, I suppose come here.
Listen, you know some of these things when you form them, you go kind of agree to Tinubu, you give them budget of 1 billion, they go share them. Don't finish.
I suppose come your house this last weekend. Make we even talk there for something. Next weekend.
You better come this weekend. This weekend they okay for me. My wife they go vacation. I go their house. Look with the
this
kids.
Weekend.
Make I enjoy my life. Better come this weekend.
We'll talk. We'll finish business. We'll get for FS.
Better come this weekend.
You were saying something about Hungary. You were saying
Yes,
something about
Hungarian military are replacing the French military in Chad. They say that they are coming in the name of religion. They say they are, one of the general that I heard speaking said that they are coming to in the name of Christ. But I know that just on the next story, but you are going to have a military, Hungarian military in Chad, which is pretty much American military, because ideologically they are linked at this point. Well, they have election coming up next couple of weeks, I think, if the far right government continues.
I don't see anything. They will not do anything spectacular. I don't see any spectacular thing they can do, frankly speaking. Chad, well, since 1960, nothing has come out of it, so they just want to try their luck elsewhere, if they'll be able to get any reasonable thing. So that is how I see it. Because since French left Chad, so they've not left Chad technically. Sorry, they've left Chad technically, left, and the Chadians, they need to secure. It's a difficult. It's just for their security. That's why they are going into this kind of arrangement.
All right. Those are done. So we are going to be surrounded by, the same Western power as it was in the 60s.
This is the time for Nigeria to wait. Police are there. That was what the Iranians used. The Iranians have the resources. What we should do now is to train the boys and girls in fine universities to acquire high technical knowledge to come and industrialize the country within the next 20, 30, in fact, 30 years. That's what it's going to take us to get out of this mess. But there must be concrete plans in place. In Nigeria, they are not good enough to industrialize the country. In terms of policies, technical knowledge, and what they are not enough. The universities are just wishy-washy. So that is how I see it. This is the time. If Nigeria happen to get herself well organized, because one thing is certain, when the right government comes, they will have support of the people. And that is what the Iranian government is banking on today, support of the people, the support base. Because of the nonsense the politicians are giving us for the past 25 years, the support base, the new government will get it free of charge. Then they build on that support base to get what they want. And because of building it, they should not detach themselves from the people. They should go closer to the people. You get the point I'm making?
Yes.
Yes, they must get close to the people and use the support base with policies in place to industrialize the country. The only way out of any developing country of today to get to the promised land is through industrialization. That's what engineering is the only way. There's no other way.
Listen to this man for it's about 1 minute 30 seconds.
We suffer from a serious hazard which the Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Korea do not. In Hong Kong, the British Western influence is superficial. So there is no danger of being overwhelmed, of having your original culture displaced. Our danger is that we've got so much of EL1, books, newspapers, magazines, TV, that we could become a pseudo-Western society. Not a real Western society. If you're a real Western society, that's another matter. But you become a pseudo-Western society, a fake one. a disaster. The problem is with the upper crust. Many people believe that that segment at the top represents Singapore. It does not. That is the ground undertow of your society. And it is our business to keep that undertow Asian. And therefore we have to preserve our society from being transformed. And when you have this offshore press trying to set the pace, we say, off with thee, this is my society.
So our inspiration are to be fake. Hello?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you see, what I'm saying is what this man is saying. Although I did not listen to him, I'm just hearing it now. What I mean, I did not, I've not heard it before. I'm just hearing it now.
Yeah.
Any society that wants to develop must look for homegrown solutions to the problem.
Yes.
On Dr. Damage's program some time ago, I met Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I can't. There seems to be connection loss. Okay. On Dr. Damage's program some ago, I mentioned something that Chief Obafemi Awolowo, his free education policy was organized in Ikenne, Ogun State. He did not go to Venezuela or Afghanistan or Jamaica to get ideas. He studied the Nigerian situation and they came up with a solution that is homegrown. And because that solution is homegrown based on Nigerian experience, the implementation was an unqualified success. Any society that wants to progress must rely on homegrown solutions. This is what the Iranians did. The Iranians, they have a political system that is unique. It has no equal all over the world. A system whereby you decimate the whole of the ruling class and the system waxed stronger than it was before the dissemination. You get the point? This is a system they built based on their local experience. And they were very, very close to the people. Unlike Nigerian politicians of today, who really don't even know how the people are thinking. So this is how I see it. What we should do in Nigeria is to prefer local solutions to local problems. We need a responsible ruling class. Anybody who has been in power, directly or indirectly, since independence, should be asked to quit office, either through revolution or consensus or whatever it is. We need to start afresh with homegrown solutions. If Nigeria is industrialized, no country on planet Earth will be bold enough to attack Nigeria. And that is the mistake America made in Iran.
So, now on our way there, America get internet connection problem. Mr. James is good. So and she say all these our so-called leaders and emerging leaders, old, young, none of them is thinking about homegrown solution. Everybody they look either the West or the East.
Or the East, because the history of the West, the history of the East is different from ours. Their culture, their likes and dislikes, they are not the same as our own. This is one fundamental fact. Even another example I cited in Damage's program. When the Americans lost the war in Vietnam, they went home, back straight to the drawing board. Why we lost. And they discovered it. They were using conventional method to fight guerrilla war. That was why they lost. And what is the solution? To get the solutions, they entered their universities. They used their professors, their best brains to reason out solutions to the problems. And they came up with two solutions. One, they need to develop their air power, which they did. And secondly, they need to develop espionage activities. These are the two terrible weapons America is using today to fight any war anywhere: air power and espionage activities. Look at the Iranians. When they came, they knew that if they want to manufacture planes and all those things, that is not the solution. The intellectuals came up with this idea of missiles. They so mastered it that they were even producing their own version of missiles, like the Zikoram Shah, dancing missiles, and all different versions of missiles and drones. That is their homegrown solution to their problems, because they know what the problem is: the existence of the state of Israel, hostility of the neighboring Arab states. How do we, they work out the modalities and they came up with solutions. And the backbone of the solution is engineering. This is what Nigeria need to do. If we have tribal problems among ourselves, we need to homegrown solution to solve this problem. If we cannot solve it, then we dissolve the country. And those who have managed to come out of it will now look for the way out to get to the promised land. We need homegrown solutions. You cannot be more westernized than a westerner. You cannot be more easternized than an easterner. You cannot be more Indian than an Indian. It's not possible. Just like a Western man cannot be more African than an African. So that is how it is.
Uzo, go join the New Hope Network. Uzo, then you mute, unmute yourself. Uzo, if you hear me.
I can't even unmute myself.
Okay, you're good now. We hear you now.
You don't hear me?
Yes. Yes. They don't kick you out again. So we have a group of leaders.
Huh?
Hey, we hear you now.
So what's going on? What is it that happened? City Boys movement. Create a home. The villa not go create a home movement. You dey laugh at me. Well, go create your own. So what's up?
And money then they create movement. Oh.
Yeah. No money they find. To make money, you have to use money.
And that one day.
Mm-hmm. So about the Old Governors Association of the Eastern Old Governors, you know how it goes now. Election don't start now. So what they know now is to give Tinubu budget. They need 1 billion to organize grassroots. Tinubu will give it. They will share them. They will share it. So you know they're quite all right. So it's not the first time we are seeing that. You know. We are seeing that. So there's nothing that on my point. There's nothing different on that part though. See the same thing, the same people. They said every past leader, but old and new. Now they said now, every past governors across the party line.
You see the Christian The Nigerian Christian don't carry. They are saying that may not. They have to stop Sharia law and the blasphemy law. Now the one of the condition where they give Tinubu government with that.
Which Nigerian Christian? Who be that?
Well, maybe Donald Trump administration, maybe Nigerian Christian that they fight for.
I mean, which Nigerian Christian? Bishop Cook
And they
don't
tell
say something.
now they tell you now. No, the legislature coming from America now. They said part of the within the Donald Trump government they asked for be that.
Other than a lobbying, and people they lobbying for some people are lobbying for that already.
Yeah.
That's
So
a lobbying.
you say they go you say they go succeed, you say not go come out, they go stop Sharia law and they go stop the blasphemy law.
Go to constitution and take it out. Is that what they're talking about?
Yeah, do you think it's going
is it not it's not going through the voting? They will just like
no, they are saying they are not going to do it.
It's not going to happen. Because no matter how a northerner, a Muslim support Tinubu reach, on that one, they're not going to take it out. No matter how they support Tinubu reach, on that one, it's already there, final. All right? That one is there already. Nothing they can do about it. You know? Nothing they can do about it. The best thing is to I don't know. No, I don't know. If it's okay, divide the country. The problem will still be problem. Because he won't tell a northerner that they should not come to the south. You don't divide the country. You get my point?
Yeah.
You divide the country, the border is open. So nothing you can do about it. It's still the same thing.
I will build wall for the border now.
Where I want to start the build wall from?
Where the border start from?
Wait, where I want to start the build from Ososo, I want to start. I'm in Ogun State. Where I want to start the build the wall from? I want to start from Ososo. Where I want to start the build the wall?
Where the border start from? How we go start from now?
Well, no border, no open border. Cross as much as you can. So there's no difference between even. Let me tell you why they cannot. Why it's very very hard. I won't say to run the south. All right, they can only run to Kwara State, close to own the inside bush. They can't come more than that, because if you go to the east, you can't. There's no how you can't go, like if you go to the east, they will see you that this one is not a Fulani guy, and you can't. It has no how. For example, in southeast, all right, you can't go. Let me say.
Uzo, we go use robot. We go use robot to guard our forest. They know they die.
No,
they know they're hungry. You no need to feed them.
Then they use power. Who tell them they hungry? They don't feed them. Because this battery don't recharge.
They go do solar. They go do solar.
What are during the rainy season?
They did there. They go, don't worry. They are good.
They don't charge now. They don't see light. They recharge. They go die. So they also be eating. They also eat. Robot also eats on different level. So maybe leave that story. No, nothing. Robot they chop on different level. You they drink water. They drink another thing. Yeah, it's not going to be easy though. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. The country is not going to be easy. You know, assume agree divide the country. By the time they wanted to divide that country, 60s.
Now me say they go. Now me say more bomb go see enter be that too.
Enter where? Southern or northern?
For north now, in the name of terrorists.
Bomb don't do already now.
Now they talk now. So now part of the reason be that if they no agree to come out for our law, they go begin the bomb will continue.
When they bomb both Tigran, so you know say for north, if you go over 3 hours, no human being, not just desert.
No. I lie.
You say what? You say what?
Lie. No way like that.
Why they say not lie now? if like you fit the look from here, like I don't go north now. If you they look from one road, they look, you don't see any house, no human being. I just the go.
Yeah, but you say 3 hours. Yeah, you know it will be 3 hours.
No, I don't mean 3 hours. I mean 3 miles.
Well,
I
three
want to say
hours
three
now, like
miles.
from. Yeah, no, I know say not big. Yeah,
No,
no be so as
not is big. So to tackle security for that area is very hard, but it's very big. Nigeria doesn't have that resources. Even they don't even have manpower. But
no.
for southeast,
Then
it's easy to take in security there
they know where
because
to.
because
They know where
it's
to
not a
bomb.
big place. You know, you know. Now they say my problem now the border is still open. So you
I
know,
say they go build wall. Why you they talk like this? You
he
we go
want he
build
want he
wall.
want he want build work for their brothers for prodigal sons. Now he want build work for the prodigal sons.
No, as they no want they want practice Sharia law and blasphemy law now. We let them now. No, okay.
Now
But
where I
first
want
they
start
run.
the build wall. That's what I ask you. Where I want start the build this wall.
We go build
From
wall.
where to where I want
Everybody
start the build this wall.
we go
That's
build
my point.
wall from where the boundary start. We build wall. We
I
build
dey laugh you.
bob wire.
Put back wire. No go only one na wall the one build. Brother, I know they use Nigeria no go. You know they use it for Nigeria. Nigeria is already out of it. We're already out of it. Nigeria is not the worst in Africa, but all eyes on them. You see my point? That's what I find out.
We big now, a big country now.
But all eyes on them. They're not the worst, but all eyes on them. But they're a big country, you know. They're a big country.
Mr. James will disagree with you. Mr. James they agree with me, say we fit build fence. Which one way they talk so?
Huh?
So Mr. James, you say which is say we no fit if we who's the say we no fit separate because of the boundaries, the borders will be too open.
Separation takes place, there will be independent sovereign states, just like Togo, Benin, Ghana, Burkina Faso. That's how you have new countries. If the Ghanaians say, we don't want Nigerians, there's nothing Nigerians can do, border or no border. Even right now in Togo, they are refusing to give Nigerian houses to Togo. If the Togo they don't want Nigerians, there's nothing you can do. So if Biafra says, we don't want Fulani, but Fulani say, we don't want Biafrans, there's nothing you can do. You just have to leave the territory.
So Mr. J, tell me say I go tell I don't want to veer for my Biafra. Are you a tell me now?
No, excuse me. If you come to Biafra and I come there, in the first place, I need a residence permit. I'm not a Biafra.
Are they not be under ECOWAS?
ECOWAS is optional. Mauritania was in ECOWAS.
Okay. We no need to. We no go join ECOWAS. We no go join ECOWAS.
Okay, no go join.
If I won't come your side, I go buy. I go the rare cow. I go buy cow. I go rare cow. Enter your side.
You can no, you don't rent a car. You carry motor parts. Enter. You carry enter though. So they gonna help us. That's one thing I pray for. They gonna help Nigeria, man. It's affecting everybody, yeah. They gonna help us to. How to can do about it. And to say, may God help us. So, but assume it's too. But for me, I feel that it's too late for Nigeria divide now. This one is it's too much already. The the whole thing is too much. It's too late. Now the para people goes you tell them no be Yoruba now. They go jump nuts. Okay, do you understand my point?
They be not now.
So you go tell my Alaja will be para say if I was if you not. By Abojid them. No Jid go to be para. Free Yoruba boy, they be not. All people I know for Lagos, they're from Para State. All those are larger, they're all Para. Almost half of all those Muslim community in the that say that they get to, especially all those they all part from Para State. So you just wake up and say they are not more, they should go back to the northern region. Is that what they're telling me?
They are northern people.
They are northern people. Well, not they're busy, man. I know that the place we identify because they're busy. Oh, they're busy. Except they draft back Para into southwest. All right, draft Para into southwest back. Then you can say okay, you know, and they are not. Are they middle belt? If Para say middle belt.
No, not to just give one state to America to put their base there. Now. Don't finish. Don't build war with that.
America want beg you to put base. Are they not there already?
No, once the divide don't come now.
The one people that don't get anything because as long as you don't know what America is all about. They don't people where they won't get nothing. For Victoria Island there, Victoria Island. Do you know how much they're making there? Huh? Do you know how much they're making Victoria Island? You want them to leave. Not like busy, man. You want which base you want again? They control all that their water side there. They control it. You know? Who base you want again? I don't know. But, all of us, my children in America, so that concern with that. Now for their own benefit that they find, they like the this wait, okay.
I hear you.
Wait, people don't understand that all those drum flyers, all those young boys, where they're military. You don't say 2% are Nigerians. Sure, you know that part right?
No, the American military.
Yes, now. You know, one month to picking the Navy and the Air Force. These guys, they enjoy their life. They make money anyhow. Yeah. They went to school, you know, how many of them? No. He said, if he doesn't go fly to enter Nigeria, go visit Nigeria. When he consider them. Nobody you don't understand that. Now, the American military, or most of them are foreigners. But brought up here. Their fathers, let me say, their fathers, their mothers are full-blooded Nigerians. But they are all born here. You know? You see my point? So, you know, story. So they don't make a mandatory now. 18 to 25, you must go through military this thing. So my ticket enter 18 now. Say he want become drone pilot. See what he's thinking. He want to fly drone and go and kill the bad people. That's just his own thinking. No. Nothing. You wanna be a drone pilot so you can go and kill the bad people. That's it. Tell me, if you give that one, if that one grow now, go make a drone pilot, you send them, go northern Nigeria, go even eastern Nigeria, go, he no go through. Yeah, they ask you, Ovie.
Yeah.
If my son grow now, right? I say you want to become drone pilot, all right? He grow up now, become a drone pilot now. You tell him make him fly drone, go throw bomb for Easter. Say no go, he no go. He mission that the bomb Enugu. Now my brother. Story. Story. You know, but you concern him. He go do his mission, come back. Brother, leave Nigeria alone. You say we divide when we say one divide, they no agree. If we not reach this level, it is too late. They divide anything. Everybody will go there. Everybody go there. And then they get anywhere. I saw some they get anywhere. They go, all of us go there in Nigeria. They fight them. All of us go there. No, they divide get anywhere. We don't divide get anywhere. You know. So now, we know they get anywhere.
You just a way may Obino become president first.
Obi go run. All right. You guys say they play. Now they play. If Obi like make you come join the real party. The real party will start become top party. They go scatter. If you like, make you go if you go join one party. They go frustrate the guys. So as it is now, though, I don't know how he's going to do it. As you are saying that, I don't know how he's going to do it, man. I don't know how he's going to do it.
They are going to NDC. They go NDC.
Again, you go where?
NDC.
NDC. You can't be NDC, pa. Two parties that one.
The new party will just register, so.
Register one new party.
Two. Now two they register, but one of them are ADC. Now former governor of the Bayelsa and I ain't get them.
Siva. Which of them?
Yeah.
Siva.
Yeah.
That not a PDP man. Former PDP man.
Yeah, they don't start new party. Now all of them go Kano together now. If you see them for Kano, when we first go Kano, so themselves they there.
If just said we Tinubu register the party, take Siva put as a common flag. But no, everything is not stable. You sure?
No, I mean.
Just let Tinubu register them, take Siva put as a common flag.
No.
When time comes, you see that wahala. But anything when like to be good, now what I ain't go face. As he be now. Anyone when like can go, if you like they can go enter burial party. That burial party can become number one party and now voila. The party will scatter. Now the game be that now. Who knows how to play the game? Sorry, it's your name. This say it's going to joke. Tell me how I want to even take win election. If they play match, they just be like you will be Chelsea member, all right? A Chelsea football club. And they play with Arsenal. The referee, Arsenal support Arsenal. Now the ref is one of the Arsenal shareholder. How we to be fair?
Our ticket now Christian ticket. America is behind us. America will support us.
Yes, support anything. No, leave that in. Okay, that's why they talk. Christian, no Christian. Leave that
America is with us.
Money they go in. They go if we talk, because they don't give you money, you must talk.
No, even mind until they win power before.
They don't give you money talk. As far as the money they come, you go they talk. Only the money start they come now. Nothing like a genocide anymore. That goes disappear. All of us know who don't know. Who don't know that one? Yeah, the same person see they learn. Lobbying.
Obi is coming.
I'm going to leave Obi. I beg you, make you. Okay, talk to Obi. Obi is where in they come.
Obi is coming.
Where in they come. Where Obi they come.
Obi is on his way.
Hmm?
Obi is on his way. Obi is coming to Aso Rock.
Come on, who's Aso Rock? Oh boy, do you tell you something, eh? The way APC go take win Lagos, win Abuja, na go surprise. I swear. When you take win those two states, and I tell people say people go vote with with revenge. It isn't only people go
Yeah,
vote.
but
They say they go
we
vote
win
with
Kano.
aggressiveness to revenge. So okay, make we vote, make we continue, make the office continue. People are voting on that line. A lot of people are voting, want to vote on that line. It's okay, I will vote for Tinubu. Make him continue for 80. May everybody hear them. You know. Hmm. I leave. What you gonna go help us?
We are campaigning on genocide.
Like on Christian genocide.
Yes.
Okay, now well done now. Christian genocide now well done.
On Muslim tickets versus Christian genocide ticket.
Plus Christian ticket.
On Christian genocide ticket.
Muslim ticket versus Christian ticket.
No, yes, so.
Mm-hmm.
No, Muslim ticket versus Christian genocide
Christian
ticket.
ticket.
No, no be Christian, a Christian genocide ticket.
I don't go. I don't even go break.
We'll carry Obi and Tambawa.
Obi and Tambawa no go sell anything. No go sell. You know the ones. So yeah, PhD. Your PhD man, no one. So you know go.
PhD na APC now.
So what can they do for ADC?
Everybody, no be an election, no be festival. Na groove na. Na the same thing we will be they do for them. They are grooving. They are keeping young Nigerians happy. They ginger them up, you know.
Yeah.
You don't no say them invest them 2023. They converse them no go they interested again. So there's a need for them to be excited. So let be all these things. So they go 2 months from now, everybody will go outside Papa name.
Abio. Everybody have a name.
Atiku will stay with ADC and Amechi.
Who? Atiku
and Amechi. Yeah.
That ticket no they run anywhere. That one give Amechi 2031 vice. Now in the fight for that one.
That's all now. All of them are 2031.
That ticket is not, but Atiku is not. Atiku should, if I be Atiku, I don't know if people don't understand. If Atiku eventually come out from area, this is a fair party already.
No, I ain't get ADC now. Now Atiku party be that.
I know, and I ain't get ADC now, so I don't really know what is.
That's why I say Obi they go. Obi they go NDC.
I don't know. I don't know what could be his AMPP.
Mike. No, AMPP don't finish now. AMPP go support APC. Last. Obi no need to win. Obi just have to get 6 million. He's a winner. Mr. James, you still there? Mr.
Yes,
James no be local Nigerian politician.
The local politicians are all the same.
Now money this is the season to share money. So they group themselves. The more you group yourself rich, and they will give you money to mobilize. Now the season with that. They are spending the money in Washington DC and London. Everybody they lobby. They don't carry campaign go Washington DC. They don't carry go Oga House. They will come back to the people last 6 months from now and share 2K. Uzo, I know they hear you now. How should they talk to? This far from where you know they hear your voice.
No, because my destiny. I be saying, right? I be saying, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
I be saying, come back to the people. How much I want you now? 5,000.
Now you spend millions. You spend $1 million in Washington D.C. You spent millions naira for chiefs, Oba, King, all those artists, celebrities. You know, also you give them millions of naira. Then the people, you give them 5,000.
Which people?
That's it.
Village people.
The voters
The
now.
village, the village boys, have you? I'm the voters now. They will talk 5,000.
5K. Then after election, you go back to me spending thousands of dollars. Now you come give the judges, the lawyers, the police. You begin give them thousands of dollars. You know.
The village people give them 5,000.
5K now, and a bag of rice.
Really?
So everything they go around, everybody get into the pay. Everybody get paid.
Yes, sir.
Mr. James Mr. James no one form renew hope in diaspora for
Gambia.
For Gambia. If you fall renew hope in Gambia now, they go send you a location, mobilization fee, Mr. James. That kind as you there abroad so now, you know they will send you that kind $30,000, $50,000.
I'm waiting for the revolution.
You are waiting for the revolution. So, money no the revolution, Mr. James. There's no money.
Who will lead them? Who will lead the revolution? Who will lead them?
There's no money. Nobody get paid during the revolution.
Who will lead the revolution? Who will lead them? That's the problem.
The people will lead it.
But my people are talking like my brother them. Like I'm from village, like one go leader. Story. Nigeria, another one be that. They are not ready yet. Now online, see, I tell people online, we just make money online. Go ground now. People are not ready. We just online, they make noise. Go tell them. For online, they make noise though. Where they Europe, where they America, where they all over the world, just they make noise online because don't get work. For the real thing when they happen, nobody send you for Nigeria. If you like, do you have my brother knows say 2 polling units, the polling unit for Oshodi, they no go out that day. Go carry slap, boju, give better slap. You go back to your house, go sleep. Somebody go tell you. They all know that already. So I don't need to tell them, say, do A or B. If you like, it's going to happen to you. I'm not going to take my money and feed my children here. I can't give you. That's not my point of view. You know, start waiting to happen. Say, if you go there, those boys, since I don't show the 90s, that's so the issue be. Don't say it start today. You hear my point? Don't say that today thing starts. So I know my polling unit. Down with the monitor election, you know how it used to go. So they will start to vote. So that's the problem. If you like. Nigeria view. Hey.
They say who want to do the revolution. There is a revolution party. I say they say who want to do revolution. There is a revolution party already, AAC.
What?
AAC.
Shore party?
Yes, that's the Revolution Party.
Ah, don't worry. They will finish the whole thing for uh, say Nigeria bad, Abi. Nigeria bad. Very soon. My next OTC they come now, you go see Nigeria not bad. That guy they spend money, go say, where they from bring this money? Now I go clear. When guys spend money, go ask yourself, where these guys they from see this money? You know what you go so OTC go come, you come Houston. You go see boys they spend money. Nigeria boys they know people where they here. You say go fear go catch you. You get my point?
Don't worry.
You fear go catch you because your boys they mean they spend money, fear go catch you. Now after like 2 days carry, they don't no be I no be say those are what they say Nigeria. Now then go still collect the money from all those our oil ministers from Nigeria. You understand my point? Then they face me pass. You wait online, they shout. It just be like that. Then I say the Zani, they finish Nigeria money. The guy they come here. That day they come here. That day they organize party for 2 days. No dumb moment. Money that guy they spend, that day they spend there. My brother. Now the same people come they shout that they call them criminal. Now they look one of them. They just shout. I thought they look, they laugh. When you they eat that money that time, the woman go close club, give guys money. They go like all night party from morning to night. Drink. You know how Nigeria did they do things now. Now the same guy, I see one not reject on that time say that Nigeria money they spend. Now I want to call the lady out. You know, that's how Nigeria is. When did they favor you? You don't understand them poor man they suffer. When they favor you again, you can't be like now you can't say poor man Nigeria bad. All of them. You know, all of them. Buy tickets with their girlfriend with lunch for the best skyscraper hotel for downtown for West Time, I mean. With their girlfriend, enter Galleria, go shop, like say they want die, they know come back again. Under which money? When they fish. After that, they come online, they shine and do like government is corrupt. It's not be nonsense with that. Huh? Is that nonsense?
Are you with the problem? Are you will not agree report them? You are supposed to report them to EFCC.
Report who want report? There's anywhere be the chief madam where they boss the money. We are in Wafa. Huh? No, my point is that all those guys why they say that now they make no spice. Say Nigeria bad, people bad. Now the same guys so the way they spend the money, they don't say people Nigeria suffer. I don't say Nigeria bad. Now same guy I then go come spend the money. I say the money instead of Nigeria too good. You know, in every level, it doesn't matter if you be outside Igbo. Now Yoruba and the South and South. Then they do that. Then they do that place, man. The certain people like 89%. Maybe they don't even carry business. Like if you say they don't even carry any business go back to Nigeria. Other country they come, get connections, carry better business, go back to their people. They don't know that they spend the money, collect 1 million cards, collect phone number, make fake promises, go back. You know my point?
It is well.
Go back, you don't finish, shove the money. You know, now they get me power. Other nations, all you producing nations will come. Make good contacts to their supplier, to their country. Enjoy. We in a party they do here. Where they call a party. Organize bad day. Bad day we go full here that time go reach 5 or 6. Everybody wait for this, they organize a bad day. So Nigeria people go come spend money anyhow. My brother. Now those books they come online here, they talk nonsense. You know. They don't come online, they talk nonsense when you go ahead. Same set of people come online, they talk nonsense. But they get people they find work. Not be you. I'm gonna hire you. I'm gonna hire you here. Huh? Over here.
Why would I not go hire me?
Go hire you.
Why now?
Go hire you. Go hire you.
Why would I not go hire me now? Tell me now, no qualify. That's the way. Huh?
Hey, no go hire you over here.
I no qualify, Abi.
I mean,
yeah, which kind of work? So that I go know who to look, who to talk to. Huh?
We can work everything.
Oh,
mostly electrical though. And,
no,
you don't know my line now. That's what they do.
So, the person must get that kind of experience, or
no,
I go teach the person.
Go teach the person at least 6 months.
When the person did training, how much now they pay him?
The training not be say training, you just put it for training. You go now like as you work, you they learn. You're learning and you're also working. Not that
Okay,
kind of the employer say I not be the owner, so the owner no. No, with the fine person we go not be not they find a qualified person like not a full qualified person like you know the job. I say
much
person will get technical ability like in 6 months. Like
how much now it is? What will be the starting
I don't know.
pay now?
I don't know.
So I go take 30 person. I go 30 person.
Person go come now.
In America we dey now. I go say, oh, na power. I say okay, they pay $25 an hour, 30 an hour, $10, whatever. I go know which I go tell the person.
Not less than $25 per hour though.
Okay.
Not less than $25 per hour.
6 days, 5 days a week.
5 days a week, 8 hours, yeah.
Now man, only man.
Only woman. No woman here. What's it? Woman can do here. Technical, no woman, a man. You must have technical ability. Now, some point, technical ability that you must know how to do some certain stuff without supervision. You see my point?
All right. I will.
A forklift certification is a plus. You see my point?
Yeah.
At least GED is the lowest degree. At least GED, you know. But if you get other certification, it's a plus. Hey. I don't live here at the work. Huh? I don't live here at the work before. I just one company we just run into. Yeah, my guy will just.
Now, private company, a one-man company. Been
what they do with any of the mostly offshore this thing offshore equipment mostly now. That's a new OV national UA vehicle. You know, so they don't Venezuela don't they pay.
What is on they pay?
But if they allow they pay, everybody prepare their they prepare the equipment to go back. It's funny though. You know, the one man poison is another man's food. You know, now those guys, you know, say now one of the people they pursue almost they lose almost not an half shot a day. So they are going back. They're facing all the equipment they abandoned for how many years now. They're bringing them back, everything. You know.
So they won't go start operation.
They're into operation, but they get more now, more budgets to, you know, more things and more budget, you know. So there's more budget more money to spend to get equipment running. The ones when you want upgrade, you upgrade them to suit the latest technology where they invoke now. You know? So now the level with that. Hey, I mean, if you get person or if you, I'm not say you now, Nigeria, they your mind. Nigeria, they your mind again. They go come back. That's so now.
So now no will employ me now. So
who no employ?
Maybe I no qualify.
No, I mean you must not have that skill. That's what I mean. Don't be say, well, that, you know, get that skill. Like, you know, it's better. So me and my guy will be telling. So we all have the skill, all right. So we'll find the first person. So that depending on get skill, you go train up. You go. I think 6 months person go come up. Because the get person will get the same skill now. The money, everyone idea, everything idea, darling. Everyone they fire go save money. I could go with that. Now, if I tell you, if you walk on the world, they make call like this, you know, saying nobody trouble you. You understand my point? Put my thing for ear, they do my work. See they talk. I can work with the fine. No, that time when they go do for Austin for Saturday those days. They don't pay me, but what they have we say. Sometimes if I did the work, I don't fit. You know, they want to try. They want to try. They want to. So will they plan World Congress again for Austin this time around? That's what you go show.
And for where Austin?
Yeah, Austin won't do this time around.
How much month?
Yeah, I'll give you the information where you can reach.
Now which month?
Is during the summer holiday. That is around that kind. We'll never fix date, but I know people need to, you know, that fix date. I know say they don't fix venue.
Okay, Mr. V, I'm signing out.
All right, Mr. James. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. James. Well, AY and Co. The Iranian sympathizers, where them? Get in there.
They be Muslim now, so you understand.
No, if only they be Muslim. Only them I don't see the Muslim. No be that one. No be that one. Be the Jidenko. You know in America they talk all this way they talk. They go that guy no serious. You know in America they talk all those nonsense. See how they just tax money. Too funny. Tell you. Even though that man, it doesn't in the southwest, southwest. You got one other one. I sympathizer again with the southwest side. You know where they talk?
Southwest, no.
Uh,
No.
what do they call themselves? They did an Emily show. Now they hate American power, but they did America here. They enjoy the road and the light. Just tell, I know why they don't do visa to Iran. Go stay for Iran. As Iran a better country, you know. As Iran, for go visa, go that way, go stay. As the country come to disturb us up and down. The person country, see they hate them. They John body. You know. You know that. Cha cha cha. You know that last of you. Hmm?
Yeah. Everywhere they protest. And they are
Who?
Abuja people.
The ADC.
Mm.
They didn't protest for. And I protest. They already walk through. No, they're not that serious. They protest as gentlemen. Say Nigeria. It is like who they protest for. That one a gentleman. No, they protest as like gentlemen. You know. Whew. Easy.
An exclusive interview with Rice correspondent. An
And they can't remember where for here now. No, it's more than
exclusive interview with
Renke.
Range off for here now. That meant they talk on the phone.
Are we sure that there are no fifth columnists amongst them? You know, are they not helping these people? Otherwise, it's a very
troubling signal about how the nation is perceived globally at this time. Years into the conflict, the battlefield remains active and questions are growing about strategy, coordination, and whether the tide is truly turning, even if it's turning at all. But the challenge is not
Mm.
Tonight, we continue an important conversation about a crisis too many have chosen to ignore: the slaughter of Christians in Nigeria by Islamic militants. Nigeria has become the most dangerous country in the world to be a Christian. According to statistics in Open Doors World Watch list of 2026, of the nearly 5,000 Christians killed for their faith worldwide, nearly 3,500 were in Nigeria. Last October, President Trump redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, and he asked one member of Congress to lead an investigation and report back with solutions. Please welcome back to the program West Virginia Congressman Riley Moore. Congressman, you conducted this visit to Nigeria. What did you witness firsthand that the statistics don't convey to us?
Well, Raymond, you laid this out very well. And the human tragedy that I witnessed on the ground in Nigeria is almost inexplicable. I'd met a woman Christian, who had had all 5 of her children murdered right in front of her and was pregnant at the time, was able to escape, had that child in a IDP camp, internally displaced peoples, and where she lives today. I met another woman who had both of her daughters and her husband killed right in front of her, and her unborn child murdered. And I mean, you talk about just the death and destruction that's going on in that region. And that was in Benue State, which is in the Middle Belt, which is the most dangerous place. It happens to be a Christian in Nigeria. And that's where a lot of this killing is actually taking place right now, Raymond. But that state, by the way, is over 80% Christian. 100% of the IDP camps are Christian. But yet there's no Muslims in any of these camps. They are the ones that are, these Islamic radicals are the ones that are killing all of these Christians. 6.5 million people living in Benue State, and yet 650,000 Christians live in IDP camps. So it's very clear what is going on here.
Congressman, we often hear the argument that what's happening in Nigeria is essentially a conflict between Muslim herders and Christian farmers over land and climate issues. I mean, even the Vatican has hinted at that explanation. You have the intel. What's wrong with that assessment? Is it climate change or a land dispute or a genocide?
No, my view is, and as I've stated previously, it is a genocide. There's massive Christian persecution that's going on there, Raymond, and why that narrative is just completely false. Why would they go burn down churches, burn people alive in churches? Why would they go attack IDP camps, unarmed people just trying to survive inside these refugee camps? Fulani Islamic militants going by and murdering people and shooting at those camps. What does that have to do with climate change? What does that have to do with herders? What does that have to do with farmers? It has nothing to do with any of that. Nothing. So it's very clear what the motivation is here.
Yeah, I mean, you alluded to it earlier. 6 times the number of Christians are being killed as opposed to Muslims in the region. So clearly, there's a lopsided killing here. And you just have to look at those numbers. And as you said, why burn churches? Why hit innocent people in camps who retreated there to save their lives and their families' lives? You've called for sanctions, Congressman, visa restrictions, withholding certain U.S. funds until the Nigerian government takes demonstrable action. You've even called for the repeal of Sharia and blasphemy laws in the northern states. How have these requests been met, and are they enforceable?
They are enforceable because of that CPC designation that the president put in place. So it's allowed to open up about 15 different tools within his toolkit to be able to pressure the Nigerians just on things you just mentioned right there, like sanctions, visa restrictions, security assistance restrictions. And then on top of that, as a member of the House Appropriations Committee, myself and Chairman Mario Diaz-Balart were able to put in additional security assistance restrictions and measures that they must meet to be able to continue security assistance with the nation of Nigeria. Now, I will say this. We have had productive conversations with the government of Nigeria, and things are moving in a positive direction, but it needs to move much faster. We just had a church burned down here just last Sunday, another Christian church burned to the ground. So we need the Nigerians to move faster. We need them to become more actionable, these requests that we've placed on them. And we're going to keep this pressure up. We're not backing off of any of this. And I will say this on the blasphemy laws. I was able to work with the government of Nigeria. There was a gentleman, not blasphemy, but he was on death row for defending himself against an Islamic militant. And he was on death row for self-defense, Sunday Jackson. And at my request, the Nigerian government did take him off death row, and he was able to meet his 11-year-old child for the first time in his entire life because he'd been in prison for 11 years. So these are some of the positive things that they're doing. But death penalty for blasphemy and things like that, that is a huge problem. That's a big problem.
Yeah. As of now, the U.S. has deployed approximately 200 troops and MQ-9 drone support to Nigeria. And I guess we're providing training, intel, technical assistance to those Nigerian forces fighting these Islamic insurgents. Now, these advisors are not in a combat role. They're stationed to help coordinate efforts against groups like Boko Haram. Congressman, has the deployment been successful in your estimation so far?
In my estimation right now, it has been, I would say, yes, it has been successful, but it is working towards very clear objectives that we're trying to meet, which is the capability gaps that the security forces of Nigeria currently have. So we're trying to help them fill those capability gaps. We have signed a security cooperative arrangement with the Nigerian government, which they did, by the way, within that framework, agree that there is Christian persecution in Nigeria. And I do want to make clear, because I get hit with this all the time, oh, you don't care about the other people that are getting killed. Of course I do. Every life has intrinsic value. I don't want anybody getting murdered, Muslim, Christian, or alike. They have a massive insecurity and destabilized country issue going on there. And so, of course, look, I care about all these people, but it is very clear that it's been specifically targeted at Christians. But yes, we're making good progress in terms of these train the trainers, ISR support that we're providing the Nigerian government so they can go prosecute this conflict and then protect their people all around the country.
Well, one of your recommendations, I know, is to the president, was to enlist the support of international partners, France and Hungary, the UK. Just recently, the British royal family hosted the leader of Nigeria, who's faced long-standing corruption allegations while thousands of Christians are being killed. So, Congressman, has the U.S. received the international offers of support that I know you'd welcome in this operation?
Yes, well, I would say Hungary has stepped up, and they are supportive. They're a small nation, but they do want to help, and they have been helping on the ground in very meaningful ways in Nigeria. Another country that, you know, people aren't talking about as much in terms of Nigeria, but don't forget, is Israel actually does want to be supportive in this regard as well. So that's another nation that is looking to try to help as well. But, you know, some of these European nations, unfortunately, they're being bamboozled by the same folks that are saying there's no Christian genocide, no Christian persecution. But, you know, they're also under siege in their own countries with, you know, Muslim radicals. So I get that's kind of par for the course, I guess, unfortunately. But President's very clear-eyed on this. We presented our report and our recommendations to the president just last month, less than a month ago now. And we are working with the National Security Council, the State Department, and the Department of War to be able to address these things. This is why we've kind of bifurcated this approach where State Department is kind of leading the effort within the Middle Belt region. Department of War is leading the effort in the north where you have Boko Haram and ISIS, where ISIS, by the way, has put out a very clear statement. You will either convert or die or pay the tax and live under the oppression of ISIS. So That's your choices right now if you're a Christian in the northern part of the country, which is currently controlled by ISIS.
Well, Congressman Riley Moore, it's a relief to know you're on the case. We will leave it there, and we will continue to cover the situation in Nigeria and have you back with updates as they happen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Raymond. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. And Ms. Shea, appreciate you highlighting the issue of the disarmament of Fulani militants. I think that certainly would be one of these solutions. Obviously, there's not a singular one. It's a multifaceted problem that's going on here in different regions of the country, and there's a lot of complexities to it. But as we've heard like a couple times here, and I do agree with, there is an opportunity here for the Nigerian government to strengthen, deepen, and broaden their relationship with the United States if they will do that in coordination and cooperation with the United States government. When I met with the delegation, as Mr. Smith met with them as well, that was one of the messages that I gave to them, is that there is an opportunity here, but you're going to have to take that opportunity. And I am very hopeful that they will do that, because myself and Chairman Smith and President Trump, we've had enough of this. This cannot continue to go on in the manner that it has, and it now has the president's attention. And I do agree that, you get all this kind of information flying around out here that many times is not helpful. I recently saw the foreign minister was in some interview, I think it was Piers Morgan, and same thing, some of us spoke to him, disputing these numbers, right? I think the foreign minister said in the last 5 years, there's only 177 Christians have been killed. I don't think there's anybody that believes that, right? And I don't think that it's necessarily constructive on their part to try to downplay what's happening here. But Ms. Shea, I'd ask you, how do you think about the differences, though, in between some of these sticks that have been reported? Obviously, have non-governmental organizations that it seems to me have robust on-the-ground informational networks, and those offered by the Nigerian government. How do we have such a huge disparity in the numbers in between what we're saying, or what some of these groups on the ground are saying, and then the foreign minister saying there's 177 Christians killed in the entire country of Nigeria over the last 5 years? That which is just to believe. It seems that number was achieved likely in just the last couple months. But please.
Yes, you're right. It's huge disparity, and assuming it's not just propaganda, one of the reasons why there is a range of numbers for any particular event is that precisely because the government doesn't do any police work. So there's no one that comes in to prevent it, or to stop it, or in the immediate aftermath. So the witnesses have fled for their lives. There's chaos. There's destruction everywhere. The evidence has been tampered with or been deteriorated by the time people come along. It's very hard for the local pastors and priests, who are the ones there taking the body counts, helping the survivors. It's very difficult for them to do that job and at the time do documentation. They do it as best as they, but the numbers are far than that foreign minister is saying. I also want to say that I think that President Trump's designation of CPC has been extremely important. He has gotten the attention of the government of Nigeria. We've heard that there's a high-level delegation in Washington today discussing this with the United States.
I met with them yesterday.
Yeah, so I think that this has been a very beneficial exercise thus far.
Now, I think you're right, and we've heard several people mention early warning systems, and I do agree with that. I think that those can be helpful, but I do want to highlight a case that just happened recently in the Plateau State. We had a pastor there who had warned the Nigerian government and said, "We are under imminent threat. We're going to face an attack if you all don't send some forces here in the next 24 hours. We need help. Please come here and help us." The Nigerian government not only ignored it, they literally put out a press release about it, calling it fake news and hyperbole and being overblown. Well, 13 people lost their lives the next day. 13 people murdered. Christians murdered. I don't know if the early warning system is going to work if people aren't listening to warnings that are over the phone. I'm not sure. So I'd say to the Nigerian government, you're going to have to, and we keep using the term, prioritize this because it's certainly a priority for President Trump. And I think many of us on this panel here today on this dais. But I just wanted to highlight that because that is the type of behavior that has to change, because, and to your point of people not trusting the government, how can you trust a government that doesn't even show up when you ask them to? How are you supposed to trust your life with something like that? You can't. Obviously, you can't. And I think that's why it's incumbent upon the Nigerian government to work with us in coordination and cooperation to address these issues. Obviously, there's going to be some type of bifurcated approach to this. The Fulani Islamic militant issue belt of the country is distinctly different from what you face with Boko Haram and ISIS in the northeast of the country, and that's probably more of a question of kinetic military options rather than some of the other things that maybe State Department could do more in the middle belt, backed up by some of those same type of, at least military deterrence options in that part of the country. But I think it does need to be a kind of whole government approach to this, but we have to have the Nigerian government as a willing partner in all of this, because the president is, as Chairman Smith just said, extremely serious about this. I'm extremely serious about this. I stay up at night. It's hard to sleep sometimes thinking about this, and I pray about it every single night. Just thinking about my own brothers and sisters in Christ in that country just getting murdered for the profession of their faith, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So it is heartbreaking. But I do want to thank Chairman again for convening this hearing, as he has over the many years and been working to advocate for the people of Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore, and thank you for your leadership.
I think that the United States is in decline. You know, the rest.
National Man, welcome back.
Come on, what's going on?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Hello? National Man.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. And Ms. Shea, appreciate highlighting the issue of the disarmament of Fulani militants. I think that certainly.
If the Nigerian government to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria. If they don't, there's going to be hell to pay.
It's unfortunate that President Trump has been misinformed. This false narrative that there's some persecution or a genocide.
Why a genocide against Christians in Nigeria?
I want to be the next Sudan.
You dispute the numbers that have been reported to have been killed, but you have no idea how many Christians have been killed.
We are not hiding any facts.
Right now, you have an Islamist government in Nigeria. There is a reason that we're seeing these Islamic militants around and yelling Allahu Akbar. That's not by coincidence.
It's easy for her to sit thousands of miles away and play games with people's lives.
I perform sense-fried burial because the Islamic are controlling the government. Let me tell you, there's a genocide in Nigeria.
Nicki Minaj will address the United Nations later today alongside US Ambassador Mike Waltz. The Queen of Rap is not often seen at the UN. She's speaking out because, like so many people at the moment, she's extremely alarmed about what is happening in Nigeria. It's the most populous country in Africa and one of its wealthiest, but it's fair to say has traditionally been a big subject for West Coast podcast circuit until recently. Just over a month ago, HBO's Bill Maher said this.
If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria, your media sources suck. You are not a Christian, but they are radically killing the Christians in Nigeria. They've killed over 100,000 since 2009. They burned 18,000 churches. This is so much more. These are the Islamists, Boko Haram. This is so much more of a genocide attempt than what is going on in Gaza. They are literally attempting to wipe out the Christian population of an entire country. Where are the kids protesting this?
Thank you.
Many prominent figures are now raising the issue. It's only to take root since 2009, over 50,000 Christians in Nigeria massacred. It's a result of decisions made by specific people in specific places at specific times. The United States knows who those people are. A series of stories have followed on major US networks, including Fox, whose interviews on the subject were said to have angered President Trump. The US leader is now threatening Nigeria with, in his words, sweet military action, choosing not to rule out both airstrikes and boots on the ground. He's also threatening to withhold more than $1 billion in US aid. Just this weekend, government abducted 25 girls from a high school in Nigeria. Boko Haram is being blamed. Understandably, I wanted to find out more about all of this. I expected the Nigerian government to be addressing the situation with urgency and invited the Nigerian Foreign Minister, Yusuf Tuggar, to appear on the show. There's a bit of a bad line, but I'm sure that you and many in the White House will find what followed pretty extraordinary. Well, joining me now is the Nigerian Foreign Minister, Ambassador.
It says that the plaintiff's application is in response and invitation to this honorable court to delve into issues of internal and domestic affairs of first defendant as a political party. Paragraph 16, that I know as a fact that a court of record should not dabble into a political party allowed to do the offense. Paragraph 17, that the plaintiff's grievances as contained in his originating summons relate solely to the first 18. That I know as a fact that the jurisdiction of the court of its primaries for the selection or nomination of a candidate, and which is not the case of the plaintiff in this case. 19. That I know as a fact that this honorable court, being a subordinate court to the Supreme Court, is bound to enforce the decisions of the Supreme Court in APC versus Moses 2021, Jegede versus INEC 2021, Samuel N. Anyamun versus Aniago Emmanuel, and 3 others, delivered on the 21st day of March 2025 on domestic affairs of the political parties. Paragraph 20 says that it is in the interest of justice to refute the application for interim junction filed by the plaintiff. It is very important to list out everything, all the important paragraphs in this affidavit, and remind Nigerians that it was made before this current INEC chairman took office. Professor Mupiton was appointed in October, while this was filed in September, as you can see here, 12th day of September 2025. You can see that if INEC filed this affidavit after Professor Amupiton became INEC chairman, they wouldn't have defended ADC. Also remember that INEC monitored the entire process. That was why they defended the position of ADC leadership. Also, APC experienced the same leadership change. While this was Anyanwụ versus Aniago Emmanuel and three others delivered on the 21st day of March 2025 on domestic affairs of the political parties. Paragraph 20 says that it is in the interest of justice to refute the application for injunction filed by the plaintiff. It is very important to list out everything, all the important paragraphs.
What is going on here? Ashrama, can you hear me now? I was. Hmm. What's going on? Who's like, you hear me too?
Not 18,000 Christian churches that have been destroyed. How many is it?
We in Nigeria have Christians, we have Muslims, we have atheists, we have animists, and when we're counting death tolls, we don't necessarily go by religion, and quite often it's difficult to even identify what religion an individual that has just lost their lives belongs to. And what we are concerned about is that they are Nigerians first and foremost. And we've seen these sort of agitations by faith-based organizations that is a prelude to the breaking up, to the dismemberment of countries. We've seen it in Sudan. We know this playbook. It's happened. There were agitations to create South Sudan, which was expected to be a predominantly Christian country, separate from North Sudan, which is meant to be a Muslim country. Now we have a situation where there's fighting, continuous fighting in South Sudan. There's another round about to kick off. The same thing in the North Sudan.
Okay, but let me interrupt.
Muslim fighting each other. So we don't want to be the next Sudan. We will not allow ourselves to be the next Sudan.
No, I understand
that. Where are the faith-based groups that were agitating for Sudan to be dismembered? They're no longer there to fix Sudan.
Okay.
Not North, not South. where it's Nigeria as a member
Understand.
of the Peace
Let me jump in, if I may.
With the heavy lifting.
Foreign Minister, if I may, I'd like to jump in, if I may, because you do seem to be avoiding my questions. You know, you don't seem to know how many Christians have been murdered, which I find surprising.
I'm not.
Well, you haven't given me any. You've told me you don't know. Well, well, just to, with respect, sir, you have not given.
Nigerians. So
no, you have. I know what you said.
May not necessarily
I understand.
Same as those that.
But you are, yes. But what you're saying, if you could let me speak, what you're saying is that you dispute the numbers of Christians that have been reported to have been killed, but you have no idea how many Christians have been killed. What we surely can agree on is how many Christian churches have been destroyed. Do you know how many?
Yes, I do.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, they can garnish your wages and levy your bank accounts. They can even seize your retirement or take your home. The IRS station called tax net.
Over the last 2 years, there have been 52 churches, depending on which region, again, you are referring to, because there are different regions in Nigeria, and there are, I can give you the figures right here now. So,
well, how many since 2009?
Since 2009, since the last 5 years, the attacks, not destroyed, attacks on churches, 102. So we're not hiding any figures, you see. It's important to understand this. Same way that there are mosques that are destroyed. I don't even have to mention that. Nigeria is configured in such a way that you have Muslim and Christian populations all across the country. There are, of course, states out of the 36 states that we have that have a high concentration of Christians, the same way that there are states where you have a high concentration of Muslims. Take, for example, the more recent attacks that have brought about an intensifying of this false narrative that there's some persecution, or as the likes of Bill Maher even go as far as to say, a genocide. The ground
well,
zero
it's actually
for that
more than Bill Maher. If I may jump in again, if I may play you. No, I understand. If I may jump in, sorry.
No, if I can just finish this, sorry. The governor of Benue State happens to be a man of the cloth. He's a reverend father. He's a Catholic. So you can see how it is impossible for him to be concealing what is happening. He would be screaming at the top of his voice if indeed there was some genocide, or if there was some specific calculated targeting of Muslims, of Christians. But he knows there isn't, and that is why he is not doing so.
But let me play you a clip from President Donald Trump about this.
If the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria. We're going to do things to Nigeria that Nigeria is not going to be happy about, and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns are blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible, horrible atrocities. I'm hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. These are cherished people. These are great people. Leave them alone. Warning, the Nigerian government better move fast before it's too late. If they don't, there's going to be hell to pay.
So what is your message to President Trump, who obviously completely disagrees with you?
My message is that we have the utmost respect for the United States of America. We have, by extension, the utmost respect for its president, President Trump. It's unfortunate that President Trump has been misinformed by those that trade in generalized labelings. And unfortunately, it has resulted in this statement. We urge that the engagement that is ongoing continues so that we will provide more information and clarity. We are not the ground for either a jihad nor a crusade. The Nigerians have lived in peace, relative peace with each other for a very, very long period of time. We are the people that populate the confluence of the rivers Niger and Benue, and we will continue to do so. And it's important to be mindful of the complexity of the Nigerian state. It is a multi-diverse state in so many regards, and it is an ally of the US because we've worked successfully together in the past. And we actually appreciate what President Trump has done in the past when other subsequent US administrations would not sell Tucano jet fighters to us, planes, aircraft to us. President Trump acquiesced to that. Some of the things that we're experiencing at the moment have a direct linkage to the application of the Leahy Law to countries like Nigeria, where they were deprived of weapons to maintain peace at home and help also maintain peace in the region. This is why we continue to experience terrorism in the region, in the Sahel region, whereas in the past, when we worked successfully together with the US, you could see what Nigeria was able to achieve. We resettled Sierra Leone, we resettled Liberia successfully, and our multinational joint task force
Minister, I'm interrupting
was very
you.
effective in the fight against terrorism. Until
Minister, just stay there for a moment, if you will, because joining me now is the former Canadian MP Goldie Gamari, host of the Goldie Show, who has spoken out frequently at what she says is a genocide against Christians in Nigeria. Goldie Gamari, welcome to Uncensored. What is your response to the Foreign Minister of Nigeria, who says there is no genocide? The numbers of those who've been killed, number of churches attacked, has been wildly exaggerated.
Well, first of all, Pierce, thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure to be here. You know, Pierce, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it probably is a duck. There is a reason that we're seeing these Islamic militants going around and yelling Allahu Akbar. That's not by coincidence. There's a reason that they are attacking Christians on Christmas Eve. Let's not forget that back in 2014, almost 300 Christian schoolgirls were kidnapped by these Islamic militants. 80 of them, their whereabouts are still unknown. Pierce, what's happening in Nigeria is jihad. It's the exact same that happened on October 7 by Islamists when they broke into Israel and murdered Jews yelling Allahu Akbar. It's the exact same thing that ISIS terrorists did to the Yazidis in Iraq. It's the exact same thing that happened in Lebanon. Here's the only difference between what's happening today in Nigeria versus what happened 1,400 years ago when the Muslim Arab invaders came to Persia is that back then people did not have cameras, but today they do. It is 100% jihad. We've seen it before. This is how the Islamist playbook always happens.
Well, I don't think that the foreign minister was denying that bad things have been happening. He's just denying that it constitutes a genocide and that the numbers of reported
because his
deaths
government is a part of it.
Of murders of Christians.
I think his government is complicit. Right now, you have an Islamist government in Nigeria. One of the things that he didn't mention to you is that typically it's been a constitutional convention in Nigeria that if the prime minister is Muslim, then if the president is Muslim, then the vice president is Christian. If the president is Christian, then the vice president is Muslim. This is intended to have a proper representation of the Nigerian population. Right now, you have a Muslim president, and then they decided to choose a Muslim vice president, and so there is actually no Christian representation in the Islamist government. By the way, this is a government that is working closely behind the scenes with the Islamic Republic of Iran. You should ask the foreign minister why Nigerian school children are holding pictures of the Ayatollah, who is a brutal dictator and is murdering my people in Iran. People need to look into the linkages between the current Nigerian government and the Islamic Republic of Iran. I was a politician for 7 years, Pierce, and I can tell when someone is lying and avoiding the truth. That's exactly what this foreign minister is doing, and shame on him for lying.
Foreign Minister, your response to that?
With all due respect to the lady, I'm sorry, I forget her name. She has already exposed her ignorance and lack of knowledge about Nigeria, and it's easy for her to sit thousands of miles away and play games with people's lives. These are real
I'm not the
lives we're
one
talking
playing
about.
games with
Real
people's lives.
lives.
7,000 Christians
do
have
not
been
interrupt
murdered
me. Do
in
not interrupt me.
Nigeria.
I do not interrupt
7,000
you.
Christians have been
And,
murdered in
and
Nigeria. Who's playing
clearly
games with
does
people's lives?
not
It's
even
not
know
me.
whether Nigeria has a president or a prime minister. You can see how she's waffling, she's stumbling. But this is typical of
I think you're showing your own ignorance. The fact that you're not able to actually counter what I'm saying, and instead you're going after these things that are irrelevant, that just shows how ignorant you are.
saber rattling, trade in saber rattling. It is typical. You can see she's exposing herself. She doesn't even know the country that she's trying to start a crusade on, and drawing comparisons with Gaza. You know, it's clear what she's trying to do. We have a constitution that has, go and read my constitution before you even try to have a discussion with me. Look up sections 10, 38, and 42 of our constitution. There is federal character enshrined in our constitution. It's part and parcel of it. And the priority is the region where you come from, because we don't identify ourselves as Muslims and Christians in Nigeria. We identify
The Christians
ourselves
disagree.
from regions, geopolitical
The
regions.
Christians disagree.
Place where we come from, and
But do you accept? All right, Foreign Minister. Foreign Minister, let me jump in. Let me jump in.
Find out
Foreign Minister. Foreign Minister, do you? Foreign Minister, if I may. Foreign Minister, if I may, Foreign Minister, do you accept that there is a big problem? You know, we can quibble over precise numbers, but you've already said by your own numbers, over 100 Christian churches have been attacked. You won't commit to how many Christians have been killed. I think you're slightly hiding behind the fact you don't know what all their religion was. But you must know how many people have been killed.
I can give you figures. I can give you figures. You did not ask me. You did not ask me. I can give you figures of those that lost their lives when.
How many Christians have been murdered in Nigeria since 2009?
Since over the last 5 years, I can categorically tell you that 177 have been killed. And it does not mean that the killing.
But you said to me. You said to me earlier. You said earlier you did. Yeah, but hang on. Hang on. Foreign Minister, with respect.
Muslims. They are not necessarily Muslims.
Foreign Minister.
To understand that.
Foreign Minister. Foreign Minister, with respect, earlier when I asked you that question, you said you didn't know the number because many of the people who've been killed, you didn't know what religion they were. So which is it?
Yes, so I am telling you, number killed when churches were attacked. I told you the number of the churches that were attatked.
Now, how many Christians? You misunderstood my question. How many? I want to know. I want to know. Yes, but Foreign Minister, you have had United States senators like Ted Cruz saying publicly that at least 50,000 Christians have been murdered since 2009. If you're saying that number is wildly exaggerated, what is the number?
I keep giving you the numbers, but clearly, you know, you are not.
You're not. You're giving me the numbers since in the last 5 years.
Accept the numbers or even listen to what I'm saying. 102. 177, number injured 98, number abducted 7. Okay, so we are not hiding any facts, but as I said, we don't go about trying to identify a Nigerian's faith when they've lost their lives. That is.
But
not,
do you condemn? Do you condemn, Foreign Minister? Foreign Minister, do you condemn? The attacks and the murder on Christians by Islamist groups in Nigeria?
Absolutely, 100%. I lost my father-in-law to an attack by an Islamic terrorist group, Boko Haram. So I myself am a victim. I've lost family members to attacks. and they were Muslims. But it doesn't matter whether they're Muslim or Christian, because their aim is to kill, to maim, so that they would achieve their objectives. And the number one enemy of Boko Haram is not a Christian. It is a Muslim who does not subscribe to their own brand of Islam.
Okay, I mean, Goldie Gamari, let me bring you back in there. I mean, there's no doubt that tens of thousands of moderate Muslims have also been murdered by Islamists. We can argue, you know, till the cows come home, frankly, about what the exact numbers are. But clearly, a lot of Christian churches have been attacked. So have a lot of mosques, where it is believed that the people who are, you know, observing their faith there are too moderate for the Islamists. So it seems like the Islamist groups like Boko Haram, like ISIS, are targeting pretty much anybody that they don't agree with, be that moderate Muslims or Christians. Is this not, as the foreign minister is putting forward, a case of it's not just Christians being targeted and persecuted, it's also moderate Muslims, and that there's a general wider problem with Islamist terrorism?
Well, there is definitely a problem with Islamist terrorism, but just because Muslims are being murdered, it does not negate the fact that there is a targeted ethnic cleansing of Christian Nigerians. One does not negate the other. What we can conclude from this is that there is definitely an Islamist problem. Now, one thing that the Nigerian minister is purposely forgetting to put out there is that it's not just Boko Haram, it's also the Fulani militants. Not a lot of people know about the Fulani militants. The Fulani Islamists are also the ones who are generally targeting the Christian Nigerians, especially in the Plateau Belt. And I've had several Nigerian Christians come on and speak about this. In fact, I have seen videos where you have the Fulani militants, on their motorcycles with machetes. They're driving through various towns, and you have the Nigerian military, who's supposed to prevent them from going. They're getting orders to stand down and allow the Fulani militants to go through. Again, Pierce, the loss of life is horrible. But as you can tell from the minister, he's avoiding questions. He's avoiding eye contact. Instead of actually answering the questions, he's focusing more on trying to attack me and trying to, go after me because I'm not as familiar with the Constitution. I don't need to be familiar with the Constitution of Nigeria to understand that, over 50,000 Christians have been murdered since 2009. I don't have to be familiar with the Constitution of Nigeria to know that when someone yells Allahu Akbar before they massacre 200 Christians and burn Christian churches, that's not just banditry, that's jihad. And I think the reason that the foreign minister does not want to admit this is because they are somehow complicit in this. And, he is purposely saying that he is willfully ignorant, because how could the Nigerian government not know if those people who have been murdered are Christian or Muslim? The reason that he's avoiding saying that is because if they actually put out formal numbers about the numbers of Christians targeted and murdered, then they will have to admit that there is a genocide. They don't want to admit that there's a genocide, but that's exactly what's happening. And I'm glad President Trump and other.
Ashonama, are you there? Ashonama.
Others are calling it out.
Foreign Minister, finally, your response to that.
Well, like I said, the lady and people like her trade in starting wars in faraway places where they have no contacts, they have no understanding of, and they can do that from their armchairs from a safe distance. It's a real life situation. This lady would not know the difference between a Fulani man, a Tiv man, an Igbo man, if they stood in front of her. But you can see clearly overnight, because it pays, she's probably making money out of it.
Actually, I'm getting $0 for this. I'm getting paid zero. I'm getting paid zero for this. I have been speaking out against human rights violations. Listen, Pierce, as you can tell, he's not able to actually answer anything that I'm saying. All he does is just attack me and attack my credibility. I think this shows the viewers exactly where the Nigerian government
is going to keep on insisting that he has not heard the figures. So that's what she's trying to do. start a war. They want to break up Nigeria the same way they broke up Sudan, and now they've run away. She's not talking about Sudan anymore. She's not talking about South Sudan.
I actually
I
have
bet
talked
she was
about
one of those
Sudan
that
in
was
other
agitating
episodes as well.
for Sudan to be dismembered. This is what they do. This is what they do. What they try to do to Africa. Nigeria is the largest country on the African continent. It is the largest shock absorber to the African continent in terms of admitting migrants, in terms of freedom of religion. It's Africa's largest democracy. But people like you who don't really care about freedoms, about the freedoms of either Christians or Muslims or Africans, will continue to agitate for the breakup of Nigeria, for war, the same way that it's happening in South Sudan, and you've kept mum because you've moved on.
The reason that I know that you are working with the Islamic Republic of Iran is because the Islamic Republic puts out the same narrative about balkanization. That balkanization narrative is something that the Islamists constantly use.
That Africans are losing their lives. To you, it's just another black country to be broken up. You don't care who dies.
Your hands are the one that's covered in blood, not mine.
But we've seen you.
Not mine. I'm not denying the Christian genocide, but you are.
It's not going to happen to Nigeria.
Shame on you.
Move on to your next project. Move on to your next, your disgrace. Your disgrace to the Canadian nation. I'm shocked that you say that you actually practice as a politician in Canada. Move on to the next episode. Leave us alone.
Well, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you both very much indeed for joining me.
Thanks for having me, Piers.
Thank you.
Today's show is sponsored by OneSkin, which can help all of us look younger. OneSkin is redefining skincare with cult favorites like OS1 Screen, or go to expressvpn.com. Well, joining us now is the Reverend Zeke Dachamo. Many people saw his passionate speech beside his shallow grave, some of the victims of this persecution, including President Donald Trump. Well, welcome to you, Reverend. It's good to talk to you. Your words clearly had an impact on President Trump. What do you believe is the reality about the situation in Nigeria with regard to the persecution of Christians?
The words of Trump towards Nigeria is but marvelous, as is comparable to what the Bible says, as Israel was under persecution in Egypt. When there comes another Pharaoh that did not know Joseph, the Israelites went into deep crisis. Their labor was double. It was double. To the stage, God allowed this thing to happen to the state that they have to cry. When they cry out, Exodus chapter 3, verse 7 came up. God decided to say, it is time, let us go down. I've heard the cry of my people, and let us show concern. Depends on different interpretation of the Bible. But one version says, let us show concern. I have concern for my people in Egypt. I've heard their cry. Let me go down and deliver them from the Egyptian, from slavery. It is same thing with us in Nigeria. All Nigerian Christians have been in bondage right from 2021. In fact, it reached a stage that the Islamic terrorists have vowed that Christians should never lead them. 2021, there was organized massacre that cut across every place in the nation, Nigeria. But the media here are downplaying things for themselves. And this is where we are in trouble. I've performed several genocide burials, more than 70 times. Imagine some of the graves are 501 people killed in one night. in Dogonahawa, village named Gemburu. The Nigerian government downplayed that one because the Islamic are controlling the government.
So the Nigerian government, if I may just jump in there, the Nigerian government has vehemently denied there is a genocide of Christians in Nigeria. Further, they say a lot of Muslims have also been killed by the likes of Boko Haram for being too moderate, and that therefore the issue of Islamists killing people is not restricted just to Christians, but also to moderate Muslims. What do you say to that?
So let me give you the background of what happened. This is the background with initial fact finding. They created Boko Haram by many that are in hierarchy of the government to remove Goodluck, who is a Christian. This is what happened. They steered them. They caused riot every village. And the people run away, they were relocated. And their target is to kill the Christian. Because Goodluck is a Christian. That's why Goodluck says, my blood is not worthy for other people to die. He voluntarily and submit and accept result even before it was finished counting. He knows the danger. Had it been Goodluck announce the true result of the election, many Christians in the north will go into the grave. Because it was really declared a jihad. In Borno, they will enter village on Sunday. They will meet people in the church and they will lock the church building with Christian inside. Anybody that is found outside, they will order him to go in. They lock the church. They put Gatling. They set the church building ablaze. All Christians that were inside, including the pastor, the elders, and everybody, were burned to death. This is a report that they will never tell. They moved to other village. They will find people in the church.
You don't get your audio back.
And separate male and female.
I think so. I don't know. This. Yeah, I'm back. I think I'm back. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you if you can hear me.
So, I mean, my sister just anyhow. That's why. I think there's a lag in here. I don't know if on my internet. There's the latest news from Nigeria saying that Mokweton is an APC guy. I mean, if you've seen those tweets from Amokwetan, where he says,
but
victory is sure. Go on.
Yeah, but are people expecting Bola Tinubu to go and pick his enemy before? Is that what people are expecting?
Well,
the fact that they give the constitution, give the president power to appoint. The fact that the constitution give the president power to appoint, they know what they are doing. They will know the person there will always take advantage of that.
Yeah, I know. Just when people talk, say Amokwetan is doing the bidding of the APC. When people say that, some APC will say a lie, say now just the ADC don't get their crap together. They don't have their acts together. That's why they fall victim of their own doing. So no, they should not blame APC. No, when we say there is something somewhere. If you look at the antecedent of Wike, Wike is a guy who has always had this, I don't know what sort of influence this guy has over almost every area. It's early is that Wike has ever initiated himself, and Wike has ever lost in court. He's always winning. Any case where Wike na he initiate that case, so now carry the case go before any judge, he will win that. Tell me one case he's never won. So when AAC, the Showeres party, was contesting against him in Rivers State, and he was able to silence APC then during Muhammadu Buhari tenure, we saw the shenanigans he did, how he brought problem into APC back then in Rivers State, and how AAC was now seen to be the next vehicle they could use on seat Wike back then as the governor of Rivers State. But we saw how he hijacked AAC then, and how he threw confusion into AAC. It took what do they call him? It took Omoyele several years, like almost like 2 or 3 years, before he could regain control of his party back. So my point is this: when you see, you just need to look at pattern here. Also, Tinubu, even before Tinubu became governor, I said it on some other platform. Say Tinubu is an opposition killer. When he's in power, or he has his stooges in power, no opposition will ever rival him in that area, in that state, especially in the states like Lagos State. You only just need to look at somebody's pattern. You can tell his life is play out. So my point is that Tinubu being an opposition killer, then with Wike, that is also someone who does not take rivalry to, who has also sort of influence over the judiciary. What do you expect? Who is the INEC chairman, who's supposed to be independent, who's supposed to be an arbiter and a referee that takes no side? But look at what he's doing. Now, people have just to make that point that this guy is doing the bidding of. You just look at the electoral. The electoral was enacted to handicap almost any rival party, also to lock down any political actors in any political party after they've gone through the process of maybe primaries. Now look at APC now. They did that no electoral law. They remove, say, if you challenge your opponent on, say, he submitted a fake, they removed that one. Now cage every political actors that in electoral process, if you contest another place again. So just imagine. So you see, when you read that, when you look at all this pattern, it tells you that these people, they are all just all working in concert, just so that APC will reign supreme in that country. So for me, I believe that this guy, with just this new development I just saw now, it shows that Amukpitan really is just a tool in the hands of the APC to really, and I will not be surprised. I've said it many times too. Maybe once or twice I said it in the past that APC and ADC put their house together, not wait till the last minute before they start doing their Congress. They should have even started a long time ago, so that anybody knows that that win the primaries or whatever they decide to do, they nominate as their nominee, as their candidates to fly their political party at the election. At least he will have enough time to go on campaigning and start strategizing and start bringing people to his side. But they waited until the last minute.
They don't trust themselves. They want to do themselves Ojuro. They want to settle for consensus candidates instead.
Now, Ojuro now. Well, that's another different. It's because of the timing where APC electoral law. That was what really handicapped these people to work by primaries or they do their consensus. Now look at APC now, because APC knew something. Look at the state. Look at about it. Every current elected person whose tenure still has not 1 tenure or more to go, they give them automatic tickets. They know that if they open them up, is some people lose the ticket, they will move to another political party. And that could, like some of the governors, look at what's going to happen in River State with, what's his name, this guy, the River State governor. It's looking like he's not going to get any tickets.
Fubara.
Not even the APC ticket is going to get.
Fubara, right?
Fubara.
Yeah. I will be surprised too if they give him ticket.
Yeah, well, you said you'll be surprised. You get so, but then my point is that the way Wike has so cornered the whole thing.
Yeah, Wike and Tinubu.
But I doubt if Tinubu will very prevail over Wike to allow Fubara. Because
no, I don't think
Wike
so.
control APC in Rivers State. He control APC, control BP. So looking at the whole scheme, you understand, say, Fubara, if you look at himself, it's like the guy don't even know what to do anymore. Because it doesn't look like APC is going to give him that ticket.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy, they don't own the guy.
But what I want you to take notice is that electoral law, this is their new electoral act where they just idiotic criminal electoral act that they just put in place. He has handicapped almost every political actors. Like for example, I give you the example of Fubara. Now, if they don't give him any ticket now, party again, don't lock him down. If he say okay, he decides okay, APC I'm not giving tickets. PDP I'm not getting big ticket. Okay, I won't go join ADC because Fubara gets a little bit of political clout. I would say he has a political clout, but that is the incumbent governor. Any political party when run on, you go at least go give Wike and a run for their money. They will give them a run for their money. Which is if it can't go APC now, maybe they might start to upstage them, but you do something.
Yeah.
To make sure say yes, they say they go no say easy to say. But with this new electoral act now, he's handicapped. He not move. He can't move. I don't think he can move. He not move to any political party right now. But we'll see. We'll see how the thing will play out, because when it does say everybody in automatic ticket. If you're a governor in APC, automatic ticket. But the way Wike is playing that game, I doubt if Fubara will have automatic tickets from APC. And the way they don't cage him, he no go fit move. Because if he contests for APC tickets and he lose out, he no people go ADC. No people, even the whole party when inform when you use Windows election, local government election, he no go fit contest under that political party because because he don't contest in APC, he lost. And if he move right now, say if he try saying move, the film picture. If he try saying one move, say one move, go ADC or he won't go. Tinubu, I mean, the guy is good at. What did I say? Good. The guy is cunning. He has this astute. I would say is this. He has this.
He understand our system.
Well, he understands does not mean that he
grew up in the system now. No. He just understand how to. Yeah, I agree with you.
So my point is just that Nigeria is, and this guy come back in the second term. Oh my goodness, this guy will crush. He go crush so many people. Tinubu doesn't. What I mean crush? He go incarcerate. He go in prison.
Especially if you stand where money day. If you stand between him and money, you are gone.
He go destroy some people's lives. What I mean, their lives. He destroy their livelihood, their opportunity, their ability to make money in that country. Maybe he go even confiscate. You look for one thing, confiscate their business, use statecraft and whatever, just enact some. Look at it. He has his way with the National Assembly. Anything it takes there, he does it.
No being give them money to campaign. Most of them don't have money now.
Exactly. So, but why don't you use that same passion you have for yourself? Why don't you use it to do something to the benefit of the Nigerian people? But everything that these people have done is to
No.
their own benefits.
I think the
It's to
man
their
is
own benefits. Why don't you
concentrating
just
in
use your
make.
passion?
I think he's concentrating in making the
Go on.
Tinubu family one of the richest family in Africa. If he can get the second
Exactly.
time,
Exactly. Exactly. And
and
that
he
is
will
why the North
achieve
are
that
scared.
by a mile,
Yeah.
he will be so wealthy that even the next person, the distance go wide.
Hmm. Exactly. Exactly. And that is why some people in the North are very scared. You see, I buy to the Northerners. If they do them this time around and they deny them to come second time, I'm for it. But the only reason I'm not for it is just their motive for doing that. Their motive was so selfish from the first place because they do this their mumu ticket, thinking that it will benefit them. But Tinubu
Yeah.
doesn't play like that. Tinubu doesn't play. He has his own style of playing. The way he plays his own kind of politics. He don't use them because somebody said something, which I feel it's something to think about. Because if this guy could get there when he was almost nobody in the sense that he was just a candidate, even though now in party I need power, but look, you can think of how some of his people within his party they've tried to deny him the ticket first, and also they've also put in place so many roadblocks to make it almost impossible for him to even win the election. But he won it at the end of the day with his own cunning and his own whatever political Maradona that he has in his head. He's able to win and he became the president. Now that he's the president, you think you're going to unseat him easily like that?
The
If you look
North
at all the
the North
machineries
are
that's put in,
caught between him and Obi.
well, that's what I'm saying. I will be very, very surprised if Tinubu doesn't. No, I'm not saying. No, I won't be. Let me take it back. What I'm trying to say is this: not that I'm surprised. I would be surprised, but I would be marveled by that feat if they're able to dislodge Tinubu in 2027.
Yes, if this coalition as then
Because
this coalition, if they stay together, they might stand a chance. But what is the probability that they will stay
they might
together?
stand it. But that's the thing again. That's another thing to talk about, to discuss. But my point is just that, if you look at it strictly, the way you don't buy the National Assembly on the side, almost 90% of the National Assembly, they are in APC. The governors, he has almost 98% of the governors, or 97% of the governors, they are on the side. So what is left? He controls the army, he controls the navy, he controls the everything, he controls the even the INEC itself. Yes man there. So what are you going to dislodge him? So it is now the Nigerian people now to say, yes, we no go agree. We don't want a monarch. Because one thing I want us to understand is this: if Tinubu get this second term, we should kiss Nigeria goodbye. Nigerians could just see them as a slave. Nigerians will become impoverished and they will be in slavery. It will now become an oligarchic society where we have the rich and those who are in the bottom. It'd be like what we saw,
Not
what
be
was
even the
once
rich,
in
the
France, where they
extremely
have
rich.
the extremely rich. Well, that's what is going to happen. Maybe the extremely rich and the very poor. So my
Yeah.
point is just that you see, we have reasons. We have reason why Tinubu should not be allowed to come second time. I know by those reasons where they ask at the beginning when they ask say the Northerners they're against him because of he doesn't play their politics. To hell with the Northerners for that.
No, that's what I'm
The
saying
issue
now.
should be because
Them no get choice. But Tinubu know that they no get choice at this point.
But the thing is this: I see the North to be talking with one voice in this time. But the
Yeah.
point is that Tinubu go do his magic. He go just I don't know if you heard recently they say everybody come revalidate their their voters register their voters card again. A voters card say me come revalidate them again before you go say you won't go appear for. I mean, what's the point of the beavers? What's the point of the whatever electronic they use on the day of election? You go validate right there, right? But they say they want you to come before first, even long before the election. Maybe go do your validation. Bring your card again. We'll go recertify your. What kind
I
of
want disfranchise people with that.
that's a ploy. Exactly. And then now they start manufacturing numbers after the end of the day.
Mm.
So you see, Tinubu is playing, and him and Amupitan, they are just playing all kinds of cards on their table, just to make sure that they clinch or they just come back to power. Tinubu comes back to power. And when somebody don't get too desperate, like they tell you say there's something in the horizon. If Tinubu ever gets the second term, you can kiss Nigeria goodbye. What I mean kiss Nigeria goodbye, I mean in every aspect, Nigeria will become so lawless, with no rudderless, with no direction. It becomes so brutish. I mean, this guy, he doesn't even care. He doesn't even, I mean, look at the general that was killed, the brigadier general that was killed. Are you aware of the brigadier
Yeah, that
general
was
that was killed? The general.
that was shocking though.
Yeah, I mean, why was shocked? I mean, like a month or two ago, we had one that was killed, that was captured by the Boko Haram, and they killed him, a general too. So what I was saying, under this guy, we've lost almost like 6, 7 generals, top generals in the army.
That's
Generals in the army we've lost.
no be saying na full-fledged war with the fight with another country. I just not stick out with the fight while we are losing generals. It's crazy, man.
Honorary colonel that had his fighter jet shot down. Look at that! Look at how many Marines or U.S. Marines they sent to go rescue the guy out.
The whole Pentagon was, in fact, the put CIA join them. Everybody join them.
Exactly.
It collapsed the whole security architecture. Yes. To focus on now the whole security architecture. Yes.
One person.
And awarded the fight to now awarded deal. No be saying that na war. That's crazy, man.
You see, when we say we get people who don't care, Tinubu is not there for the people. He just wants to, like he said, the president. That's what he said. Nobody care that he wants to become.
It's for sale, and he was able to. It's for sale, and he was able to raise money to buy it.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm just making case here why Tinubu should never be allowed to come second time. If this guy ever gets it, you can kiss Nigeria goodbye. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of maybe he's going to live through it. Is he able to do his 4 years and maybe make himself a monarch?
No. Now what you thought so will happen? The country will just full-fledged go into lawlessness. Just whatever you can do, just do it.
Yeah.
Because at that time the country will be overwhelmed. The security will be overwhelmed. So
exactly.
The man will just focus on protecting himself and his wealth.
Exactly. Just to protect.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't know if you heard about this. Some people they took the Bureau of Procurement, and they're talking. In fact, the federal government they took the federal government to court over this non-compliance with Procurement Act.
Oh, yeah.
Where if you have to get a contract from the government, you have to go through some kind of competitive bidding and all of that.
Yeah.
That Tinubu bypass that and just continue just awarding contract to Shagoris.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised. Right now, at 5 different contracts. But you know what they did?
That's pretty much awarding contract to himself.
Exactly. The son is also a director now in Chagori, one of Chagori, I think ITEC. The son is one of the directors there. So, like I said before, Tinubu does not do anything by himself. He will not go put his name there. He will go through proxies. Either he go use his son or use somebody who is very close to him. That's how he does his thing. So that we not go pin him down with anything. But for the fact that the son has a stake there, that's a conflict of interest. How can you be awarding contract to a company that your son owns? That's conflict of interest.
Even your wife said go figure interested there, you know.
Somebody was telling me here in the US. A friend where we had one of my high school buddy. He lives in Chicago, so he got a contract with one big firm here. He was installing all their IT gadgets and everything. So he invited me over to come help him out with some things many months back. That was last year. So, and then we went, and he now brought in some of Nigerian guys with a local here and across state line here. And he brought them all over to come help him out for that project. You know, although you can see as we're there, we're all black guys. I don't think I think only one black, one white guy, and one Egyptian looking guy, and among us. Anyway, so the point I'm trying to make here is this: is that as we were talking and then we're doing, one of the guy was telling us a story about Sheikh Tinubu, that these passports, the linking of the Nigerian passports, all the Nigerian passport centers in Nigeria, installation of all their all their electronic gadgets, their computers, and putting them in one system. It was Sheikh Tinubu that collected that contract. He saying getting boys them when they go Nigeria, when they reach out to somebody they can't help them, can't do that installation. Say because he has to come back to the United States, so he just had to let his bodies in Nigeria and then go do it for him. Say she to do that's what I heard. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I'm hearing.
Oh,
So,
no,
but I
man,
won't be surprised.
those are very lucrative contracts. I don't they give to any other person. You have to be an insider.
All the Nigerian passport centers in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Even if I even had say even the one in the Nigerian diplomatic missions abroad. I ain't all those things. I was like, whoa. And that is running into millions of dollars, not even billions of dollars, perhaps. To have
Yeah,
those
that's
So you can imagine that this guy is so greedy. This Tinubu and his family, they're so greedy. But you can imagine. I mean, why won't you even think about? Look at your father became president. You're always in every meeting that your father is doing, to the point that your father has to even tell you that why do they always have to allow this guy to come and be sitting down in meetings that you're not even a member of the national whatever committee they call it. This is their committee.
NEC, National Executive Council.
Executive Council. To the point that even showing cars as far as I'm even, I don't agree with that man anymore.
Yeah.
I was saying it that how can a son of a president be running around with like heavily harmed to the teeth personnel, and when people are dying in their local homes, I mean in their local places, and they work out with about how many escorts, they work out with how many bodyguards and DSS, and you're just an ordinary son of a president. You're not even an office holder. You see, that's why I'm saying this Tinubu family and Tinubu, reason why they should never allow this guy to even ever get there in the first place. I was one of those people that was against it.
Yeah, you know, like they thought that you get personal problem. You ain't get personal issue then.
You get a personal problem. It's because I don't read this family. I don't read Tinubu and his family and all his politics. What's that word? That word don't escape me now. Now to nobody's benefits. Not to know me. It's not to the people's benefit. It's not to the general masses' benefit. Not to himself and his cronies, his own people.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't understand it. Why can't we Nigerians see things for how they are? Just look at Lagos State. Look at Lagos State. I was listening this morning to somebody this morning was saying about the glories of when Lagos State used to have pipe-borne water. Yes, I grew up in Lagos when we had pipe-borne waters. There was water into our house. We don't even need to go far. Just turn on the tap, you get water. But now there's no water in Lagos. There's no water. And a government has been in place. You do not deem it fit to think about how you can, make the life of the people within Lagos a little bit comfortable by making water available to them. And every time when Lagos State government make budget, you go see they go earmark money for water corporation, Nigeria Water Corporation. Look at that edifice they have in Ijora Causeway there in Lagos. What do they call them? Lagos State Water Corporation. They have one edifice there, one big house with a big skyscraper there behind the National Theatre there. Near that lagoon there. And you could think that maybe this corporation, maybe they make money. And you could look like when you look Lagos State government budget, you could say in that budget there, they earmark money, they put money down for water corporation. But where are the waters? Where are the pipe-borne waters? People just drill bore everywhere for Lagos.
Yep.
I'm not saying like the water they go they drinkable. It's not potable. I mean, you ask yourself, what is this guy even doing? That he said he turned Lagos to an El Dorado. What is the El Dorado? Go Lagos State, my brother, you go see refuse everywhere. You go see dirt everywhere. Heap of refuse. Nobody's saying I just that heap of refuse on the road. I mean, you just wonder what are these people doing? Is this how they run a state? Obviously, it's not because they care about the people, it's just because they want to get to power. They want to use that as a launch pad for themselves to get to power, and they got the power now. They don't even know what to do with the power. So this is the reason why I'm saying Tinubu must not be allowed. I just hope say may the guy never even get into politics anymore. Make it just go into the oblivion. Because as long as that guy is alive, we'll never know peace in Southwest.
Of course. Especially now when they acquire wealth beyond control.
I don't know what is the world do. How old is he? Is he going to see? I think like that. He ain't going to spend more than 15 years again from now. Even 10 years from now, he going to spend more than 10 years from now.
Oh yeah. Now only she being son, yeah, there's no that like a male children.
I don't know. I just but only are they active among all of them. But I think other ones said they're going to use their papa influence to get. I mean, she wanted to say that in daughter. What do they call her? Pibatu. I mean, only Pibatu. What's that name?
No, I think there's one other younger daughter like that. The younger one that she. Yeah, then, but I don't know where she did now. Yeah.
Well, I know that Remy has two daughters here from America. I think one of them even turned Shana gay. I mean, a lesbian. One of the daughters.
Well, maybe the wife go run for presidency. You don't see that happening?
Yeah, no.
Huh? I mean, Nigeria never gets stomach for that kind of thing yet.
So, woman president?
No, the woman. As in the wife. Yeah.
Maybe become the first Nigerian woman president, Abi.
Yeah, will she get the support? Yeah.
As long as
do you think she will run for president in the future?
If you run now, why not? She don't be Nigerian. She's a Nigerian now. She can run. She's a Nigerian. So if you run now, it's just I just don't understand why our people. You see, this is what I'm trying to say at the beginning when we were talking about this thing. You see, the same thing they did in North, and I said this many years back when we used to meet on the other platform. I don't know if you allow me to mention their name here, but it's okay. But
I'm not. Why not? Wama went to move.
Yeah. So
why not?
Met, actually. So anyway, so I used to argue with you guys there back then. Say Tinubu is not be human being, not be better person. You people, probably people, a lot of people say, "Anything wrong with you? Why is it that everything that Tinubu?" It's just because it's in place. Don't get concerned with me. It's because he holds the life of many millions of Nigerians in his hands. When I mean he holds their life means their destiny sort of is in their hands. It's in his hands rather, because any political decision he makes, it can either turn out to be good or bad. And one of them is this fuel subsidy removal, and how that has plunged Nigerians into misery, abject poverty, how it has pauperized the act of that fuel subsidy removal. With that, what do you call it? The floating of the naira just collapsed Nigerian GDP from almost $500 billion just shrunk to almost like $180 something billion. An economy that was in the range of $500 billion shrunk to a $189 or $82 billion economy. And now look at the debts that this guy is incurring, and we're not even seeing the impact on the lives of the average Nigerian. Already, this guy has gotten there. He has collected over 100 trillion naira. 100 trillion naira debts. We don't rack up. Jonathan left there with about almost like 7 trillion. Bubu left there with about almost 33 or 30 something. This guy got there within a span of years. You don't double that, triple that, the whole national debt. And what is the impact? What can we even see it? And when you ask he dirty people like Reno, you go to dollarize them to you. You then say, how much is that in dollar? If you by the exchange rate, if you do it, it's nothing compared to what I was saying to us. It's because they see Nigerians as people they can easily manipulate. People no longer do critical thinking anymore. They just do this other kind of policies, and they just spin
Abracadabra.
around, and then something like that. One is just that it's a deliberate thing to make Nigerians illiterate, pauperized, manipulate them. Because when somebody left from his right, it's easy for them to manipulate you, use it for their.
Isn't that why
It's
we
just,
have
I
the
just
likes
know.
of VDM and the rest?
What if you concerning VDM? What's in VDM? VDM is just making money for himself. What's there?
No. What I mean, that's
Let's
why.
not promote all these guys. Then, like.
No, what I'm saying, the reason why what you said that they want Nigerians to be dumber, they don't know not to know what is actually happening. That's why they created people like VDM to keep the Nigerian young people distracted.
Well, okay, I get you now. Yeah, I thought maybe we were just talking about VDM being somebody whom we should just. Yeah, it is. It's the whole.
Those are the.
Even the VDMs themselves, sometimes act like one kind of talk, like one kind of turn, like start wondering. Say,
they are weapon of mass distraction.
That's
waiting. I see them with that. A distraction, therefore, of course.
Like that
especially for the young people, who don't know better.
Exactly. If any of those kids, those young kids, if they, if they go to school very well and they read, I mean, like my mom would say, they read book and they read brain. It means say they will fight it. They will distinguish between, but no, these kids are just, themselves, they're just half illiterate. Then many things they're learning from the internet.
Learning from VDM. Now VDM
don't really sit down
teacher.
To do
now VDM leader. Now critical thinking is
you are this VDM.
You're asking for too much. No, for real. That's what it's for. Now they learn. Now be their journalist. Is their journalist. Is their leader. Is their everything. So if you want to know, they'll wake up. They want to hear from VDM. Literally, that's it.
Exactly. I mean, if you go on Twitter, if you go on Twitter, go on YouTube, you go see so many other people to where they promote this guy. Like say, I mean, what is VDM? VDM is, I understand
the guy. The question why they ask. The question why they ask, where does this guy come from? I swear to God, I never hear about the guy before until last year. I was like, how? Where is it that I don't pay attention enough to the country, or how did they who is this guy? Up till now, the question why they asked that.
It became popular that last year. I think you're right.
Yeah, but
it became
very
popular last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about this election, 2022, 23, there was nothing like VDM. Abi, or I mean, no, they pay attention.
I think it became towards the end of 2024.
Okay.
And then early 2025, that was when it became so popular. Yeah. Nobody really knowing him. I mean, even though back then, nobody saying just controversies, they always stay up on the internet. You know, make a attack somebody, attack somebody. Then it became like a sensational internet sensation where you just go and then you're just like, oh, we are helping these people out with this one. So we're giving them bed sheet, we're giving them mattress and things like that. And then from there, you started getting it.
That system creation. Now the
Exactly.
system
So when this
creator
guy
be
now
that.
send him, is it Don Jazzy? Don
Yeah, you
Jazzy
see
costed
am.
that money. I think it's almost like 100 million, 100 and something million naira. That was when
And
he now
that's
became
it.
popular more again. You know, you see, just the guy knows what he's doing. It's just for the clouds and for the
Now the system
for the
creator.
clicks and the money.
Even the Don Jazzy, nobody the system they give her money. So now the system create them. So they funnel money through all those established young people, Don Jazzy, to them, to people like VDM. That's
Because
what they do.
exactly
Now
because
distraction purposes.
if all these kids if they get money and if they get work, all these kids if they get work, they don't go work for maybe one Amazon factory. Their body don't they carry popcorn, they don't carry they don't push around what they call them. Some of these Amazon robots inside their
Wheelbarrow them.
warehouse. They don't
Oh
lift
boy,
cakes.
yeah.
They don't push me down. Now when they will get that, they won't go sit
Forklifts
down and say
and
they won't
everything
do
there.
the clap. One VDM because they know say the next minute, the next hour they're going and they have to pay their bills. It's time for all this kind of crap internet sensation. You see, Nigeria now like if these people don't get out of the way, all this Tinubu them and Akpabio and the rest of them, if they don't get out of the way, we'll never know peace. We'll never know development. People they just want to
But
keep the young people
aren't you
down.
worried about the next group of people that will take after them? Me, I'm more concerned about the next group of people that will take after these men.
Well,
Think that maybe they are more dangerous, they're more dangerous, they're more
well,
desperate. Let me use that word.
yeah. I mean, you see, very likely, like you're saying, they're desperate, even more dangerous than these people currently there because they too they will learn from these ones. Um, that's why I said years back on some allow people like Tinubu to come into this whole thing now because this guy is an immoral man. He lacks moral. He doesn't know anything like moral. Him, I just in any way I can get there. If I have to break the law and bend the law just so I can have my way. They say the reason why law exists in a society is to create. So, but when you talk for some whatever selfish reason you have, really erodes the fabric of that society, and it will trickle down to the point that even the ones who are the followers, they will just now start seeing it as it becomes a new normal. And when something becomes a new normal, look at how this APC, during Jonathan time, they carry 100 years, the whole country just go berserk, like, oh, what's it? They don't go. Oh, this is it. People just they cry everywhere. Everybody just like, oh, this is bad. But this only broke APC with a boo boo there. Fulani people enter this place, they kill this amount of people. Hey, next day, Fulani people say, hey, Fulani, you don't call no one thing. It don't happen. On another 1,000 people were killed in Dogo Turenchi village.
They don't normalize how.
When they kill themselves, I beg, and then it becomes so norm. I don't know if you understand what I'm just trying to tell you how we gradually.
Yeah. Kidnapping and killing, they become norm.
It just become normal and that became norm to it. The same thing with all this.
Now, if you hear kidnapping, you go ask how many.
How many?
Yeah. Now we debate the numbers of victims
so
rather than how many they kill, how many they kidnap, how many they kill. Yeah.
I play Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan and that Jaguda foreign minister Nigeria. That guy is I just why I hate that guy. That when they call him that guy named himself.
Something Yusuf.
Tuga.
Tuga.
I think his name is Tuga. I hate
Yusuf
that.
Tuga.
No, just know. He has this, which is common to anybody who work with a talk. They just talk like. See the way they talk to that lady. He don't even carry himself like that. We should be very deep. Okay, let me give you another example. See this, the foreign minister of Iran, despite all, just they kill all their leaders. The guy just he has this kind of demeanor, this kind of composure that is when they say certain things, it say it against Israel, against at the same time, it do and deliver in a more diplomatic way. But look at Tuga. I see that guy. The day when they interview him on is it Doshwala? I mean DWTV. Consider the way this guy has his arrogancy, the way he just they behave on set. I was like, what's kind of man being this? Now why Tinubu go get? Sure, you forget Tinubu now. He said that talking now. You expect that? You do expect him to go and bring you diplomats? So you see, can you see just the way they bargain? You people, that is what you people do. It's like that is not a diplomat talk. It's the way you go make your point, make your opponent understand, or your other rival understand that yes, but I'm more seasoned in the way I say it. But are you surprised? Because these are the kind of people that becomes our leaders. They don't have style. They don't have what do you call that? What's that English word I'm looking for? They don't have it. They just anyhow kind of people. I wonder when your president too now can anyhow kind of person. It's just that I'm not right what you said. Yeah, the next generation, I fear for them too because the whole thing is so bad. The lawlessness, the rate at which people no longer hold on to morality anymore. Look at the leaders in the National Assembly. At least before you go see opposition, we go oppose the ruling party. Say no, if you do this thing, not because they hate the political party, but it's all about competition in the National Assembly. We have to question whatever you bring to the National Assembly. This one bring $6 billion. What do they call it? We want to go borrow. Within 3 hours, they pass them for National Assembly. They don't debate them. They did not debate it. They don't debate them like that because there's nobody to oppose them. They don't gather everybody to their side. When we see all this thing, this is how you erode a society. This is how a society becomes so morality erodes in a society. And this is this guy called Tinubu. My handiwork, because he put a man that is not himself, who is himself is compromised, which is what do you call it? Akpabio. Akpabio is a compromised person. They have dirt on him. Always down to the tune of Tinubu. So my brother, it's how many of you saw this guy? No problem. Only God. No. Go on. Go on. I think you're playing something.
No. Nah.
Didn't go by yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I just say so. Yes, my put volume. Yeah, I think.
For the
Yeah.
prosperity of our people
What is
and
the
development
commission?
of for the future of our children, I hereby declare this independent power generating system to the glory of God Almighty. Amen.
Amen. Men, we will now proceed to unveil the plaque.
There's 60 megawatt gas turbine power plant was initiated and built by the prosperity government of Senator Joey Diri, Governor Bayelsa State, and commissioned by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, on this day, April 10, 2026. To God be the glory.
Shall we please put that for Mr. President? He has cut the tape, he has unveiled the plaque, and of course read out the inscription on the plaque, and is now moving into the control room to this independent power project for our guided tour. The former president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and the wife just joined him. He will also formally switch off the lights. Let there be lights. And today, Mr. President will be switching on the lights, and the Bielsa will be lit. We are the glory of all lands, and the last line of the Bielsa state anthem also corroborates that fact. And let there be light. The Independent Power Project has been commissioned, and Mr. President,
See, you get what I want to see for I dey try to see rational mind.
the
I
Managing
don't know,
Director
boy.
and Chief Executive Officer of the
Rational
Niger
mind.
Delta
I don't know,
Development
boy. If
Commission,
you notice, if in the Nigeria,
Science,
it work
Chief
normal.
Samuel Ogboko,
What?
PhD, is also
It
here.
it works normal.
Of
But
course,
anytime when you travel out for
others
function,
Are you saying they work
right?
normal?
have all lined up.
It work
Right
normal for
now.
Nigeria.
Now.
Anytime we dey abroad, they carry out like say na egg. They babysit am.
And the
I don't know
oncoming
if you noticed that.
Senate President.
He doesn't. They know they help am
Now,
work out for Nigeria now.
You're welcome, sir.
yeah, now complex. They get inferiority complex, sort of complex that with the warrior. And the reason is because when you through the normal channel, and you know say they no say say they no say
You see, say nobody
no
holding
be
hand.
we win the election. Say them that say person no say everyone that say they no respect. That's what they know that one that they didn't win their election. They know that it's some mago way, and besides the election, they know the guy has some past, has some question to his past, to his history and everything, that he has
I'll be proceeding
some criminal
for this
past.
historic event of the formal inauguration.
So I think that one I the warrior doesn't behave like somebody will be say we called a president. How I see it. My point is this one will they watch. Is it how recent is this? Is it recently they do it?
This is today. This is today. This is a couple of
Today?
hours
Oh,
ago.
okay.
Nigerian time, barely today.
You see, there's something with this guy. Yeah.
But Mogu
There's something
hear
with
in speech first. I think it's just let me see. It's about
Okay.
5 minute speech.
The former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a son of the country and a thoroughbred by essence, took an excuse that he has to go down to the village. He met me and we went round through the commissioning together. My contact with him had shown that he's been one of the most humble and reliable Democrats of the continent. Please give him my best wishes and thanks. My host, the governor of Bayelsa State, the Diri, thank you very much.
my friend did that. Ibori.
And future. And Mrs. Diri, thank you a lot. I'm, with respect, delivering the message of my wife, the First Lady, said I should extend our warmest regards to you. To the governors of various states, very intimidating number of them present in Bayelsa today. Thank you very much. You just enlivened the life of our people and the spirit for which we are working together to build the nation's greatness. All the members of the Federal Executive Council, I will pay particular attention to the head of service for a good homecoming. Thank you for the job you are doing. Thank you very much. My regards to your family. I hope you return to Abuja safely and we keep the work going. The Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, all the former governors here are present. All senior government officials. My friend, Bruce, how are you, sir? Commonsensically, I believe you are doing well. Members of Bayelsa Executive Council, both legislature also, and the judiciary are present. Chairman of the Bayelsa State Traditional Rulers, Council and other traditional rulers are present, all religious leaders, captains of industry, gentlemen of the press, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
So, you see all his friends there, Abi? I should not mind. Look at close markets. I should not mind. We don't try for today. We have done 7 hours. Shit.
Ovie, you say something?
Yeah, oh, at least you don't go now. For make a close shop. We don't there for 7
Well, if you
hours.
close shop,
So
no problem. Book will do another time again. Yeah, that's a lot.
okay.
That's a lot of time. All right, thanks. All right.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks for your time.
You're welcome.